hi to 3 people that are not your gender. Salimia watu watatu wenye si gender yako. Not your gender. Not your gender, yes. Did you get the 3? All right, we are up now. Now we are saying hi to people who have spectacles. Salimia our spectacles, how? Say hi to the people who have spectacles. Wasalimie. We are up now. Now we are saying hi to people who have white material on their clothing. Say hi to those ones. Hata kama wako na roho safi. White material. Hata kama ni roho safi. All right, we are up now. Let's go. Oh, give yourselves a big round of applause. Are you feeling warm enough now? Now it is time that we go to our opening prayer. And I want to invite this gentleman. This gentleman right here. Yes, that one. Come. He is one of the most significant. Come, yes, you. Where? He's one of those good people I've met in the AKPIA conferences for 5 years straight. And he never fails to come with his wife. So for being a good family man, please lead us in an opening prayer. God atakusikiza.
Good morning. So my name is John Kimani, Assure in Insurance Agency. So let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come unto you this morning. God, we thank you for this night that we've had. And as we start this day, God, we pray that you guide us throughout the day. Bless us in everything that we have planned to achieve today. And God, we shall remember to say thank you to you at the end of the day. We pray this, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him as we get seated. Tafadhali tuketi sasa. One of the rules is that you don't need to sit where you were seated yesterday. It doesn't mean that you're not loyal. So we can always find spaces towards the front. You don't have to sit where you were yesterday. Please move mbele kidogo. Yes, as we settle in. Okay. All right. I am well advised, and I want to now invite Bwana Joe Kamiri. Joe Kamiri is the founder and CEO of Vowels Insurance Agency. Joe will be leading us in this first conversation on the impact of customer experience in strengthening insurance distribution. And then we will proceed to have our panel. So as we did yesterday, Bwana Cairo, please make your way forward and just start warming your stage on where you will want to sit as the moderator. As Bwana Joe Kamiri, one of the most noble and gentle men that I've seen, they call them the gentle giants. He's big, but he's able to come to your level in a conversation and delve into issues in the most simplest of manner. Bwana Joe is going to start us off in a beautiful day of great conversation. Please help me welcome him to the podium as he gets to this conversation. Tumpigie makofi hadi atakapofika. Karibu sana Bwana Joe. We welcome you and we look forward to a very insightful conversation. We welcome you. Karibu sana. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Okari. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. Tuseme na sauti kubwa. Good morning. God is good. And all the time. Bwana asifiwe. Very good. So I'm going to take you through this item on customer service. And we're basically going to look at the impact of customer experience in strengthening insurance distribution. So, and I'll be very brief in my presentation so that we can be able to give some more people be able to make their other presentations. So I have a PowerPoint presentation which will be very fast. Mafudu wa mitambo tuko sawa? But basically, before we start, maybe I can, first of all, is to encourage all the agents that in this session, it is very important that we all attend. Yesterday, Jerry told us about the menu and the table, isn't it? Now we can be able to see the people on the menu and the people on the table. So each one of us now is on the table. The ones on the menu will be coming in later. So I started my insurance career some time back. That was many years ago, like 30 years ago. And I started that career as an agent. I was an agent because I was told agency have got a lot of money. When you get into agency, you earn what you want to earn. If you want your first fridge, you get it from one particular person. You say, I'm going to sell this cover to this person, and he'll be the one who will be paying for my electricity. This other one will be the one who will be paying for my insurance and all that. Then from there, I joined insurance companies. So I started as an underwriter. I became a branch manager. After that, I became a sales manager. After that, I joined marketing, which we could not differentiate between marketing and sales. Insurance that time was still confused. Then from there, I started doing marketing and customer service, and until 2 years ago, when I decided that I go back to agency. So I've seen many of those things that have been happening in the industry, and that is what I want us to share with you. Because I've seen customer service from the side of an agent and from the side of an insurance company, and even as a customer, isn't it? And that is the most important thing. So for us agents, let's continue working. We were told that we are doing only 3%, but we can be able to do more. And if only we added 5% or 0.5%, we would be having a lot of money. Kunaendeleaje pande hiyo? Good. So as I said, we are going to look at the impact of customer experience in strengthening insurance distribution. So when you talk of customer experience, you are looking at what is it that the client would like to have. There's a difference between customer experience and customer service. With customer service, it's more of transaction. Like you are moving, you wanted this, you got it. But doesn't involve the how. And the how here is that experience that the customer will have gotten, isn't it? So in customer experience, it is more transactional. But when you come to customer experience, it involves emotional connection. Are you being connected to your customers? So in today's competition in insurance, customer experience plays a very crucial role in driving the loyalty, Loyalty is where the customer will love you and will be able to tell you that I am going to move with you from the beginning up to the end. That way you also maintain your retention, and with the retention being there and what you are selling through loyalties, then you also attain the growth. So customer service is the key thing in every business, because there are many things that companies can copy. You can copy a company's product, you can copy a customer processes, and you can even get some stuff from another company. But customer experience is very difficult for you to copy. So if you have got the best customer experience, then you are ahead of others. You have a good competitive advantage. So what are the benefits then of good customer experience? The power of customer experience, as I said, is first of all, it increases the loyalty. Loyalty means that a customer, even if you make a mistake and you have been loyal to a customer, he will be able to forgive you. But if you doesn't have that loyalty, he won't be able to forgive you. If he forgive you, you'll be able to, even if you make another mistake, he'll be able to forgive and you'll be able to move on. Then the other one is improved customer acquisition. Once you have got good customer experience, then referrals come in. And as we heard yesterday, if first of all you identify your market, then that type of a market, one person will refer you to the other. And that is the best way of making sales and getting more acquisitions. Referrals are the best way of making business. And what happens is that you know you are doing business once you stop only doing business with your friends. What did I say? If you are able to get business, not from your friends, but from people who have been referred to you, then you are in business. Because you are not talking to those customers, but the customers that you sold to are able to talk to those other customers, and you get your money. That is when you know that your business is doing well. And of course, that now leads to a good brand reputation. Meaning, the moment you mention Joe, then that other person will say, yes, I know that person, and I know he can be able to deliver. The other one is, of course, increased policy renewals. You'll be able to renew your policies as we go on. And this gives you a very good competitive advantage over the other people that you could be having. Then, from there, we then look at what is it that, where do you meet the customers, or what you call the customer touch points. Because the experience will depend on how did you treat that customer when he came in. Now, the customer sees you and through the touch points that you get to know. Because even for insurance companies, will you ever find Jubilee on the streets? You can't, isn't it? You can't find Britam on the streets. But you'll find people who are working for those people. So those people becomes the touch points. And they are the ones who are preaching your gospel. So if you are an agent, there could be various platforms that customers will be able to engage with you. And one of these are online platforms. We were told yesterday that in terms of technology and the platforms that are there, Kenya is one of the leading countries that you would enjoy a lot of online platforms. Same with mobile apps. And then the other one is where now we meet agent to agent, so that I'm able to meet with my customers and we are talking. Those are also touch points. Then there are also call centers, and then the claims processing. Now, the claims processing, this is one of the most important aspects in insurance. You will find that insurance is the only thing that you are not able to get its benefit until the time that you get a claim. Today, if you get thirsty, you drink water, isn't it? Or you drink a soda. So what you have bought, you have realized the benefits immediately. But for insurance, you buy today, when you will consume the service is when you have a claim. You see the difference? So you are buying today, but you are not utilizing that aspect today. You will come to utilize it some time back. Maybe this year you will not even utilize it because you did not get a claim. So that is the difference between now insurance and the other products that are usually sold, because the benefit will be realized later on. And so apart from these ones, then we move to the next one, is where we look at issues to do with strategies for improvement, is the different ways that you can be able to improve your yeah. So under this, we are looking at then the various channels that you can be able to use and what else you can be able to do. For example, now in terms of communication, you need to have several areas or several platforms that you can be able to use for you to improve that customer experience. So that communication is very, very important. And communication, you don't only use the traditional way of communication. So you have phones, you have platforms and all that. The other one is employee training. Now, the employees are the one who are pushing your brand forward, or yourself. If you're a sole person in that office as an agent, then you are the one who will communicate. But if you have staff who are working under you, make sure that those staff are working the way you want. Have your own culture. Because the difference between one agent and the other is the employees. That is why the difference between when I'm working with all insurance companies, if I'm with Definite, the people who are indefinite, if they moved to Sanlam, will they still be definite? No, isn't it? They'll find a culture there of how people do their things. And when they go again to another insurance company, then they find another culture there. So we as agents, what we should be interested in is coming up with our own culture, the way we treat our customers. And the way we treat our customers is what moves us forward. And that is why we'll be able to build trust. The other one is the process that works for the customer. You will find that insurance companies have got very complicated processes. And our work as agents is to make that process as simple as possible. When a customer comes to us, he's basically coming to look for a solution. So we should be the ones who are simplifying it. We are the experts. And yesterday when Jerry was talking, he was talking about us using some words which are not known to customers. Things like premium. When you talk of a premium, people think it's a high, something which is high. Yeah? So instead of calling it a price, you call it premium. Instead of risk, you know not many people know what it is. Tell them what is it that you are carrying. If it is sum insured, tell them it is the value, so that we are simplifying whatever language that we are using with our customers. The next one is the role that technology plays in customer service. In today's world, it is changing very fast. So there is nothing that you will do without the use of technology, because we have got a lot of data with us. And as we move on in the conference, you will hear how we can be able to use the data that we have. Data is the current bank. The more data you have, the more customers and the more assets you have. Because once you have that data, you can use data analytics to be able to analyze your customers. So, and the other one is to use AI and powered chatbots, digital platforms, and also automating. But when you are doing all this, please make sure that you differentiate between the content that you're giving to the customers and the context that you're saying that whatever you are telling the customer. Because they say content is king, but context is King Kong. Have you ever heard that? Content is king, but context is King Kong. I can say something today, but the way I say it is what matters most, not what I have said. What was the content of saying, the context of saying whatever I said. So the use of technology, very important. If you are not using technology, then you are being left out. Whether you are using WhatsApp, whether you are using SMS, but use all those channels to talk to your customers. That is what will make a difference between what you are, that is what will make a difference between what you are presenting to the customer and what they are looking for. So, and that now takes us to digital transformation. Because without that digital transformation, we will not be able to do many things. So what is this digital transformation in insurance? This one, we use it for customer engagement, because there are various platforms that we can be able to use for us to be able to talk to our customers. Then, of course, streamlining the processes through automation, so that you are basically trying to reduce the time period that you are using from one point to the other one. And then, as I said, data analytics, very important. That is why banks are coming into insurance and overtaking us, simply because they are having as much data and they are able to analyze that data better than the way we are analyzing it. So, but at the end of it, we look at what is the customer's expectation, so that as we talk to this customer, what is it that we are looking for? And the customers they're basically looking for fast and efficient services. If you have that fast and efficient services, that is what the customer is looking, because he's looking for convenience. He's basically looking for convenience. And once he's getting confused, then he will be able to buy your product. The other one is where you have personalized communication. When you're communicating to your customers, don't communicate one message for all of them, because customers are different. So as we communicate, let's have some personalized communication. Then transparency and clarity. When we are talking to our customers, let's be very transparent. Don't hide anything. To tell them everything. Don't just sell the cover, but sell even the exclusions. Of course, some of our products have got more exclusions than the cover, but let's tell it to the customer so that they can be able to know. Then use all the channels of engagement, and then be proactive in issue resolutions. And this is where I say that when a customer comes to you, it is not that the customer is stupid. What he's looking for is a solution to a problem that he has. So if you are not able to solve that problem, then you also become a problem. And people are having a lot of problems. He'll not want to add any other problem. He wants a solution. So when you are selling or you are dealing with that customer, know that he's looking for a solution. And then, of course, convenience. This is what the customer is looking. Is it convenience in terms of a price? Or is it convenience in terms of where I can be able to get it? Like, can I be able to get a cover from the comfort of my office or from the comfort of my house? If I am able to do that, then as that customer, we are together, because he's looking for convenience. And there are many ways of having convenience. So the person or the agent who will be able to give that convenience is what he will be able. So what matters to a customer? What matters to a customer is the communication, the way you are communicating to that customer, and the way you are using, whether you are making that customer to be delighted. And for him to be delighted, he must have trust in you. So how do you build trust? Now, in terms of trust, trust is like an account. It's like a bank account. If a client does not trust you, most likely he will not even deal with you. Because trust is what will make a customer be with you today, tomorrow, and the day after. So for you to be able to keep that trust, please keep your promise. Once you keep your promise, then the customer will be able to trust you today and tomorrow. Then be consistent. Whatever you say today is what you say tomorrow and the following day. That way, the customer will always be with you. So there are many symptoms that you can be able to know whether the customer is with you or not. And some of these are things to do. So these are the symptoms of low trust. And you find that you're going into a meeting and people are keeping silence, or your customer is keeping silence in meetings. That tells you that hamuko pamoja. And now what he will use is the grapevine information. So if you don't communicate well, they start using grapevine. Then when you are talking, you find that they are very defensive. And this also applies to your staff. when you're having them. If you find that every time you ask a question or you ask for explanation or you critique, they're becoming very defensive, then that's a sign of losing that trust. The other one is long emails. You find people, instead of writing one sentence, they're writing like it is a thesis they are writing, then you know hatuko pamoja. Then general lethargy, then fear to make decisions. People are not making decisions in that office. So you call an underwriter, he tells me, let me check with the accountant, then the accountant, let me check with the claims, then the claims, let me check with the supervisor, then it goes to all the way up to the GM. That tells you that there is no trust in that company. So you better start looking for another one to deal with, all right? Now, the other one is no teamwork, then low performance, then people coming late. They're not attending, they're not coming to the office in time. That's another system of having trust. So quickly, if I don't know whether there isn't trust around here, but that's something that you can be able to look. Then silos, a lot of silos. Underwriters are working separately from sales, people giving quotation and all that type of a thing. And fear to blame. And then let's move forward. So you can use the 8 C's to build trust, and as I said, with this customer experience, have a good character. This is integrity, honesty, and forthright. Then be competence, that is be capable, informed, relevant, and empathy. For you to be able to sell, there are 3 things that you need to know. You need to know what is the product that you are selling. The other one is you need to know your customer. What is it that your customers are looking for? And then the third one is that you need to know what is the competition offering, so that you don't go selling and whatever you are selling is inferior to what the customer already knows. And customers these days have got a lot of information that they will be able to that they have already gathered from the internet and all that. Then contribution, commitment, and consistent, predictability. Be predictable. Don't be that person whom they say that the only predictable thing about you is your unpredictability. Yeah? The moment you become that, then no customer will be willing to be with you. So we go to the next one first. The next one is... there are many ways that you can be able to measure your customer service. One of them is the metrics for success, is the Net Promoter Score. This basically tests how your customers are happy. Can they be able to refer people to other people, or they are not? And then there are others like customer lifetime or renewal rates. So if you find your renewal rates are going down, then know there is a problem with your customer experience. The other one is, we are moving very fast, is, let's go to the next slide, is challenges. Challenges basically look at the common challenges, which could be things to do with legacy, systems, and data silos. Like a system you're using before, now you have changed to another system, and this is happening a lot, where a company changes from one system to the other, and then you find that you have lost maybe half of your customers. The other one, look for opportunities for innovation in terms of using the AI and the chat boxes. Then move to the next slide. The next one. So the best practice is, and so understand your customer journey. What is your customer journey? Know how you process your customers. They come in, how do you refer them? After they have come in, how do you give their products? After that, how do you give your after service? Then those are the areas that you look and see. Do you have some shortcomings? So in conclusion, we are basically looking at the importance and the power of customer experience. And we are saying, and this should be now the take home, that once you have got good customer experience, it is a very useful and powerful idea. And it will basically increase your customer loyalty, you will increase your acquisition, you will have a good brand reputation, and then increased renewals and competitive advantage. So what is the call to action? The call to action is assess your current customer experience and identify the opportunities for improvement. So you know, this is where I am, this is where I aspire to go, and so for me to be there, this is what I'm going to do. or this is what I will change in the way I'm working. So very important, get to know your customer. Therefore, this now aligns to our theme, that by prioritizing customer experience, then insurance providers can be able to build relationships, drive loyalty, and ultimately strengthen their distribution channels. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what I had to share with you. But time was not enough. If we had more time, we would have gone step by step. Otherwise, asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Very well. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. I told you he's a gentle giant because he has managed the pressure within the very good timing, and I sincerely appreciate. Thank you so much. KDG 478V. KDG 478V, please attend to your car immediately. I said easy announcement zikuja na model ndio nijue vile naongea, but please attend to your car, KDG. All right, so over to you, and our panel now has 26 minutes on the clock for them. Please welcome.
There we go. I've done that real Kenyan thing. You know it? I have a trivia for you. And please speak out loudly from where you are. Which is the most popular radio station? Go, shout from where you are. Let's try again. Mr. Kameri was here before and he told us that context is, no, what did he say? Content is king. Context is King Kong. In the context of customer service, which then is the most popular radio station? Huh? I'll give you the name of the radio station, and if you know it, I want you to read it out in full. It's called WIIFM. We go again, WIIFM. There you go, Chairman got it. What's in it for me? In the context of customer service, isn't it? What's in it for me? And I have a quote for you from this famous lady called Maya Angelou. She says, I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. And that's important in customer service, right? Okay, I'm not alone. Today, I get the good fortune of moderating today's panel. And with me, I have a guy whose name is you know those strong names? John Kennedy. John Kennedy will be joining me up on stage. And by the way, if you didn't know, he's learned discipline from a game that he loves called rugby. John Kennedy, please join me up here on stage. I'll be introducing a guy who defines himself in insurance terms. My goodness. He says he does not want to be a liability to anybody. My goodness. Welcome, dear James AKPIA. Please join me up on stage. Give him a round of applause, guys. It's not easy. And then with me, I have a person who continues learning. I hear it's special when you actually embrace the continuous learning item. And Faith Mwenda has recently picked up a game called tennis. Yeah? Are you picking up a new hobby? Please karibisha yeye. And finally, I have Janet, who will be joining me up here. And she says that she'd like to make life work easier, faster, and better. I'd like to work under somebody like that, isn't it? Easier, faster, and? Yeah. Karibuni sana, okay? I'm so happy to have these guys here, but I want them to do a better job than I did by having them introduce themselves, I know they represent different companies. And when you see insurance companies here, sometimes they want to pitch, right? And they want to build relationships with you. I think that's why they came, right? Okay, we'll give them a few moments, but I have also told them, don't overdo it. Today's context is customer. Think about that customer, right? Okay, we'll start here with Jane.
Good morning. My name is Diani Tuekesa, the Monarch Insurance Company. I'm here to represent Monarch on customer experience. So there's something I mentioned about making life faster, easier, and better. This means when it comes to my role as a marketer, what does it entail for me to serve my client in an easy, better way so that I make that the customer is satisfied? Thank you.
Asante sana. Next, Aya, don't worry. John, Aya, don't worry. John, I'll start with you. You were last. Now, please, feel free, feel comfortable, sit down, enjoy yourself, engage with the team. Yeah? Question I want to start with is, please tell us what you consider great customer service to be in the context of insurance.
Well, first of all, customer experience to me. You're talking about customer experience, right?
Yes, customer experience.
Customer experience starts from the time that you onboard a client. Basically, for example, a client who goes online and goes to your portal and is able to get a cover in like 2 seconds. That experience from me, the client will remain with you for a while. Secondly, also there's that bit of empathy. But when a claim happens, a client does not want you to send him forms, send him documents, start talking the technical jargon that we've been told about. All they want is that there's an accident, somebody is already there. They're able to tell them the vehicle is at the garage. Within 48 hours, the repairs start. For example, even in hospital, when a customer goes to hospital, they don't want to be told there's a hospital bill that we cannot pay. You have to fill certain forms for you to get. They want the instant the instant service. And that customer will remain with you forever. Once they see that your service is very good service, that customer will stay with you for time memorial, because he'll remember that those things that is at his time of need, you came through and helped him. Yeah. Yes. So for me, in the insurance context, customer service starts from the time you onboard a client and at the time they need you the most, and how you treat them during that time.
Great.
Yes.
You know, it's really interesting when you think about the customer in that context, because I think one of the questions that we should be asking ourselves is, what is that thing that the customer values, so that even as individual players in the industry, that we shine in that customer niche with the thing that our customer actually values. So from that standpoint, like he mentioned, there's somebody who wants a proof of concept. I bought this insurance, does insurance really work? Isn't it? There is somebody else, they really don't care. All they want is speed, right? I need this done, I am at the embassy, I need my insurance done, isn't it? For that person, speed. They don't even care much about the price. So I think if we take the time to look at what we call the generic value drivers from a customer's perspective, and then decide in which spaces we want to play in, just like we've learned from John, then we will be able to flourish and grow from that space. Please tell me, what is that customer behavior that you have seen that is currently shifting? You know, from an insurer's perspective or from an agency perspective, and what does that look like? Tell me some of those things that you're seeing that are shifting, John.
Well, the customer of today is, what can I say, is digitally efficient in such a way that he expects that things move much more faster. For example, the customer wants an instant cover, wants instant service. He's more informed, he's more needy in terms of the way he wants things done. For example, Safaricom. a customer would want to have an experience of how he experiences Safaricom. When you want to buy credit, you just get it instantly. For example, you want an Uber. You call, you don't even call, you send a text, and you're able to get the car, which comes almost immediately. So the end result should be that service should come as fast as possible. And then also, the process is very smooth. Not that you have to call the office, you have to fill forms, and you have to do all those processes that make the experience difficult for a customer. Yeah.
So the whole idea of speed is important. I think we witnessed, I don't know why you picked telco, so I'll stretch it a little bit. We remember we used to have those, what are those phones? The ones that you dial like so? Isn't it? Yeah? And some girlfriends were so mischievous when you ask them for their number, they give you the number to the mortuary. I mean, surely. Yeah? But you see what happened there? That the customer moved. They needed mobility, isn't it? And Telcom was left standing. Then came Safaricom with their mobile phones. So be careful, because the reality is, if your customer moves and you don't, you become irrelevant. Is that so? Who knows irrelevant businesses? Huh? Let that not be us. Okay. I will now want to move to Faith. Okay? Faith, I want you to tell us about some kind of a customer experience incident. Possibly a win, possibly a failure that had a lot of lessons in it that you'd like to share us. Guys, story. Story. Over to you, Faith.
It seems he has to make me the story person. So I really got excited when Kamiri was talking about the emotional attachment. And in insurance, there is that emotional attachment, especially when you get to know a customer from the introduction of the business to the underwriting and even to the claims processes. So you get emotionally attached to some customers. And I'm sure all of us have had such emotional stories that they can give. So I think for me, my example that I would give was when I had a customer who lost his life. And from where I was working then, the claim took long to be processed. So the wife came and she had to really keep on coming because the person, before the person passed on, he was being treated in South Africa. And there was a lot of bills to be paid. So women are emotional, so you'd get to see the lady like almost once or twice or thrice a week coming to chase for her check. And to me, that was emotional. But in the long run, I think I look at it as a benefit to me, because the client was sorted, the lady was happy, and being a Christian, there's always that word that we end with, God bless you. It is more than the money that someone would have said, shika yuka kunywe chai. So that, to me, was a story that even today I still relate with.
Awesome. You recognize that these are real people that we serve, isn't it? And I like what you said. We're honestly serving God's people and showing them love, isn't it? These are real people. And one of the things that I see as an opportunity for each of us is to capture those stories and have them told, because then they also help build the credibility conversation about your agency and about the service that you actually deliver, isn't it? Yeah? So I think we have an opportunity there to capture those stories as they are happening. Of course, nowadays there are so many rules, you have to get permission, etc., etc. But you get what I mean, yeah? Because there exists opportunity, because I believe there are more people like those to whom you will naturally attract. I promise you, in our function here, as we are chasing the conversation around the customer service, honestly, what are we doing? I think I found a word for it. In all our efforts and in all our customer touch points, the key agenda, my opinion, is to build affinity. Now I want to bully Okari. Where is he? Okari is at large. I wanted to bully him because I wanted him to give me the dictionary meaning of the word affinity. Somebody to volunteer on his behalf. Somebody to volunteer on his behalf. the word affinity. Who's found it? Who's found it and want some airtime? You get to introduce. Yes, there.
Yeah, affinity, a natural liking for and understanding of someone or something. Yeah. There are different meanings, but I think that's...
Thank you so much. You didn't tell us your name? Hamida. Yeah? So guess what? In our whole story of marketing, because at the end of the day, what we want, isn't it? We not only want to grow the business, we also want to grow in affinity. And our business, like we were told by Mr. Kamiri a few minutes ago, that we have a trust deficit. And so there's a lot that we have to do to drive the conversation, towards trust. Okay. And this is going to be an open question to anybody on the panel who would like to answer this. What is that one thing that agents must unlearn? Okay? And one thing that insurance companies must unlearn now?
Thank you. I think as intermediaries, in relation to the customer service or experience, we must unlearn not being sincere and not being open. I remember, I'm a teacher by profession, but when I quit my job in 1986 to come to sell insurance, I remember I sold somebody insurance, and after a school fees policy. And then after I sold him, he went and bought me tea somewhere. And he told me, I'm buying you tea because you have told me the truth. I asked him, how do you know the truth? Because you told me the positive side and the negative side. And I think me being a teacher, any information I give you everything. I also, something else I think we should undo as insurance agents is that we need to be honest. Now, like now, there are most of the companies who are selling life covers. There are those who have to go for medical. There are those with the lien. You don't have to go for medical. But if death, if a liability comes, a claim comes, in some of those companies, if the policy was for 2 million and you die the first year, you just get a percentage of the sum assured, that is 25%. So, me, if I come to sell a life policy, all those I have sold, I always tell them about the lien and the effects of the lien. That you may go for medical, and once you go for medical, the cover commences now. If it is 5 million or 2 million, if something happens tomorrow, your family will get 5 million. But if you go with the lien, yes, you'll not have gone for medical, but you'll have, in case something happens, you are going to lose, they will only pay a percentage. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that we as agents, we need to be very, very honest. Sometimes we are not open because of our own fears, that possibly if I tell him this, he may refuse to buy. But it is better he refuse to buy when you have given the whole information than he buys with the partial information, because tomorrow he may not die, but he may become disabled, and he is paid a fraction of the sum assured. On the underwriters, I think one of the challenges I have seen in the underwriters, one of them is bureaucracy. And I think Mr. Kamiri has mentioned that, whereby you are asking my friend here as an example, then he has to ask his manager. Then the manager has to ask the other person, so that you realize something that was very small takes a very long time. And it is good that in this kind of a forum, we also have those people coming, the senior people, because what we want as intermediaries is whereby you ask a question, just like we said, in this era, people want information, pap. Even us, we want information, pap. And personally, I have transferred business from an underwriter to another one, from their mouth to another one who works very fast, because as he has said, and he has also said, there's no time to waste time. So we just need to be honest, and then the underwriters, they empower their workers. And if they don't trust them, they look for ones they trust so that they can empower them so that we are served pap.
Thank you very much, James. He's alluded to a few things right there. And of course, I hope that we are sincerely committed to what IRA requires, and they have given us guidelines around the area, treat your customer fairly, isn't it? Yeah? We also know the basic things we know about insurance, utmost good faith, and so on and so forth. I think it is very important that we take those things to heart and implement them. Now, to Janet. Janet, you haven't spoken, so I want to give you a chance to say something. Today's customer is actually a very knowledgeable customer. You heard him talking about PAP. And yesterday there was a conversation, and which is actually very true, right? As you're talking to the customer, they are on ChatGPT or on another website checking the information that you're telling them, isn't it? Yeah? So that kind of thing, they're very, very knowledgeable. And they actually have access to this information. What should we as agents do to bring out that, not only the care, to demonstrate our experience, but also to create a safe place for them to agree with that thing which you're pitching? Yes? For them to say yes to you, because we're always pitching, isn't it? We're selling. We want them to say yes. They have enough information. What is that thing?
Good morning once again. As per the question, in the current society, we find that we have those customers who are so knowledgeable on the products that we offer. And as a marketer or an agent, you are supposed to be on toes. One of the things you need to embrace, number one, is that you need to do research on the products that are being offered in the market. You need to do a comparison and see some of the questions that the client may ask, which you are not sure, but you are in the industry. So once you do research and know how to counter those questions, then you'll be able to discuss with that client, and you'll be able to maybe close a sale. Number two is you need to get updated on the products. Like, we have those products which are in the industry, yes. The company is selling, yes. But there are some features which these clients are so sure about that you as an agent or a marketer, you do not know. So if you don't have such information, in the process of maybe closing a sale, you'll find that it will be so difficult for you to be able to convince this client for them to buy this product. Now, point number three, sometimes you find that we have this fear of losing. What we require for us to be successful in this industry, that let us be able to, let us communicate honestly to our clients. Never give false information in terms of, I want to get this sale. You are seeing maybe the premium is good for those who are doing live. The premium is so good. And for you to be able to get that particular sale, you tell the client the information that when you go to the policy wording itself, you cannot find that thing there. So when it comes to compensation, you find that most compensations are done based on what is the policy wording or what does the contract say. So when we give information, let us make sure that the information we give is so clear, and we have to be very clear and honest on the information that we give to these clients. Point number 4, you need to communicate clearly on the policies that we are selling. It has to be in compliance with the IRA regulations. It has to be clearly as per what the contract is saying. So any information that you are going to give, make sure that that information is so clear to the client. Let that policy be understood by the client. Let them know what is it exactly that I'm buying. And the more last thing is use the tools, the current tools to get information. Make sure that you communicate, the digital tools that you are using, make sure that you communicate correctly and effectively. Do research. Make sure that whatever you are communicating to that client, it is truly what they do. When they do research, they'll find that whatever information that you gave to them is what is being said in the policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Janet. You know, it's interesting that you alluded to working with today's tools. Ideally, if you're using the tool well, you should be doing less. You should be working faster. You should be more efficient. But to James, what is this that technology cannot solve? What is it that technology cannot solve in the area customer service? And then we will do a round of parting shot soon after you finish this, and I'll guide you with that.
Thank you. Yeah, we thank God for the technology, but as we were even told yesterday by Madam Jomo, the way Mr. Kamida has told us, in life insurance, or in insurance, there has to be that human touch. One of the things technology cannot do to the client is to interpret the policy. He can read, the client can read whatever has been brought by the technology, but there is a lot of clarifications. Remember that insurance is something legal, and some of those terms, even their meaning, have been changed. If you tell the client about an excess, they look at it grammatically, but that's not the real meaning. So technology can never help a client to read or interpret a policy. Also, filling the forms, the application forms. When you are when the form is being filled, there are some questions that require a lot of clarification. So the technology may not do that, but you and me, we can do that. As I finish, I say I'm grateful for this session and for everything and for all of us. And I pray that we also keep time when we are coming in the morning so that we can start on time. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, James. I really appreciate that. So I think now he has said his parting shot. 1, 2, 3 is remaining. So whoever gets the mic first, so speak before the points are taken.
Yes.
So this is what insurance companies and/or agents should start to do, stop to do, or continue to do in the conversation customer experience. So pick one before your other person picks, and then we finish quickly.
Continue.
Continue. Stop or start. Will you go for ladies first? Alafu pointy end, eh? Carry on.
What the insurance company should do, and even us.
Start or stop. Pick one.
To start.
Okay.
To stop, sorry.
To stop.
Yes. What insurance company should stop is to make sure that when we are doing when we are recruiting intermediaries, make sure that we get the correct people for the business. This issue will help avoid things like fraud and will improve the insurance market.
Awesome. I really like that, because yesterday we alluded to the P in service. That is a very important one, called people, isn't it? Because a service is an intangible. It's delivered by a person. And if the person delivering it does not look the part and cannot create affinity, then the sale doesn't happen and the connection doesn't happen. Now, over to you, John Kennedy.
Oh, I think now mine is start, right?
Yeah, start.
I think insurance companies should start designing their own processes from the customer backwards, instead from the compliance aspect of the company itself. Because if you don't put the customer first and your processes come from a compliance side of the process, then you miss out on the customer experience and you miss out to look out for the client or the customer.
John, I really appreciate that. And before I let them go, it is true. The insurance companies should do things from the customer side. The customer will buy the way they buy, in the most natural way for them. They will not go out of their way to buy from you. Underwriters in the room, can I translate that for you? So for us as agents and distributors, okay, You guys have your processes, isn't it? There's the way agents and brokers interact with you. Come alongside and find how we do things. And those that consider us genuine partners will do so. And we will grow together. Understand, we as intermediaries are your customers as well. Not those ones who we brought you. Big difference, yeah? Not the ones we brought. We are your customers. And we actually have that choice that you discussed. So guys, thank you so much for giving us this time. We really, really appreciate it. And please give an applause to my panel. Asante sana Bwana Okari. Sasa nikurudishie mic.
Another good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as the panel steps forward for the photo, and then we can call it a session for them. Yes, yes, please. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Our panel will be stepping forward for this photo, and then we can proceed. Very well. This is a very good round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful team on the great execution. Thank you so much. We appreciate this time my English has remained the same because I believe I'm still in the morning joy of a beautiful day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to get our first brand presentation. As I said, our people who are coming over to do the brand presentation, you will see your timer on the screen. Once it runs out, please consider it done. I wish to invite ICA Lion. ICA Lion, I'm sure there was your brand presentation. Please make your way forward immediately. ICA Lion. Okay. I am not seeing movement, so I will. Okay, I see. All right. All right. Okay, I'm sure she's being set up for that. While she does so, I think I left my device and I needed to use it somewhere. Let me just... All right, I want to acknowledge the presence of a team from all the way from the Pearl of Africa, that is Uganda. And I want to invite Tugume Moses Rugaba. He's the National General Secretary for the... What is your AKPIA in Uganda? Uganda Insurance Agents Association. Let's welcome Moses Rugaba. Please be here as I introduce the next one. And yes, Moses did not come alone because after Museveni declared Mombasa theirs, they come in droves. And yes, we have Shamimu Musa Nanziri. She's the Vice President of the Uganda Insurance Agents Association. Let's give her a round of applause. Karibu, karibu sana. Please say hi to us in very particular terms and don't declare Mombasa yours.
Can we go up so that people can see us? Well? Yeah, my members, don't laugh. I'm an agent, and yeah, for us, we can't just be there and have to be on top.
Oh, you want to be on top?
Yeah,
that's a dangerous statement in Kenya.
Habari.
Mzuri.
Yeah. Mimi naitwa Tugume Moses Rugawa. Naishi Uganda. Nilikuwa National General Secretary Uganda Insurance Agents Association. Have you heard how I'm good now? I'm taking Mombasa.
Unaweza wewe.
Language now. So I'm Moses Rugawa, as I said. So I came with my vice president. We are happy to be here. The organization is good. Am I giving a speech or I will come back for a speech?
You will come back for a speech. You are greeting the people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, member, thanks very much. Just 1 minute. You know why I keep on asking, I'm an agent, I sell. As an agent, you have to be sure. of what you are going to say. Ask of the time. How much time have you given me? What am I supposed to do? Don't just come here and give a speech when you are supposed to introduce yourself. Thank you very much. We are coming back for the speeches. I'm very happy to be here in Mombasa. Asante sana.
Sound. Karibu sana. Asante. Mumewapiga picha ili wakienda Uganda waseme walikuwa Kenya. All right. Just Bwana Clifford, please come and join them on this beautiful photo so that they can have it on their platform also, that they made it here and met the chairman. Please come and take the photo with them. You know, they will come and they will say they met their chairman, Clifford, and they saw you another 2 weeks ago. So put the lady in the middle. He likes being on top, so. All right. Asante sana. Uko juu. All right. I want our brains to remain here. Thank you so much, and say hi to the Ugandans. Waambie Mombasa ni yetu. Asante. Now, you know, that is how they joked about Migingo, and they took it over. Unajua Mijingo ni yetu, samaki basi, maji ni ya Kenya, samaki ni yetu. And that's how it went. Anyway, you guys are good. Now, I will be able to revisit the team, ICEA, a bit later. For now, I want us to get to our next conversation, which is the delving into environmental, social, and governance, ESG considerations. We are looking at the role of insurance agents, intermediaries in promoting sustainable and responsible insurance practices. I am not sure I've seen Agri Mulumbi in the room. Oh, he's getting sour. Being a good, noble gentleman, he has been able to assign one of his very best to represent at this point. So I will definitely be ushering you in, sir, so that you're able to take over on that presentation. Your presentation goes for 15 minutes. Okay? And then the panel is able to pick the next 25 minutes, so that we ace it all in 40 minutes. Got that? Please welcome, and let's get going. So because I was to introduce Agri Mulumbi, you will definitely say why Agri chose you. And then proceed to say whether you are speaking as Agri or speaking as yourself. Of course, it is a great honor to welcome you. And nice attire, by the way. You look rich like me. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I think today we should be a little bit more energetic because we've had time to rest, not like yesterday. So yeah, my name is Samuel Odhiambo. I'm the Managing Director for Bank Assurance at NCBA Bank Assurance Intermediary. I support bank assurance for NCBA in all our markets, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. And I'm very delighted to be part of this program. This is my first time, like I said yesterday, and I'm very happy to see the level of organization that we are having here as an association. Normally, this presentation would have taken an hour. Okay, so the reason why I've left my tablet there is immediately I had 15 minutes. I said I'd rather not even go into the slides, but I don't know if our technical person behind there can put up a few slides as I speak. Hopefully, we can gloss through a few of them. Okay? Fantastic. So I'm going to just give you a teaser because of the little time that has been allocated. I should say that I'm also here representing the Bank Assurance Association of Kenya. Our chairman, Mr. Agri Mulumbi, could not make it, and therefore I have the sheer privilege to speak on his behalf. Bank Assurance Association of Kenya continues to be a very close partner to AKPIA. We've come a long way in our partnership, and I believe, as I indicated yesterday, our best days are yet ahead of us. We are looking forward to even greater collaboration and deeper partnerships as we go into the future. My conversation today, therefore, is going to be limited to a teaser. Just something very introductory to give you a view around ESG, what's happening in that space, and what you should be looking out for. Now, the market globally is shifting, all right, as far as ESG is concerned. The view on insurance, the view on financial solutions is changing dramatically. And that means the expectations on insurance advice is also morphing. There is an expectation that now the insurance advisor becomes a well-versed with ESG and is able to advise customers very, very consciously around the things that are affecting customers' risks today. The question is, as the global landscape, and indeed even the local one, is changing, and as the expectations are rising, the question is, are we ready in Kenya? Are we ready to become the unique advanced insurance advisor that will be able to advise customers on all their risks through the lenses of ESG? Okay? So moving on to the next slide, I'd like to point out that why it's important for us to have ESG today is because as people sitting in a third world country, Kenya, I know Ruto is working on getting us to first class before 2027, isn't it? Yes, if you're not on board, you better come on board. But the reality is that today, we are one of the most exposed nations in the world as far as ESG is concerned. Look at what is happening around climate. I don't know if you know, yesterday I was watching the news and I saw the northeastern members of parliament pushing for drought to be declared a national emergency. Did you see that? Was anyone watching the news yesterday? Oh, you were there, that place. That place, they don't show news, isn't it? But yeah, it is a very serious issue. And actually, if you step back, forget about this year. If you step back to last year, you realize that from floods alone, any reinsurers in the room or insurance brokers? Any reinsurance brokers in the room? I thought I met one reinsurance broker yesterday. Oh, there you go, Esther. Do you know that last year, claims coming from floods were upwards of north of 5 billion in claims last year because of the rains that we had? And those people that were affected largely were exposed, right? These are the numbers that were covered, but outside of that 5 billion, there are people who are not even covered. And there's nowhere they could go to and say, I actually want to launch a claim because of this, okay? So we are very exposed because we have a weak governance. The government is not necessarily doing its part to make sure that our customers are covered. And so that burden comes back to who? The insurance advisor, okay? It is our job now as we are having conversations with customers to remind them that, hey, you need to be covered against these climate risks. They are real, they are affecting lives, and they are affecting businesses. If you go to Malawi, last year, there was a cyclone, right? Over 2 million people displaced, right? Now, tens of thousands of lives actually lost. Our friends from Rwanda, I don't have statistics from Uganda. Rwanda, again, we had floods. I'm talking from an African perspective because that's something we can relate to as Kenya. Floods ravaged the nation. And actually, the economy of the country was affected. We say that 80% of insurance policies in this nation are sold through us. And by us, I mean intermediaries, isn't it? 80%. It means that we can actually cure 80% of the problem if we start doing the right thing as insurance advisors. I will gloss through because of time. Let's move to the next slide. And here I just want to show you what is ESG really, because sometimes it sounds very technical. People wonder, what is ESG and what does it have to do with me, isn't it? Simply put, ESG is the initial stand for environment, All right? The S stands for social, and G stands for governance. Okay? Tell the person next to you environment, social concerns, and governance considerations. You know, I'm also a pastor, so like there's a gentleman who was here presenting, James. James was saying he's a pastor. I'm also a pastor, so we're in the same group. So if I keep telling you, tell your neighbor, you understand, isn't it? Yeah, so like him, I sell life, and if you don't buy life, I sell eternal life. You must buy something, isn't it? You cannot just walk free, isn't it? We were told never take no for an answer as an agent, because that's where I started. So environment is around climate, and I think I've touched on that. Without belaboring that point, we need to be careful to advise our customers to look out for the impact of these environmental risks. Last week I had a meeting with one of my very big customers, indeed my top 10 customers in the bank. And we got deep into a conversation around plant and machinery, all the complex risks. And the customer made a very interesting statement. He asked me whether if I remove the, that flood clause, whether his premium can go down. Can you imagine? That's how our customers think today. They are wondering, how can I reduce my costs, isn't it? And it's because of what Kasongo has done to the economy, right? That Kasongo effect has everybody trying to figure out, how do I reduce my costs? But I found it very interesting that someone was going for, that flood clause to say, how can you use that to reduce my risk? The reality is, what the customer is looking for is education. They might not know that actually the areas in which they operate in are one of the most adversely affected areas in the country. So it is your job. Don't be quick to reduce. Our customers are always asking, this 4%, can it go to 3.5, isn't it? Ask him, what are you trading off? This 3.5, is it going to 2? What are you trading off? But the minute you educate customers, believe me, they are willing to pay more for value. By the time we're done with that conversation, it had flipped completely. It was a question of what more can we do, therefore, around this area if it is such a serious risk. So I want to encourage you, as a morphing, as an insurance advisor that is growing and that is morphing in line with the changing dynamics in the country, to make sure you're actually giving sufficient advice to customers. So S is around the social concerns, and here it's a question of whether we are treating people well. I know before you started your insurance agency, you're working for that Mwindi. If you've worked for that Mwindi, please raise your hand. That Asian. Everyone has had an Asian boss in the past, isn't it? Can I try again? If you worked for that Asian boss, raise your hand. You see. So most of you probably were driven into starting your own business because you said, to hell with employment, to hell with that type of management. Okay? Now it is your turn as a principal officer, as a CEO. I've heard some of you a titled CEO and principal officer for your intermediaries, which is fantastic. How are you treating people? Right? You need to run a very inclusive organization. You need to run a very accommodating business, right? And also as agents, we now need to do better on disclosures. And these are social concerns. In other countries, in more developed countries, agents are actually paid by the customer. I don't know if you're aware. Not by the insurance company. Are you aware? So that means that based on the value you demonstrate to the customer, you are actually entitled to be paid something. So I don't know how much of a good job we do in Kenya to an extent that a customer wants to pay you something. Or they just say, go and get your money from the insurance company. So we need to be disclosing how much money we are making. At NCBA, I shouldn't talk about NCBA, but it's hard not to. But at NCBA, we actually disclose as bank assurance. We say, this is how much we earn. Right? For every policy you buy from us, you get a fact sheet. And that fact sheet will tell you, this is what you've bought, this is how it works, this is how much we are earning as a bank in terms of commission for that policy. we need to do the same across the board so that we become more professional and we develop trust. I can see the person moving the slides is trying to tell me move, all right? So on G, perhaps this is the only slide I'll spend a little bit of time on. On governance, and I think I've touched on it, it's a question of controls and integrity. I started off as an agent as well, and I can tell you it was very difficult to sell back in the day. Maybe it's become easier now because people are becoming more knowledgeable. People are starting to understand the place of risk and the risk transfer. You remember those black, what were we calling them? Those black bags we used to carry around. Folders. How many of you carried the black folder? You are a true insurance agent. Yeah, we used to carry that with a shoe brush inside, isn't it? So you used to have a shoe brush. Yes, now I'm talking to you. You used to have a shoe brush. You used to have something to wipe your face, isn't it? Eh? If you're with me, say amen. Yeah, so you get into you walk for miles. You get into the office. Before you see that guy, you ask for where the washroom is, isn't it? They used to wonder why all insurance people are always pressed. No, we were not pressed. We were going to freshen up, isn't it? And then once you're prepared, you go and have the conversation. That's where we've come from. No trust. After doing all that, the guy you go to meet, he asks you, who are you? Because he doesn't have a clue who you are. You never got an appointment because you used your uncle or your cousin who works in that office to tell you what time the CEO is there, isn't it? And then the conversation is starting on a very wrong footing altogether. But we have built trust over time. Now we just need to take it a notch higher. The question is, this insurance agency you're running, in the foreseeable future, for how long will it be running for? And that is a question of your governance, how structured you are as an institution. One of the things that drove fear and mistrust or distrust was that you deal with agents today and tomorrow you don't find them, isn't it? And you're sure that this guy next year, if I call this number, is gone into selling timber. Right? He stopped selling insurance. So we need to set up our businesses in a way that they can run for more than a year, more than 5 years. They are reliable. If people keep coming back, they will actually find us there. And most importantly is that we keep our word. Because in insurance, we sell a promise, right? If you're still with me, say aye. I'm starting to see people veering off. If you're still with me, say aye. Very good. If you continue responding, I might give you an M-Shwari loan from NCBA. Now, we need to keep our promise. This is the moment of truth for customers. It's the claims. The moment a customer has a claim, that is not the time to fail to pick their call. And so on ESG, we are saying on governance, let's make sure we're keeping our promise, and that is how we'll develop trust. I can see my time has run out, so I'll just move to the next slide. I'll skip this. But maybe I should say just one thing on that one slide. Think about 70% of Africans are actually below the age of 35. Are you aware? So it means that the customers we are selling to today are actually Gen Z around there. Just below, just slightly above Gen Z. But 35 going down. The question is, and Jerry I think asked this question yesterday. If you look at your portfolio today and the average age of your customer is 37, you're a what? You're a retiring brand, isn't it? It means you're not selling to the right niche, or your products are not speaking to the customer base that is forming the largest part of the market. So we need to start selling products that resonate with that age group. And these people, you'll be very surprised. They find meaning in some of the things that our age group going up were not very concerned about. They want to know, where do you invest your premium after I give you the money? Yeah, they want to know. If you're investing in things that they don't resonate with, most likely they will not buy that cover from you. So it's no longer about the price, it's also about ultimately where that money ends up. Please take note. This is what is happening, even globally. you look at the globalists, the billionaires, they are now starting to put their money in sustainable spaces. They're looking at what is going to keep us longer here, what is going to sustain the environment longer. And even insurance companies are now being required to disclose where they are going to invest their monies and what they're doing around ESG. So be very keen as you talk to your customers around that. On my next slide, which I want to skip this one because of time, let me speak about this because this is the epicenter of all our conversations. As we are speaking to customers, the challenge I want to leave with you is this. How do we bring in the ESG conversation? We need to start asking the right questions. Find out from the customer, all right? What are your preferences? Are there companies you don't resonate with? There are some people who will never give you premiums if you invest in certain companies that produce certain types of products, okay? It's pretty much, maybe the closest proxy is what we have in Sharia compliant insurance covers. Have you sold to customers who will tell you, I will not buy this product if it has an interest? It is getting that serious, even for just normal customers. So as you're having conversations with customers, find out what matters to you. What are the values that you stand for? And how would you want them to be entrenched or to be woven into this insurance policy that we are selling for you? So some customers may want their covers to simply be delivered responsibly, but others may want to go further and say, if you're going to use your premium in this and that place, please don't take premium from me. In the next slide, I'm talking about fact-finding, and it's the same point, really. As you're having that conversation practically with the customer, just find out, what matters to you. Find out if the client has preferences that they want to be in, or they have industries that they do what? They want to avoid, all right? I've really rushed because of time. Let's go to the next slide as I close. I will skip this as well because of time. Okay? Let me speak about this, just 2 points, then I sit down. What we have been calling the insurance penetration at shy of 3%, in fact, is an insurance gap that is at 97%. I'm just flipping it for you. What it means is that the obsession we have around how do we do more to penetrate further, maybe that energy is a negative energy, right? The energy and the inclination we should be having is the understanding that 97% of our people are actually exposed. Perhaps it will create more urgency. What do we need to do to actually cover these people? It means there are lives that are exposed, businesses that are exposed, and if something happens to Kenya today, 97% of people is the impact we are looking at. So what are we going to do as insurance advisors, or should I say insurance consultants, based on the new law that was passed? It means there's a huge opportunity around climate risk, around environment, right? For us to provide more protection to our, the larger public. And finally, it's on being inclusive. There are certain people groups that remain uninsured. Women, right? I was so glad yesterday when I was visiting some of the tents, I found out that some insurers actually rolling out some products that are focused on women only. And that is a fantastic thing. So let's look at the uninsured portfolios, the marginalized portfolios, and start asking ourselves, how do we get advice to go there? And so that we can actually be able to make Kenya a better place from a protection perspective. I think I have a last slide as I close. So my parting shots around this is we now need to take courageous steps. Instead of just selling motor insurance and looking at quick premiums, we need to look beyond the premium and start having more difficult conversations. Ask yourself, what is it, what type of capacity do I need to create to start having the right conversations around complex risks, so that we are no longer insurance agents for motor insurance only. There are some portfolios here, if we investigate, we'll find 90% is motor, isn't it? Sinikweli. What do we need to do? Meanwhile, that 3% we are fighting over is motor. The 97%, there's all these other needs that customers have that we are not speaking into. Next slide. As I close. So what does an ESG-ready advice professional look like? Number one, you understand products. And products is not motor. Understand non-motor. Start understanding these complex risks and start advising customers on the same. So an ESG-ready advisor is client-centered. You ask questions about values, something we don't ask today. Nowadays, we just ask, what is the sum assured? And what is the premium the other agent gave you? Isn't it? Then you say, I will do 10% discount, and you take the business. Now we need to start asking about the values. What do you stand for, right? We need to start asking about vulnerabilities. What are you exposed to? And what can we do to mitigate? Next slide. I will skip this because I have seen my sister, Stella, walking into the room. So I'll skip the part about what we are doing as NCBA group. She can speak about that so that I don't rob of her of thunder. Now, takeaway points. Tell your neighbor, takeaway points. Kumbe, you're awake. So you all want an M-Shwari loan, eh? Because I said I'll give an M-Shwari loan to everybody who's listening. So what can we do? Just some small practical steps. And I decided to really bring down these technical conversation to a very simple thing as I've put it. Because it can be as simple as we want it to be. What can we do practically? What is one ESG-related action you can take in your practice in the next 30 days? What can you start doing differently? Yeah? Will you add certain questions to the fact find? Will you start asking questions about values, what customers value, around their vulnerabilities? You can start asking these questions. Which client segments or products or processes will you start with? Are there marginalized, uninsured people groups that you know of and that you are advantageously positioned to engage and that you're not doing today? That's something we need to start considering as agents. And finally, as AKPIAs, what support do you think you need from AKPIA in you becoming an ESG-ready professional? That will be all from me, ladies and gentlemen. I said I'm just going to do an introduction. We can always go deeper in future as our collaboration continues. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that. And that was brilliant, brilliant and well executed. Having prepared it for 1 hour and executed it in 20, with the last slide being 7 slides. We sincerely appreciate, and I'm confident that we have been able to execute this one. Now, Jen, the opportunity is yours so that we don't belabor on this. Your panel definitely runs for the 25 minutes that we promised. So, get ready for the quick fire session as we ramble through. Karibu sana. Let's give a round of applause for Jen. Karibu, karibu sana. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm privileged to be back here again. Yesterday I was here and I introduced myself. And one thing I forgot to tell you was the meaning of Roger. As agents, many of us know what it takes to, when we are trying to register. It's such a big hassle. So for me, I think on my 6th attempt is when I was lucky. And that time you've already made the payments, and now you have to put in a name, and every name you put is being rejected. So my little son told me, why don't you use your initials? And I was like, yeah, I think that can work. So the name Roger means, in the industry I'm known as Rose. So Roger means Rosemary, Onimbo, Jane, and my last name is Atieno. And it's my son who gave me the idea. Thank you, and now you know. ESG, the pastor has already blessed here, and some I was hoping that you will not sit, but I'll have to bring you back on the stage. But before I bring you on the stage, ESG for agents is very, very important. It's basically the future for the sustainable distribution. As agents, we are very, very important in the distribution, and so ESG is very, very important for us. Something else he said is that ESG requires professionals. Yesterday we dwelt a lot on being professionals and what it takes to be a professional, and so we continue with that conversation today. We also have been informed that ESG, you need to keep engaging with the clients, and that is so important, and that conversation will continue. ESG also expects us to know products. We talked about training yesterday. We don't only need to know motto. Motto is the beginning. There is so much money in non-motto. There is so, in fact, almost triple what you get in motto. So if you're an agent here and basically you're just underwriting motto, please let's have these conversations. Remember, we agreed yesterday that the trainings are there, and we can be able to convert from the ECOP and the COP to the minimum diploma. So let's continue talking and we become professionals. So in the interest of time, I have a very vibrant panel here. And now we want to deep dive into the, how now agents can tap into the ESG. And I have my panelists here. I'll begin with the ladies. I have Elizabeth Muhungu from Germania. Please come and kindly clap for her as she comes. Until she gets here, let's clap for her. Thank you and welcome, Elizabeth. The next panelist is Arabelle Opar from Capex Insurance. Welcome, Arabelle. Clap, clap, clap for the ladies. Ladies like to be clapped for. We feel good. Thank you. I have two gentlemen. I have Esdo Yahuma. Esdo is from Badview Micro Insurance. Welcome, Esdo. And lastly, Sam. Sam, kindly come. We still have some questions for you as we continue to deliberate. So this is my panel, and we will begin to have the questions. The microphones, please. So thank you very much. A round of applause for my panel, please. In 1 minute's time, I would like you each to introduce yourselves and what you do in your organizations. We'll start with the ladies, from Elizabeth.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here and to be part of this interesting discussion. I'm Elizabeth Muhungi, working as a team leader in business development and marketing at Gemini Insurance. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, Elizabeth.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Arabella Opar. I work with Capex Life Assurance, and I'm the head of marketing and communications.
Welcome, Arabella.
Good morning. My name is Esdoria Huma, manager business development at Badview Microinsurance.
Good morning again. My name is Samuel Odhiambo. I'm the managing director for NCBA Bank Assurance.
Welcome, my panelists. We're going to talk about how this ESG affects the agents. And my first question goes to Elizabeth. What is the role of agents on the matters ESG?
Okay, thank you. And we have been told what is ESG. Who can remind me what is ESG? Okay, thank you. Environmental, social, governance. What does that mean? It means that as we do our business, We have to do it responsibly, we have to do it sustainably and ethically, because governance is ethical. So if I dive a little bit on the environment, what are we discussing about environment? We are looking at emissions, we are looking at carbon footprint, and how many of you normally get annoyed when you see when either you are driving or you're in a matatu, you see people throwing bottles on the road? Who gets annoyed? Yeah, thank you. Because that is becoming a bit, we are not responsible on our behavior and the impact we are having on the environment. Because when you talk about environment, we are looking at when we spoil our environment, what are we headed to? We are heading to some climatical changes that are induced by human, and that is one of them. So that is how we look at the environmental, the footprint, and now we also look at social. When we look at social, what are we talking about social? Social is the impact you're having on communities. As organizations, what impact are we having when we do our business? Do communities understand insurance? Do they understand? Do they really understand what insurance is for them? Do you create that awareness? When we talk about social impact, that is what we are really focusing on. Then, and you are looking at diversity, inclusion, financial inclusion for the communities as we serve them and the products that we give them. Then we come to governance. As the heads, I'm sure here we are CEOs of our companies. You are looking at accountability. You are looking at the board structure. You are looking at how accountable are you to the things that you're doing. How do you look at, when you're talking about, when you sell insurance, are you accountable by the repercussions when it comes to claim? So those are the things we are looking at governance, and you're also looking at risk management and internal controls that you have put. So let me go to the role of agents in insurance on the ESG matters. As I've discussed on the environmental role, we have a role. We have a role to play by looking at the products. Yes, we have seen like the agriculture, which is very vulnerable, and it's cutting across Africa. Like, how much does agriculture contribute in Kenya? Like, when you look at the GDP of 2020, GWP of GDP of 2024, it contributed to around 22.5%. And when you look at Africa as well, it did 19.1% agriculture. So that shows you it is our livelihood. And if our livelihood gets impacted, what happens after that? So we have to take care of our environment. And when we talk about insurance and the role of agents in terms of environment, it's giving solutions. You're giving solutions so that you are solving the climatical shocks that the clients are going to experience. You are coming and telling them, we have got weather index policies. We have got covers for drought, we have got covers for livestock. We have got covers that include floods. So you are solving them by telling them, when there are climatical shocks, what covers are you giving? And how are you distributing them? Then that is coming to social. Are you making them aware about those products? And if you're making them aware, how are you distributing them? And when it comes to the processes, are you simplifying the processes, the products? Are you simplifying the claims so that, yes, I've had a shock, but how am I going to get paid? So that is how our role as agents, we should play, because you are the connection between the insurer and the communities that you are serving. Then we come to the role of governance. When you talk about governance and the role that you have to play, it's the ethical and accountability that we are talking about. We talk about compliance. How do you ensure that when you're selling a product, is it suitable for what you are selling? Or you are mis-selling a product? Then when it comes to claim, you're telling the agent, I sold for you a weather index product, but it's not going to be paid. You are now only talking about exclusions. Did you really explain that product so that you can cushion them when it comes to the shocks that they are going to experience? Then we look at also the data protection that you're collecting. You are the point where you collect so much data from the client, the data privacy. How do you use that data? How do you protect them from not their data getting to other places that they are not meant to be? So that is how we are going to look at the role of the insurance agents in terms of the ESG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for simplifying it and bringing it home. Thank you very much. My next question goes to ESDO. And ESDO agents attend CSR activities in the insurance industry. Which ways do these contribute to ESG?
It's okay. So, in terms of CSR, and I'm glad we have a pastor on stage. So, and I'll relate it this way. So this week, the past Sundays in church, we were discussing about mission to the community. And so when the pastor raised it, which areas should we go for mission, then everyone pointed towards Nairobi CBD, going downwards towards Eastlands. And he said, that's the catch. How come no one is looking towards Ngong Road up to Karen? Does it mean that Jesus is only required by the people in the low-income societies, or even people in the higher-income society require Jesus? So the same applies with CSR. The moment we hear about CSR, then we look at how are we going to donate and donate and donate. But most of the time, it's not just about giving the material gift. So this is how I'm going to explain the relationship between CSR and ESG. And the first aspect of it is the environment side of it. How do we ensure as agents that we are able to conserve the environment? And I call agents to action, that this change has to come from you, where insurance companies, you're still using loads of papers to onboard, to process claim, and to respond to every query that's required by our clients in form of papers. So how do we ensure that insurance companies digitize these processes? We may not do it from our end, but you as agents can force insurance companies to digitize all their processes. And that's what we are doing. For example, where I am at Badview, the first thing that people always ask, we have so many insurance companies. Why are you coming as an additional insurance company? And basically what you're looking at is to ensure that these changes are enforced. And so we ensure that we've digitized all our processes, no paperwork, to a point where we don't even have those huge printers in the office. And so I call upon agents to ensure that this environment is preserved. For those who are coming from Nairobi, and even Nyali here, you'll ensure that trees are being cut right, left, and center to put up concrete trees. But they're not replacing the natural trees after doing this. So we reach out to organizations, we reach out to these communities, we reach out to these developers as agents, because most of them are our clients. And by the end of the day, when we are selling to them, we are also supposed to impact these messages to them as well. Then we have the Mazingira Day. It's just one day in 365 days in October. How do we ensure that this become part of our daily activities as agents as well? So we don't only go out to ensure that trees are planted, environment is conserved during the Mazingira Day, but it becomes a norm for us as agents. On the social aspect, when it comes to CSR in relation to the ESG, we as agents are supposed to collaborate with insurance companies to ensure that we have community health outreaches outside there. By the end of the day, we are selling products to our clients. We are selling the benefits to them, but we also have to initiate this. And this is how we will be able to open up market to the untapped. Some here had explained that we have around 2.7% of the GDP insurance penetration in Kenya at the moment. We have more than 97% left outside there. And all of us are still fighting for the same pie. You move a business here today, it's a new business tomorrow in another underwriter, it's a new business the other year. So how do we tap the untapped? And part of it is through the CSR processes. Most of the 97% don't see the benefit of insurance. In fact, they've never felt it. They've never experienced it. How do we ensure that they experience this? One is by giving them what we're already enjoying. And part of it is coming up with these medical camps, doing what should be done in hospital. And some of them have never gone even through screenings, carrying out those screenings in the community. And then now push the product. For you to enjoy more of these, if you buy this particular product, then you'll be able to enjoy more of these benefits throughout the year. So that's one of it, coming up with the medical camps as well. and it becomes a platform for us to push our products. Lastly, I'll go to the governance. So one of the things that has made insurance penetration difficult in Kenya is the issue of trust as well. And so it's us agents who are in constant contact with the clients. It's us agents who are always speaking to these people. These people are our neighbors. They speak to us. And they've experienced or watched some of the bad experiences when it comes to insurance products. And most of it always comes at the point of claims. So how do we ensure that we are able to buy these people, win their trust, and ensure that they become our tomorrow's client? So one of it is through the process of CSR. And how do we embed this to them? Is by speaking governance, and I would explain that we collaborate with insurance companies, speak to the clients, and we don't missell, or we don't project what the client is not buying. So by understanding what they're buying first, then we sell the right product to them. But the relationship that we have with them as agents come from the part of governance. And governance is to ensure that integrity is foremost, right from selling, through the process of onboarding, and through the process of claims, so that our clients don't feel left out. So basically for me, it's through checking on the environment, it's through reaching out to the community, and last is through encouraging governance to them. But all this through CSR, because we...
Thank you, Esdo. And in a minute, please tell us, are your processes at Badview paperless?
Yes, I can confirm our processes are paperless, right from onboarding you as a client to onboarding that client, to onboarding you as an agent, to onboarding that client to our processes. So right from onboarding to claims, there is no paperwork.
Thank you for that. I'll now go to Arabelle. And Arabelle, I have a question for you. How do agents promote ethical selling while playing a vital role in creating customer fairness and transparency?
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'll start by saying that I've been privileged to work in different roles within different organizations. So I've been a customer service person. Oh, can't hear? Sorry, so I'll just start again. So I was saying I've been privileged to have worked in different organizations in different roles. So I've been in customer service, I have sold before, so now I'm doing marketing and communications. So the one thing that stands out for me, especially matters me selling, fairness, and transparency for our clients, is I've once mis-sold to myself. So you can imagine, I don't know how many of you have mis-sold to yourselves, but the first time I got an opportunity to sell, and in a mid to meet my numbers, I sold to myself. Because always, you should be your first customer. So when I realized I mis-sold to myself is when I was selling the same product to a different client, then I realized, actually, this is not what I needed. Because usually when you go to sell to the clients, the number one thing we should do is confirm that whatever it is we are selling to the client actually addresses their need. Because usually, most of the time, we realize this at the point of claim. And we're in the business of paying claims, really. For all underwriters, that's the one business we are in, paying claims. And it's usually so unfortunate that at the last part where the client really depends on you, that's the point where you tell the client, we apologize, but you're not able to pay you this, or we are not able to take care of your claim at this time because of one reason or another. And that becomes as a result of the initial stage. Because when you go selling to your clients as an agent, or even as an underwriter, the first thing you need to do is make sure you are fully aware of your product knowledge. Because what is it that you're going to push out to the client? First of all, even addressing the needs of the client. Because with that, then we save ourselves a lot from mis-selling, and also save ourselves from the normal stereotype of insurance company don't actually. At the time you're supposed to keep your promise is the time where you are not able to address it. So secondly, for me, the ESG, and for me, I'll really focus on the social part, because again, unfortunately or fortunately, I've done a lot of life insurance, and life insurance is long-term. So that's the point where the client is really depending on you after 10 years for you to pay their claim. So imagine I come to you after 10 years, and you're not just telling me you're not able to sort out my claim fully, you're actually paying me half or whichever. And usually sometimes it's not about the fine print in our policy documents. It's actually you did not tell the client the truth that once you take this policy, especially the individual ones, that if you do not pay your claims promptly, if you don't pay your premiums promptly, then at the claims you do not get exactly what you anticipated from the onset. So I still insist that we really have to be honest with our clients. As an underwriter, even with the agents, when you're onboarding your agents, are you actually truthful and telling them, this is what I need from you from A to Z? Because if you miss anything, that is what raises conflicts. So I'll also speak on matters, consumer data, which my fellow panelists had also mentioned. Because when you approach me as a client, the one thing is I'm trusting you with every information I have. And certain information is very sensitive. I'll talk about the men, and it's unfortunately I will, because sometimes on the beneficiary list, as a consumer, I'm telling you, I have 2 wives. Probably my first wife does not even know, but I'm telling you, I have 2 wives, so in case of anything, I want my wife A to benefit, and I want wife B to benefit. So that is very, very, very confidential information that you're not supposed to push around. Number 2, sometimes we deal with very politically exposed people. So there's certain information that when you're given, when I entrust you with this information, then I don't expect it to reach everywhere. However, now this is where the balance is. You as the agent, you bring to me information. The KYC document demands that I have full information, but there are certain things that you're not able to bring to me. So again, I'll pose a question between the intermediaries and the underwriters. How do we then get this balance? Because there are times when you lose customers because you're not able to get full information, and the intermediary is not also able to provide the full information to you because they have to also protect their client details. So having said that, when I come to fairness and transparency, the fairness and transparency, again, I'll repeat on claims payment. And being an underwriter, we're very passionate about claims payment because that's the only time you're able to prove to yourself, or even prove to the people you deal with, that will actually keep our promise at the tail end. So that's it from me. Focus mostly, I didn't focus on the environmental, but for me, it's really purely on the social. And the governance, my colleagues will touch on that. So
thank you, Arabelle. And we know mis-selling is very big, especially for the agents. And IRA is keen, especially on treating customers fairly, the TCF, which is very, very important. Finally, I'll go to the pastor and Sam. How do we ensure that agents remain compliant to the new regulation and regarding the ESG? Welcome.
Thank you. So that's an important question. How do we ensure that we remain compliant? I think before we get into the requirement for compliance, maybe we should start at the fact that the landscape has changed. And I said this in my presentation. It is the father of modern management, Peter Drucker, who said that you either innovate or you die, isn't it? How many of you remember the story of Kodak? Kodak and how it went down. They were good at something, the landscape was shifting, they decided to stick to what they know. And that's how they were outpaced. So today we are the leaders in distribution of insurance in this nation as intermediaries, driving 80% of insurance sales in the country. But guess what? The landscape is changing. So whether it comes with regulation or not, the reality is if we don't change, we will actually be outpaced and will become irrelevant. Today's customer has an expectation that you understand all the ESG-related risks and that you can advise them properly. So in terms of ensuring compliance, I think we need to start at the place of one, capacity building. We all need to be aware, and that is where the association comes in to ensure we socialize and we unpack for everybody's understanding what really is the requirement, what is shifting, what is your role in what is shifting, and ensuring that going forward you are able to remain compliant. So for all intents and purposes, information must then be put across for everybody to understand that even regulation is changing. So that capacity building, I'll put that challenge also to the AKPIA leadership, that we continuously engage and dispense information to members. These are the requirements. This is what the regulation is saying. This is what the regulator expects of you as an insurance consultant going forward. On all matters governance, on all matters disclosures, you need to make sure that you first of all know what is required of you. I would say from an innovation perspective, going into the future, if you're sitting here and you're the one running your agency, you need to start thinking of the points we discussed earlier in my presentation and ask yourself, how can you embed those in your day-to-day operations? So if you're talking about governance, how do you build in and strengthen the governance in your institution, right? So we need to start at home. As they say, charity begins at home. Before we look at others, just look at your space. What am I doing in my space? How can you introduce and entrench, for example, ESG questions in your fact-finding, in your conversations with customers? Can you change your proposal forms? Can you change the list of questions that you ask customers? Can you just make sure deliberately the questions around ESG values, vulnerabilities are all in there, so that even the people working under you will never overlook it? If you have standard presentations you use to sell, can you now ensure that there is a standard slide around ESG that is talking about and pointing people to that conversation? That's one of the ways you can actually do that. Then how do you strengthen controls around data access and how data is processed and how data is consumed? One of the challenges we have with small shops, I'm not saying agencies are small, but most of us in the agency world, we are running SMEs, right? Information sharing is very critical. You find if we don't put the right guardrails and the right controls, sensitive information about customers can actually get into the wrong hands. And if things are casually discussed in the office around customers, you just need to check, right? If you hear a customer who has been, we call them, I don't want to use that word, so let me look for a diplomatic word. If you have a difficult customer who has been difficult in some way, and one day their medical report comes to the office, and you hear somebody saying, according to this report, we now understand why this customer, why this customer is a sumbua, isn't it? The medical reports show there's something wrong in the brain, and it becomes a conversation in the office. That's not how it works. So we need to protect client data. We need to protect sensitive information. And one of the ways to do that is you can actually come up with policies and procedures. These sound a little alien to smaller shops, but believe me, if you put the right structures now, you'll be ready for growth and you'll be ready to manage even bigger customers as you go into the future. So put policies and procedures around how customer information is treated, how it is consumed, how it is processed, and how it is dealt with. And of course, the ethical side. Can we just become the ambassadors for ethics as far as insurance advice is concerned? Every other story you hear out there is that agents cannot be trusted, isn't it? But we can change that story. How many of you are with me? If you're with me, say aye. Yes, let's change that story. Let's change the story around ethics. We need now to be seen as people that customers are dying or are craving to hear from us what is our mind and what are our thoughts around issues. Not, I will only need you because I need to go through some agent when I'm procuring insurance. So how do we remain compliant? It's by doing the actual work. So let's be ethical. Let's put those governance and control measures in place. And let's shift the conversation altogether. I would say we need to shift three things. Number one, let's move from selling to offering advice. That's how you remain compliant. It's one of the ways to bring in the level of compliance that is requisite to shift the landscape and to shift the business. Instead of pushing things to customers, you need this, you need this, let's start educating them. Instead of explaining, we've always been taught traditionally, What are the salient features of this product, isn't it? And that's what you want to push to the customers. How about we reverse that? You go to the customer, take a much wider view of their risks, and start educating them. Did you know you also need this? Did you know you also need that? And as we do that, actually compliance will follow us. Today we are starting to follow compliance. It's going ahead of us. They are laying the guardrails. But if we start doing the right things, regulation many times follows innovation. If we decide to become innovative, and if we decide to actually lead this market, because that's what we are. We are leaders of this market, and if we do the right things, then compliance will not be an issue that we need to worry about. Finally, I think we need to entrench training into our curriculum. Let's make sure that as we are coming up with plans around training, and especially now that we've standardized agency training across banks, across insurance agencies and all that, we just need to make sure that constantly refresher trainings are being done around ESG, and we're keeping that conversation alive so that everybody remains aware, everybody remains conscious, and everybody does the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Our time is really spent, but just in 1 minute, insurance penetration still remains very, very low at 2.5%. And can the agents, through ESG, is ESG the miracle that is going to be able to bring this, raise these numbers? In 1 minute, our time is completely spent, as you can see on the screens.
All right. So yeah, is ESG the silver bullet? The answer is no. However, it is a big pillar that can help us to move things forward. There are a lot of opportunities in ESG that today remain untapped. They remain untapped in the sense that we have not identified those risks, and we have not allowed customers to, to ventilate over or to understand those risks and actually to take care of those risks. So when we talk about climate risks, for example, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's not an everyday conversation. But as you start educating and having those conversations with customers, you start seeing them respond in a very strange way. Because every person that is exposed to our risks and they understand that exposure and the cost, probably they want to do something about it. But because there is lack of awareness, people don't know this problem is actually there and I need to do something about it, then obviously it remains uninsured. Then secondly, the other opportunity I see in ESG is the uninsured people groups, the marginalized, whether that is women, whether that is Mama Ndogo, Mama Mboga. We need to find ways of collecting data that can help insurance companies develop the right products for these people. And given that we are the people who say we are on the ground, isn't it? If we are on the ground and ground data is missing, then there is a piece there that we need to fix in collecting information that is sufficient or that is useful for insurance companies to come up with the right products that can then be sold to these customers. So I think there's opportunity for us to also go into livestock, agri, as my colleague has said. Kenya is big on agri, but very little on agri insurance. Yesterday, like I said, when people are discussing whether to declare drought as a national disaster, guess what? People are losing livestock. There is no one to compensate. Who talks to these farmers about livestock insurance? That onus and prerogative is on us as insurance advisors in this market to give the right solutions to these customers. So there are opportunities, plenty of opportunities around ESG. We just need to be able to surface them for customers, surface those risks, help them to understand, and then price them correctly, solution them through insurance products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to wind up the panel. Strictly 1 minute for your parting shot. I will begin with Elizabeth.
Thank you. My parting shot is going to focus on trust and also the insurance product in itself. How do we simplify insurance? Because people do not want to read complicated things, and they want to be simplified from the product to the claims processes. How do we come up with that? And then accessibility. How do we create awareness? And when I talk about awareness, briefly, if I can say, I've been in insurance for the last 20 years. So one day, I tested waters in the house and asked children who are transiting to choose career, can you choose my career in insurance? They were like, no, no, no. Why? Because it seems boring. It seems, in school, when we are learning business, we were told, insurance are thieves. And I was like, these are people in my own house who have seen me grow my career, but they are not convinced. So how do we convince people that they need insurance? Because this is not a physical product they go and buy in a shop. You are selling promise. So how do you convince people that I'm selling you promise, and when something happens, I'm there, I understand you, and I will walk with you that journey. So myself, that is my parting shot, that we have to simplify it and also make people aware so that we can increase our penetration. Thank you.
Thank you. Arabelle, please.
Thank you very much. So I'd just like to say that we're in a business that is very relational. So for us to keep long-term relationships, we have to be transparent so that the fairness comes out at the end of it all and we're able to keep our promises.
Thank you. Yes, still.
So I would still stress on what my panelists have spoken about. And basically it's about simplifying the insurance process and even simplifying the insurance terms to our client. I really appreciate what IRA has done with regard to ensure that we have stand-alone microinsurance companies. We have 6 of them in Kenya currently, Badview being one of them. And we are speaking about the insurance penetration and accessing to those who have not been insured. This is the space to work around. One, because microinsurance companies have simplified processes. Microinsurance companies have simplified payment mode. So we are going to areas where we allow clients to pay daily premiums, weekly premiums, to ensure that their payment methods fall the same way with their earning methods. So thank you, and we look forward to expanding the insurance market with you.
Thank you. Sam?
Thank you. I'll just double tap on trust because a lot has been said. Trust, or the lack of it, has been indicated as one of the reasons why we have low penetration in this market. And that lack of trust is because of the experiences our customers are having from us on a day-to-day basis. The way to change that is to bring about consistency in the experience that we are giving to our customers. The promise that we make, let's keep that promise. That's how we generate or develop trust in any type of relationship. So if we are going to change the game, let's start on the foundations of trust. As insurance advisors, we need to upgrade that trust by being consistent and always coming through for the customer whenever they need us, and they will always need us. So as we change that story going forward, I think we can build the rest of the things on that foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, I just want to echo that as agents, let's be able to promote the ESG. Let's collaborate with all the underwriters. Our time is spent. I want to apologize to the MC. I want to thank my panel. Kindly let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much for your great insights. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think I've decided to have them here so that we just gift them and then they can proceed with the gifts. So I will wish to invite Bwana Lawrence. Lawrence, please come. You can assist in presenting the gift that was meant for Agri to some, then some will take it to Agri. And then I also acknowledge that we have CEOs in the hall, and I want to sincerely appreciate the CEOs who've been able to join us. Yesterday, one of the birthday girls commendably mentioned that the CEO is with us. Is the CEO still with us, birthday girl? CEO Kona Sisi. I would have really appreciated him here. I've seen Stella with us. Stella, please come and present the next set of gifts right here. Please come. Yes, this is from us to you. You've taken a photo of this one? Yes, yes. All right. All right. Sante sana. Sasa uzuri wa hii picha nila tujui nani ana award mwingine, but inabamba. All right. So, Stella, please come and present this. And then I will be, of course, allowing the CEOs to come over to present in subsequent opportunities, especially our sponsors. For those who are in the marketing team, I know most of the marketing team are the ones who alert me. If your CEO is around with us, please give me a good note so that I don't end up missing out on them. Stella, please start by presenting to the guests on the far end as we proceed. Let me see. We have 4 of them. So 4 of them well done here. So out of the 4, are we giving the moderator, or that is meant for Sam? So that I know. Sam, looks like there's one for you. Please come back as being part of the panel. We also want to present this to you. And then there is the morning panel. I will also want to hand over gifts to you because tunataka tufanye, yes. All right, all right. So we are, yes, thank you so much for that excellent duty executed by Stella. We sincerely appreciate you. And also, I inform you that we missed you yesterday, and we were looking forward to see you. Is the old mutual CEO, Zach, with us? All right, the moderator's gift will be presented in paper form. It will be wired. Thank you so much, Jen, for that. We sincerely appreciate and say asante sana. Now, the morning panel, starting with our speaker. Please make your way forward because we want to also do this for you. The morning panel, starting with our speaker, who was Bwana Joe Kamiri. I'm not seeing Bwana Joe Kamiri with us. All right, the panelists in the morning panel, please step forward. I would wish to have a gift presented to you. And, oh yes, I see you. Please welcome, Karibuni hapa mbele, the 3 of you. Then we will be able to handle them subsequently. And I wish to invite before us, Madam Vice Chair, Uganda Insurance Agents Association. I got it right this time? Oh, very nice. Please come and present to the gentleman, and then I will invite Moses to present to the ladies. Will that do? Yes, yes. Let's start with the gentleman, and then Moses will come over to present to the ladies. Okay. The gifts are right there. Good. Please step forward and present this to that handsome man right there. Not the one on the screen, the one there. Yes, yes. All right. All right, all right. Oh, I didn't clarify the Moses. No, I will be inviting you back on the other one. I needed Musa wa Uganda, ndio wakiamua kwenda kuchukua osheni yetu wakuwa wamepeana gift. All right, please present now this to Faith, and then we'll have, yeah. Bwana Kabia pia nimeona ni kama step out. We would have given him a gift. They are all here, so you can be sure that it's all sorted. And please, once you get your gift, don't leave the bag. It is good for you, because we are all chasing the bag, you know, if you get it. And if you don't get it, you forget about it. Good. There you go. This is from us to you, saying Asante Sana, and our final gift will be yours, and we will be good to go. Asante Sana. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to inform you that we have AAR, who are one of our sponsors, have trivias that are running. And yes, if I can get the platforms on the screen, zile platforms kama zinaweza kuja kwa screen. This is courtesy of AAR. If you are able to post anything whereby you will tag AKPIA Kenya at AKPIA Kenya on TikTok, Facebook, or Instagram, or on X at AKPIA Kenya 1 is on Instagram. So these are the platforms, and you use the hashtags 6th AKPIA Conference 2025. You can use Connected for Impact, Insurance Agents, Reconnect, Refresh, Reignite. Now, I will randomly select any 3 people who have posted and remembered to tag AKPIA. This is courtesy of AAR. If you do that, I have 3 heavy, quality, zile blankets, zile vitu zinakuanga side ya nje ni ile masaishuka, alafu side ya ndani ni kitu ingine warm, soft, gentle, kama very nice gentle thing there. Nimeiona hivi mpaka nikakuwa emotional. Post and remember to tag the platforms, and of course use those hashtags. 3 random people will get those ones, and that is courtesy of AAR. And AAR are also running a medical checkup at their booth for free. So feel free to pass by their booth and get a free medical checkup. And one of the questions I may ask may be related to the booth. So you may win one just for the question on your booth. Just visit any of those booths that are there, because in them lies the treasure of a good conversation after our tea break. Because our sugar levels are now close to 0, I will allow us to take our first break of the day. Remember, I told you we may alter the program subsequently depending on how the things are moving, but of course all for the benefit of ensuring that we maximize on your experience. Now, our tea break will be taken from where we took it yesterday. Just head out there. It will run for 30 minutes. That means that we are expected to start the next discussion at exactly 12:30. We will run again as we did yesterday, so make sure you have a good feel of your breakfast, because we intend to still harness the remaining 2 panels and close the session for the day as we get to rest and enjoy the beauty of the coast. So get some good quality breakfast, and then after we resume at 12:30, we will try and harness the experience of the remaining 2 panels before we can get to our lunch to Kiendanga. I hope that is agreeable with you all, so that we are able to plan ourselves accordingly. For now, we are going to take that break. Please note to visit the booths while at it, and also for those who are doing the brand presentations today, that is ICA Lion, NCBA, Pioneer, and Cooperative Bank, please get yourself well aligned, because I know you have something for us, so get yourselves ready as we do so. For now, ladies and gentlemen, our first break as you head out. If possible, tag along your neighbor, ndio mserve pamoja, msiachaniange tu hapa kwa hall. Let's proceed to serve. All right, as we head out, we'll also want, give me the screen for our sponsors as we head out. Give me the screen on the sponsors, because I also want to recognize in a special way. Nimeona watu wako in their branded attire. You look very good in your branded attire, I can confirm. Let me have the sponsors on the screen. as we appreciate them, yes, no problem. In the meantime, I want to appreciate our sponsors in a very special way. Were it not for your input, we wouldn't have gotten this opportunity to celebrate together. So as you are coming through, our partners, our sponsors, NCBA IG, we want to say asante sana. Team Liberty Heritage, we want to say thank you so much. Old Mutual, we say asante sana. Cooperative Bank, tunasema asante sana. AAR, Capex Life, ABSA, Titanic Auto Solutions, ICEA Lion, Heritage, yes we have, Pioneer, Policyholders Compensation Fund, we say thank you so much. We have IRA, First Assurance, Britam, Geminia, Insurance Institute of Kenya, College of Insurance, Bank Assurance Association of Kenya, SBM Bank, AMREF, Takaful, The Monarch, Madison Group, AIBK, Institute of Loss Adjusters and Risk Surveyors, and AKI, as well as Tara Agility. We are thankful. Enjoy your break, ladies and gentlemen. See you at 12:30. Asanteni sana. Control some music.
kill a mess. Come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, me myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down the beatings, the beatings.
Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back, and because we don't want to glorify the late arrival, we will proceed with our program, and then the rest will catch up with us. So please settle down if you are in the hall so that we proceed. Please settle down. If you are already in the hall, please settle down so that we proceed. Earlier on, I had given ICEA an opportunity to start us off, but they were not ready then. I believe we are ready now to start with Team ICEA, and then I will guide us appropriately. Team ICEA, the chance is yours to take the floor. And as soon as you arrive, I will tell you how much allocation you have so that you manage from that. ICEA has proudly sponsored this conference on very many years, and they relentlessly continue to do so, and we sincerely appreciate. All right, Msunza. All right, we are going to get our first brand presentation from ICEA. It will span for a period of 10 minutes on the max. So over to you, Team ICEA. The moment is yours. Karibu.
Thank you. Good after breakfast. People, great to have all of you back. And indeed, it's always that moment that we look forward to as a group, to engage with our partners and just to connect and continue to learn on the expectations that are out there in the market. As I speak, I'm hoping that the tech team can put up something that we had just to re-emphasize on our brand representation. Yep, okay. So aligning with the theme of the conference, connecting with impact. As a brand, we are proud to associate with partners like yourselves, and of course, connecting to make an impact. I've had a lot of our past speakers mention about trust, mention about why the customer is key, because the customer now is asking why, a lot of whys. And aligning with our mission, we just want to reiterate that our why to the customer is very well aligned with our mission there, which is I'm waiting for the tech people. It's taking a little bit of time to protect and create wealth. Our mission of protecting and creating wealth gets us to align with 4 of our companies there. We have the ICA Lion Financial, ICA Lion Asset Group. We have ICA Lion General Business. We have ICA Lion Life. And we have ICA Lion Trust Company. So, aligning with the customer ask of why, our 4 group companies are able to provide solutions for customers across their divide in terms of insurance needs. From the time that they are growing up, we have the life assurance coming in with the life covers. Then we have general business that will take charge when they acquire property. And of course, the asset management that takes charge when they are able to save part of the money that they've acquired, and the trust company that ensures that their wealth is well managed even into the legacy period. So looking at our spread through the 3 East Africa countries, we are happy to say that we are spread across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and aligning with our vision, looking out for the Pan-Africa presence with time. How are we doing this today as at AKPIA? We want to connect with impact, and we've seen a lot of our customers are no longer respecting the 8 to 5 working time. As a group, we have invested heavily in digital channels, and we have a digital journey spelled out there. Lots of engagements are happening on the WhatsApp chatbot. So we have a WhatsApp chatbot that you can renew, you can initiate quotations, you can place business. So we want you to be able to connect with us in those platforms. We also have portals, travel and our partners portal that can allow you to connect with us in those specific product portals for you to get an end-to-end journey. Then we have the latest, which is the ICA Lion Agents app. That is speaking very well with you today. And it just talks about the capabilities we have put in your hands, ensuring that you're able to connect with your customers 24/7, 365 days a year. So today, a lot of us have spent time here, and many of the times you may have tried to reach out to the underwriters or get your customers to speak to you. Or you may have a customer that has been in need of cover today. So we are here to tell you that our Agents app, which you can quickly get downloaded into your phones, has the capability of giving opportunities for you to transact with the customer through the 4 insurance companies that we've talked about within the group. So the app has the general insurance bit. You can easily get to an end-to-end journey on the motor insurance certificates. We also have the asset management bit, so means you can save you can put aside some money on the asset management, and as little as with 500 shillings, you're able to transact in there. We also have the life assurance company in the app, so we are able to provide you opportunities to give quotations for whichever kind of package you'd wish to take for your customers. And of course, coming up will soon be the trust bit within the app. So we are calling out to you, telling you to please scan the code there, reach out to us, and just experience what this journey looks like. And understanding that most of our customers will usually want to sell the motor and want to compare and contrast. The whole motor journey is already there. It means you can buy, you can onboard, you can renew, you can extend, you can get a valuation, and you get notifications for customers that are falling over and above the expected timelines for payments, for valuations, for extensions, for renewals, and in the event that we need to cancel, we also give that notification. So we are bringing that to the face of the customer. We are also making sure that you're able to engage with your customers from a transparency level. That visibility is there with you. And soon to come, we are about to set in the commission statement visibility and the request for commission visibility. We know after the hard-earned process, you also want to get your monies close to yourselves. So that is going to be enabled in a few moments to come. So what our call to us today, we are saying we are dedicated to innovate and drive agents' empowerment. We are building stronger and more connected partnerships with yourselves, and we also want to invest in a tool that supports your productivity and growth. So please sign up, let's get connected, and let's impact together. Together with me, I represent the general business. We have members in the team, ICA Lion team, please, if you could be upstanding, let's just appreciate them. We have members of the group. We have asset management there, led by Moses. Moses is trust company. Moses, please wave. Then we have Festus at the back there, representing the life company. And we have trust there. We have Ithao, representing the trust business. So we are all in here together, so kindly reach out and remember to visit our tent. All those who will sign up on the app today and close a business or transact, we promise you there's something in the waiting for you. So kindly reach out and let's engage, and happy to have my cousins around. I know Mr. Odhiambo forgot to mention I'm a cousin, but yes. So happy to have all of you, and thank you for your time. Back to you.
Oh, a big round of applause. Very well done, ICEA. With 2 minutes to spare. By then, yote mkifanya hivi, we'll be having a good time. So, just straight up, we will dive into the NCBA group. NCBA has also proudly been one of the most consistent sponsors for AKPIA, and interestingly, they are the platinum sponsor this year, and we sincerely appreciate. On behalf of Team NCBA, I want to welcome Stella. Stella is going to lead us through on this one. A round of applause for Stella as she makes her way forward for this wonderful presentation. Karibu sana, Stella. Welcome.
So good afternoon, everyone. Requesting if I could have the room, and we all Let me have your attention. I'm not going to stand next to this podium. I don't know how they measure them. Huh? You know, I'm exactly 5 feet. So I really struggle with podiums across this country. But nevertheless, I think I'm audible. Huh? Yes. So I'm honored and privileged to stand before you today. And I will take exactly 10 minutes to speak to you about NCBA IG, the newest brand in town. For all of you who are here, I think you are well aware that AIG Insurance Company Limited set up shop as a general insurance provider in this market 52 years ago. Respected global brand, and the Kenya office was the hub for servicing multinationals across the East African region, as well as many local insurance partners, support, as well as customers. The Life arm, which I think was popularly known as Alico Life, was later on bought by CFC Bank, now known as Stanbic Bank. But AIG continued as a singular general insurance brand in this market and grew in repute to this day. And I owe the support that we get from business partners such as yourself to the previous MDs of this widely and greatly respected brand. I'd like to single out Mr. Jaffa Lende. I think for those of you who interacted with him, and I can see a couple of nods in the room, Jaffa was AIG and AIG was Jaffa. Yes. Was then the largest property underwriter in this market. But now we are singularly known for specialty classes. And therein you find the triple Bs, the cybers, the indemnity classes, general liability, and it is our second largest line of business, which is commendable. We continue to have a competitive product mix with motor leading, but still below 40% in terms of its contribution to our top line. In 2023, the two shareholders, AIG Incorporated and NCBA Group, entered into discussions with AIG indicating that they'd like to indicate this market, and the minority shareholder exercised their preemptive right, and they took over the remaining shares, exactly 67% that were held by AIG. And on 1st of July 2024, we became a fully owned subsidiary of NCBA Group. So I guess Sam is my brother now because he's in bank assurance. And Evelyn Musunza, yes, I'm also a cousin, but a distant one, because we have associate shareholders. So we've been 1.5 years as part of NCBA Group, a big bank, Kenya's 4th largest bank, a corporate bank, and the largest in Kenya, number 4 in Kenya by asset size. It is also the bank that owns M-Shwari and Fuliza. So when you talk about financial inclusion, NCBA Group is right at the forefront of that conversation because those are micro products that have greatly broadened the access of what we call micro insurance, micro financial inclusion in this market. I think Sam segued and threw me a question on what is NCBA's Change the Story initiative. I just want to speak about it. So the group has distinguished itself in the sustainability and climate conversation by its agenda, which is named NCBA Change the Story. It is an initiative by the group that focuses on creating positive social and environmental impact through positive social and through various programs. And the activities include financial literacy programs, environmental conservation efforts like tree planting, support for creative entrepreneurs through platforms like Elevate Live. If you go through LinkedIn, you will see our group director for marketing and citizenship, Nelly Wainaina, with her engagement with what is Kenya's latest economy, the creatives, Gen Zs, so to speak, and the efforts that they're making towards building a sustainable lifestyle and a lifeline, as well as employment through music and other creative activities. I think there is an album that is about to be launched soon, so please do look out for that within the social media arms. It also involves partnership to improve access to clean water and develop sustainable solutions for communities, schools, and businesses. So far, we've planted more than 150,000 trees, and I want to speak about NCBA Insurance specific initiative on planting trees. I think our president has spoken about the need and the target of this country to plant 15 billion trees by 2032. And I'd like to urge all of us to own that conversation. And it's very easy. You know, sometimes we listen to the state of address that he makes as he speaks about the goals for Kenya. But this one is a personal one that is for the benefit of not only our lives in future, but also those of our children. If you work out that target of 15 billion trees, and you divide that by Kenyans' population, the latest estimate, which is 55 million people, it works out to about 30 million trees per person for the next 7 years. And is that doable? It's extremely doable. On Mazingira Day, that is 10th of October this year, NCBA Group and NCBAG was part of that initiative, and I did lead the team that went to Lenana School in Nairobi. They have quite vast acreage that borders an area called Gandu. And we got a lot of support from the community, specifically the county community administration for Dagoretti North, partners such as Greenpeace and KDF. And we planted 10,000 trees in the space of 2 hours. So it is doable. And what amazed me, because, thank you, because staff did come with their children. The children were planting upwards of 10 to 20 trees within an hour. You know, their fingers are nimble, so they're able to get those seedlings out of the papers quickly and put them in the holes that had been prepared well in advance, and were able to put back the soil and water them with a lot of gusto and energy. And that one was a point of reflection for me, that we do need to own this climate change and sustainability agenda as individuals, not a boardroom conversation. And even as executives ponder how it is that we can continue to operate responsibility in the world and in the future to come, our little thing can be planting those trees. So when you're asked to plant a tree on your birthday, plant 30 trees, and you'll have made a big contribution towards contributing to the goal that Kenya has of planting 15 billion trees by the year 2032. If I may move to my remarks, and I want to thank Clifford for inviting me. We, as an organization, will continue to support AKPIA, and you have an excellent theme for this year, Connect and Ensure. And the reality is, with the level of penetration being what it is in this country, no one single person is going to be able to change that particular metric. We have to do it together, and therefore the aspect of connecting has to be one that we all contribute to equally. I have about 3 pages, but I won't go through all of them. I'll just pick the key points. And again, I just want to echo that it's a privilege to join you here today. Under the theme, Connected for Impact, a phrase that truly captures the future of our industry, driven by partnerships, innovations, and collaboration. Sam did a very good job in speaking about how our industry is being disrupted. I think in a phrase that is what I'm going to say. And beyond the product piece that is going to be driven by the new customers who are emerging, the millennials, the Gen Zs, and the Gen Alphas who are also coming into that particular space. When you look at the Africa population bulge, it is quite a unique one, and it's one that we need to address quite seriously. When I look at the age median in this group of people seated here, we are not representative of the customer right now. The average customer age is around 27, 28. But when I look at us, most of us are in our 30s, 40s, some of us are already in our 50s. We are exiting the world of work soon. And again, I think ICA just spoke about how they are launching a sales portal. Digital is the way to go. Digital is a big conversation, and I think the last time I came here, I gave a speech on Gen Zs and how it is that we need to welcome them into the world of work and learn from them because they are different in terms of the customer that they represent. So to us, when you look at the Allianz Global Risk Barometer for 2025, we have three main risks, three big risks that the world has faced this year. And I doubt that they will change going into 2025. The first one is cyber incidents. If you have time, do go and Google the YouTube for our cyber product launch that happened in October of this year. And in it, you'll find all the pertinent details regarding why we need to address cyber urgently. As we move to be digital, as we move to be more automated in our operations, we actually are opening a door to a risk that we need to become very alive to, and one that we need to educate our customers about. The second big risk that they have highlighted is business interruption. And in it is a whole basket of risks, from disruption from climate change to the usual shocks and risk culminations, whether it is fire, whether it is floods, whether it is theft, burglary. That one is the second biggest risk that customers need to be covered for. And the third one, which I found quite interesting, is the conversation that we had just before this particular, my address, that one of ESG, primarily on climatic change. So therein is the horizon for us to be able to address how it is we are going to cover our customers. Those are the main conversations that we need to engage in going forward into the year 2026. For us as underwriters, and for you, our dear business partners, engaging in activities that will enable us build partnerships that are built on aggregation, because you own the relationship with the customers. You're always the front end of engaging those customers and beginning the conversation around insurance. It is important that we begin to collaborate so that we seek to speak to as many people as possible, and for us to see how it is that we can help you in providing you with the necessary tools so that you can become the aggregators of insurance for tomorrow. And we need to move with speed. If you look at organized groups such as partnerships, as SACCOs, big organizations that have huge memberships, and even in our local markets, the small self-help and welfare groups that our mothers participate in, our aunties in the markets. The aspect of coming together on the basis of community is what underscores Kenyans. And that is the basis upon which we should build the relationship to begin to educate them and to begin the conversation around insurance. In those self-help and community groups, a conversation about money, about credit, about where it is, how it is we're going to save for the next project is always top of mind. How it is that we have failed to involve our parents, our families, and the wider community, especially in the rural areas, on the conversation of insurance is one that we urgently need to address. Because in my view, that is the one that is going to unlock value for agents, for brokers, and even for underwriters in future. In my view, the current penetration that we are facing is because we focus largely on corporates. We are yet to actually get a proper retail proposition that people can derive value from. I listened to one of the panelists and his passion around microinsurance. That is true, that is going to be the key for the future, but it has to be driven by an appreciation of the importance of insurance by the individuals in our society. Community and self-help, and driven by the spirit of Harambes, continues to be the largest competitor for the need for insurance in our country, Kenya. The fact that the community comes to your help when you're in a crisis, be it a family one or one that is related to your business, is actually the biggest competitor you have to that person buying an insurance product, because the community will always come to step in when they face a crisis. So let's go out and begin those conversations and to spread the word that it is important for insurance to move beyond awareness to a deep understanding that this is a critical part of our life. It is a way of restoring our own personal dignity, because with the challenges of life and the economy being what they are right now everyone is trying very hard to save their last shilling. Just to speak a little bit about the trends affecting agents, I think the big one this year for all of you, I think, has been around regulation. There have been new regulations around how it is that you will register for your business. And the fact that the modern customer expects speed and hyper-personalized solutions delivered seamlessly, whether it is through digital or human touchpoints. Given that every aspect of our life is one that competes for time and attention, your ability to serve your customer and also to engage them from an informed perspective is actually going to be crucial to you closing the next deal. Moving on to distribution through partnerships, we need to shift from simple monoline customer needs towards self-service and direct channels necessities, so that you can begin to focus on high-value customers with complex needs. Technology will definitely take over the conversation of simple insurance. That one I can guarantee. Therefore, the faster that we segue into having high-value conversations on complex insurance that require face-to-face interaction, the better it will be for us as insurance agents. It is important that we appreciate that embedded insurance is always also becoming a key trend in our market. We are having insurance embedded with every purchase of electronical appliances for our household. And soon in our market, we'll begin to see insurance embedded in our transaction for phones through device protection covers. They already have come to our market. And in my view, in another 2 or 3 years, when customers are purchasing larger value items, be they homes, be they cars, and they are borrowing those amounts and they're not self-funded, it's only a matter of time before you have insurance as embedded as part of the offering from the financier. Therefore, the criticality of making sure that you own the relationship, that you broaden the conversations with your customers is important for it to become top of mind. In terms of specializing in emerging and complex risks, I think Sam did a good job in talking about the aspect of capacity building. Very, very important. And I'm happy to see Alice here. And we are all aware about the new regulation and the new act about becoming an insurance professional. It is the first step towards changing the face of insurance in this market. Therefore, capacity building is no longer a question of if I want to do it, it is a must. And I want to encourage you to go for those trainings and to take those papers to move from beyond having a COP professional certification to getting your diploma and eventually even your degree papers. Very important. I'm a big believer in reading and taking exams and building your portfolio of qualifications, because this is a country that is driven on education. If you look at the job market in Kenya, you will find that at every entry point, there's a list of requirements. And in it is a fact that you have to demonstrate that you've gone through every step of education in this country. It's not something that is created by me, it is the reality. They want to see your certificate from KCPE, they want to see your school living certificate, they want to see your degree. They want to see your transcript. And beyond you providing what you have, they also have people who will carry out background checks just to make sure that what you're presenting is true. It's a reality of our market. And I think the faster we accept it, the better. In my view, it will build professionalism to the level that will make it an easier conversation and to help bridge the trust deficit that we have in this market. So again, it's important that we focus on specializing, whether it is on conversations around cyber, the complexities of business interruption insurance, advising your customers about the importance of covers such as commercial general liability, environmental impairment products. You need to segue into that space. It can no longer be a conversation around motor, domestic package, or even WIBA. Let's move to grow our knowledge and appreciation of more complex insurance products, and it will help us drive the insurance conversation in this market. Another attribute or characteristics of our market is the entry of fintechs and the fact that they're able to gather localized data, and they use this information to assist underwriters to tailor solutions for the informal sector. It's important that we get to build our appreciation about this because Africa's middle class has grown considerably, even within our own country. So when you look at the products that other segments are producing, whether it is from household items or even to the construction industry, no longer do you have real estate agents or developers focusing on very high-end buildings. You'll find that the buildings that have the largest uptick, whether it is apartment blocks or self-developed apartments, they are all within the range of 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom. Again, addressing the middle class. If you look at the sprouting up of strip malls, I think we have a small mall in almost every community across the country. Again, just testament to the fact that the middle class is growing. So middle class is where you have the opportunity for face-to-face interactions, and they will appreciate that you'll have a deeper understanding of how their needs can be met through insurance, how the risks for their businesses and their families can be mitigated against insurance, and how insurance can help them address aspects such as tax. You know, I had an interesting conversation around how we are now acknowledging the generation that is coming into wealth. Our newspapers, I think, for the last 10 or 15 years are full of news on big families and how siblings are fighting for property that was left to them by their parents. But beyond those bad stories, there are very many good stories behind the scenes of families that had done proper estate planning and how the wealth that they have inherited has helped them change their lives. That whole aspect of life insurance helping you deal with estate planning is one that we need to learn to talk about. Because again, that is another niche market that we can address and help us grow penetration on. On claims processing, which generates about 53% of all customer complaints, is to echo the conversation that when that claim happens, that is the opportunity for you to demonstrate that insurance is going to come and save and solve the problem. And also, it is also actually the culmination of the promise that you made at the point of buying or selling that product to your customers. So let's not waste the crisis that comes with claims. Let us build and learn from them. Very, very important, because they are the building block for the next conversation on how it is that you can grow the portfolio of products that you sell to your customer. Therefore, I'd urge AKPIA to take decisive action and prioritize continuous professional development. It's very, very important. Training and capacity building, particularly around technology utilization and also about in-depth product knowledge. We need to move away from the simple vanilla products to the more complex ones, and to make sure that we build on competency and elevate our profession. Do not pursue collaboration opportunities. the Kikuyu in me is coming out, opportunistically. Instead, commit to shared value creation derived from robust relationships, leveraging complementary strengths and aligning long-term objectives for success that is unattainable individually. Focus on innovative efforts and not just on streamlining internal processes, but proactively developing products and leveraging on digital platforms to reach the vast population that is not yet addressed and thereby close the protection gap. And as the industry, this industry evolution requires that we collectively rise to the challenge and let us move forward, connected in purpose and action to secure not only our professional growth, but the financial stability of the Kenyan economy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Another round of applause for Stella. Please don't leave. I want to invite the chairman, AKPIA, to present a gift to you. The reason why I've not been very aggressive with Stella is because NCBA IG and basically the NCBA group is the platinum sponsor. So if you want to also have some good time, tunakupatia 20 minutes, unapiga 40. Kuwa platinum sponsor wewe. Taona. That is the beauty of that. And of course, we appreciate you for honoring us with your sponsorship, and we are forever thankful, courtesy of Team AKPIA, for this. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to an afternoon now of greatness and good vibes. As we agreed earlier, I don't know whether we... Yes, one more. Very good, very good. Thank you so much, Stella. This goes all the way from us to you, to Kisema Asante Sana. And of course, as I said yesterday, because Stella is also on a chartered flight back to the city, then she from hatuwezi mwambia safe journey, tunamwambia safe flight, yeah? Nyinyi wa safe journey na SGR.
You know, since I'm the platinum sponsor, I can take the mic back. I want to introduce my team. So in African culture, we will say I did not come alone. So I'll start with my cousin, Mr. Sam Odhiambo. He is the MD of NCBA Bancassurance. From NCBA IG, Mr. Daniel Wambua. If you do not know Daniel from, he used to be called Daniel of AIG. He is in charge of credit control and he's Mr. Commission. See, you all know him. Yes. Vivian Kuria, please come on stage. Vivian is anti-agents, that's what we call her. And not anti-A-N-T-I, but A-U-N-T-Y. She has been in AIG 20 years, 18 years. Collins, Madeva, where is Melvin? Please come. Collins Midega is in our claims team. And Malvin is currently our relationship manager in charge of agents. So this is the team that interacts with our business partners. And we're happy to stand in front of you today. And thank you very much for allowing me to take the mic back again. Wana MC.
All right, please have a photo for this wonderful team. And I want to appreciate Team NCBA, IG, and of course NCBA Group in particular for being our platinum sponsors. Anytime you need a quality MC, you know where to find one. Sindio? Junyini wa platinum. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to cruise nicely into the next conversation that we are going to have. And of course, we had an opportunity to also have an interaction with the speakers. I know they are well aligned and we will be able to progress as agreed. Of course, the person I'm going to now invite is the Chief Executive Officer of Bupa Global Kenya and the Managing Director of Africa. His name is Uditha Jayaratne. And he brings more than 2 decades of senior leadership across banking, insurance, and healthcare sectors to the topic of international private medical insurance. He's a qualified insurance professional with deep financial services expertise and is especially well positioned to engage agents and brokers on the evolving role of IPMI in the African growth markets. Of course, his career, he has held leadership roles spanning corporate banking and general insurance, where he has developed a strong commercial mindset and a keen understanding of risk, client segmentation, and product innovation. In his current role at Bupa Global Kenya, he is leading the agenda on for IPMI across Kenya and wider African market, driving market entry strategies, building distribution partnerships, and shaping product propositions that meet the needs of internationally mobile clients and corporate schemes. He is one man who, if I start introducing him in English particular terms, then the dictionary may fail me in description of his elegance and excellence in this sector, and a man ready to delve into this topic in a manner that can only be best delivered by a man of his stature. Please help me welcome Uditha Jaratne.
Welcome. Thanks. I'm not sure how I'm going to follow that. I'll send out my CV straight after this, so, because after an introduction like that, there should be loads of jobs on offer. Good afternoon. Saying, look, it's fantastic to be here. It's my first ever opportunity to come and talk to you as part of this AKPIA group audience. So I am hugely honored, and I just want to say thank you. Before I actually get into, and I think we've got some slides, but before we get into some of the slides, can I just get a show of hands of who's actively selling private medical insurance? Private, yes, medical insurance. Yeah, there's a good representation of people, right? And others who are not. This should be an interesting conversation, hopefully. So, I don't want this to be a talk at you session. I'm going to try and talk you through and make it interactive as possible, right? Let's get the energy up in the room. Let's get some interaction and dialogue between the two of us. So, and I think the theme for the conference, by the way, Connected for Impact, is brilliant because it really allows us to talk to the topic in a really connected way. And the objective of this is to talk about connected to customers, connected to each other, and connected to the evolving landscape, the healthcare landscape that I'll talk to today. So if we move on to the next slide. Okay. Some of these statistics should be familiar to you, right? And we've talked about it, and various speakers have already referenced the fact. Kenya's population is more than 56 million strong. So it's a growing population. It's really important. Kenya's median age is just under 20. So that's a young population. There's great adoption of digital adoption, and there is a growing middle class. I think we've talked about this at length now, and some of the speakers saying growing middle class. How big, just a question, how big is the private medical insurance market in dollars? Any answers? In premium? No? $460 million is the size of the private medical insurance in Kenya. Okay? Who of you are familiar with international private medical insurance? There's some? Yeah? How big is that market? It's $150 million, just roughly. Now, what's interesting is that the private medical insurance market is growing at 8 to 10% CAGR, right? And the international private medical insurance market is growing at 10 to 14% CAGR. So whilst it's a smaller cousin of the private medical sector, it's growing at a much faster rate. And that brings me to the topic of what I want to talk about. Now, looking at these statistics that you see on screen, what jumps out to you as the opportunity? Anyone? Come on, I know I'm before lunch, but you can talk. Opportunity, right? So if you look at it, what it summarizes, Kenya is young, it's mobile, it's informed, and increasingly global, right? So the lifestyles of Kenyans, working class Kenyans, is evolving, right? We are now becoming global. We're integrating with multinational organizations. Bupa is one of them, right? And we're seeing that trajectory, that change in the landscape. but so does insurance needs. That's also evolving, and that's really important to recognize, and that's relevant for all of us in this conversation. So if I move on to the next slide, please. Was there a slide before this? No, this is the one. Okay, if I ask all of you who deal with insurance customers today, have you seen a change in client behaviors, client requirements, saying 2 years ago versus today, in terms of what they were asking for? Yes, no? Show of hands if there's a yes. Might be easier. Show of hands, yes? Okay, so we're seeing some change. Okay, so there is change, because what we're seeing from a Bupa perspective, and we'll come on to this later, is that consumer behavior is evolving really quickly, especially here in Kenya. From a healthcare perspective, they want products that actually talk to their needs, right? And their evolving lifestyle. And we've talked about this at length. I think, and Jerry talked about it yesterday. There's been speakers today. You know, Sam, you talked about it in terms of customer evolution and needing to understand customers not selling on rate, and we'll come on to that in a little while. So there's some stats in here, or some pointers, if you like, in terms of where we see change in, from a medical perspective, behavioral change. But all of this should come naturally to you, and if you have any questions after this, I can definitely talk you through it. Let's get into some of the thick of this. Right? So if you move on to this one. If I ask you, is private medical insurance, so not IPMI, but PMI, is that the backbone of our private medical insurance? Is that still the backbone? Is that a growing market? Is that one that's sustainable today? Show of hands if you think it's sustainable today. Some, not many others. I'm interested to know why others don't think it's sustainable. But I won't get any feedback by the looks of it. So, look, there's a difference in terms of PMI and IPMI, okay? And what we are seeing is that whilst IPMI is a growing market, it's never going to replace PMI. There is a need for PMI in this market from a domestic perspective, but there is equally a growing need for IPMI. So, actually, let's go through this and show of hands as we go through, right? I'm going to give you 3 statements. And if you can identify for me which is a typical PMI customer, which is a IPMI customer. So a customer says to you, I want access to global specialists. So show of hands if you think that's PMI customer. IPMI customer? Okay, that's good. Customer who travels regionally or globally. Show of hands if you think that's a PMI customer. Okay. Show of hands if you think it's an IPMI customer. Okay. A customer who's got purely domestic needs. They don't travel, they're in Kenya, and they want health insurance. Is that an IPMI customer? Is that a PMI customer? Yes, you think that's a PMI customer. Why do you think that's a PMI customer? What if I was to ask you another question, right? What percentage of IPMI claims are serviced here in Kenya, and what percentage of those claims are serviced outside of Kenya? So these are customers who've bought IPMI in Kenya. What percentage is serviced here? Shout out a percentage. Yeah. How many? Okay, we have 60%. Anyone saying higher? 80? 100% of claims serviced here? No. So 80%? Well, you're close. 70%, right? 2/3 roughly of all claims are serviced here. But 1/3 is not. And you know what's interesting? So over here, a slide before, I think we've jumped a slide. Have we jumped a slide? Go back to the IPMI. Yeah. No, before, please. This one. So every IPMI claim or policy that is sold here in Kenya, right, starts off as a local claim. Assessed, because Kenya's got a really good infrastructure from a provision point of view. And we start assessing claims by saying, we're going to service their needs here. But what we're finding, 1/3 ends up overseas. right? So what I'm explaining here is we cannot assume because a person buys a policy thinking they have no need to travel, but they bought the policy or they need an insurance policy whilst they're in Kenya, we cannot assume that they won't need access to global specialists, right? A third of those claims are now being serviced overseas, not because Kenya cannot deliver, but what we're finding certain conditions, specialists, the best course of treatment sits outside of Kenya. And over time, we'll probably bring that into Kenya. But right now, there's a need, right? So of all the private medical domestic customers you're serving today, there's potential that a third of them are not finding the most optimal clinical pathway, which unfortunately sits outside of Kenya. And that's why the only reason I'm saying that, to bring that to life, is just to get you to understand you can't assume what the customer wants. You can't assume just simply by a statement. You're going to have that robust conversation to understand their needs. Yeah, and it's that education piece that all of us have been talking about so far today. So let me move on to, I'll try and get through some of this in terms of time. If you go to price versus the next slide, please. Price, yes. So let's do this. So most of our conversations from a sales perspective is price-led, right? So it's all about how much can you save me in terms of my premium. That seems to be the conversation. But we also said today that actually that's not what matters, because we sell an intangible solution, a promise I think it was called, right? When it matters and they come knocking on your door saying, actually my claim's not being paid, right? That's where the complaints come up. So that's why it's really important, especially in health insurance, when you sell that promise, you understand what their needs are and you're selling to their needs. So that when it matters, when it actually matters, you don't get that complaint and they get the satisfaction they're looking for because they're trusting in you in terms of what. So I'm gonna ask you a question here, right? And just entertain me for a minute. If I said to you as agents, as people of insurance, what is our universal currency when we engage with a consumer? Not physical currency. So what I mean by this is, what's the most important thing you leverage in order to do business? Trust, okay? Trust, I expected you to say trust. Anything else? Value? Say that again? Reliability? Yep, absolutely. Say that again? Yeah, absolutely. Anything else? Options? Yeah, options. So I'm going to give you a piece of insight. So I've worked in Hong Kong, Singapore, Europe, Russia, UK, and now here in Africa, right? So the one thing, our universal currency is relationship. Okay? I'm going to ask you, is it chicken and egg? What comes first, trust or relationship? Relationship, right? And if you look at trust, trust is a multiplier. So if you look at the shilling or the dollar, right? The strength of the dollar, the FX rate, is the trust. That's the multiplier. Stronger the trust, the deeper the relationship, right? Better the currency. Lower the trust, the lower the relationship, the weaker the relationship, right? So our single most important, and if I can ask you to remember one thing, relationship is our currency. And that's really important. And you will never establish that currency with a customer if you sell on price. Yeah? And that's super important. Okay, I'm looking at the time. I'm going to skip us through this. But if you want to know more about some of these, how to sell on value versus price, Lucy and I are in the room, and we can definitely talk you through that later. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. This is a slide that should interest a few of you, right? Especially those who are not selling IPMI at the moment. So an average case size, because we deal with higher limits, global servicing infrastructure, higher ticket claims, the average case size for an individual policy is £2,500 to £3,000. An average case size based on 15 to 20 lives is typically around £45,000. Okay? I don't need to show you and tell you the maths in terms of, from your perspective, your earn potential behind an IPMI offering. I'll skip past this. I think the slide speaks for itself. Okay. Show of hands, please. Who knows Bupa Global? Well, there's quite a few. I'm impressed. Right. So for those of you who don't, let me just cover off really quickly Bupa Global. So we are the largest global medical insurance provider in the world, Bupa Global. Okay. And we have over 2.4 million medical providers in our network. Okay, and so Bupa as an insurer and a healthcare provider, who happens to be a Provident Association, by the way, so we do not have shareholders. We are driven by clinicians, so doctors, professors, so no shareholders. All the profit that the business makes goes back into our provision capabilities. So we own hospitals, clinics, and everything else around the world. Bupa is 79 years old. 78. We're a year before the NHS, right? And Bupa Global is 56 years old. Okay? We're multilingual. I think we speak over 60 different languages. We have over 1,800 clinicians. Our revenue from a Bupa Global perspective is about a billion pounds, just under £1 billion. Bupa Group's revenue is just under £17 billion. We protect over 60 million customers globally, just to give you a sense of scale in terms of who we are and what we do. Some of the important things we talked about today was around customer centricity. Who's familiar with Net Promoter Score? Yeah? There's a good understanding? So if I said to you, our claims experience has a plus 65 NPS rating, right? So those of you who are on the provider side will say, actually, how do you get a plus in the first place from a claims perspective, right? And then secondly, say, how the hell do you get plus 65? Our ambition is 100. 100 is not possible, but we're pushing for 100. And we judge ourselves on NPS, right, across all of our customer touch points. That's really important. And then we talked about ESG today in terms of CSR stuff. We have a foundation dedicated to doing a whole number of CSR initiatives and ESG initiatives. And in Kenya specifically, we have now done for the last 5 years, 7 years actually, medical camps in the Mara. So we fly in doctors and treat people once a year. In addition to that, we have a clean water project. So we're on a mission to actually deliver clean water for over 100,000 people. We're at 25,000 at the moment in terms of sustainable boreholes, so it's not a case of just putting water in. So we are doing our bit, and I think the point you made, Stella, around planting trees is a powerful one. It's definitely one I think we would look to adopt from a Bupa perspective as well. What else do I need to tell you from? I think that speaks a lot around Bupa Global, but I also want to talk to you about Bupa Kenya, right? So we talked about IPMI, and we talked about the growing market that you can see. One of the most important things you're going to need to focus on as an agent is how you pick your provider, right? Because that's your reputation when you pick your provider. And I'm really proud to tell you that Bupa Global is the only international private medical insurance company that is directly licensed and invested here in Kenya, okay? And that's no small feat. That's a really powerful statement. It means that we're accountable to the regulator unlike any other international insurer, right? It means that we're committed to this market and the customers that we serve today, right? So, and it means that we're bringing global infrastructure here to the Kenyan economy. Yeah? Thank you. So that's super important. And if you look at, do I have any more slides? I think this is the last slide, isn't it? It's the last slide? Yeah. So look, in closing, I'm almost on time. In closing, there is an evolving customer need from a medical insurance perspective here in Kenya. And actually, there was a story I wanted to tell you when we came on to the price thing. It's a personal story, actually. When I used to look after Europe, I was asked to fly into Cyprus to meet one guy, a Russian guy, who wanted to buy Bupa. Okay? And it was for him. And because we've exited Russia because of the sanctions, he couldn't buy in Russia, so he had to come into Cyprus to buy it. So I had to fly in just for this one guy, and I'm thinking, why the hell do I have to fly in for just one guy? Anyway, we sat down, and went into this restaurant, and it was just it was one guy sitting in the middle of the restaurant, no one else. So already it looks a little bit dodgy, right? So I walk in, and the guy says, right, I want a Bupa policy. Doesn't care how much. I said, okay. He said, I want the best policy you have. And in that time, we've got a policy called Ultimate, which is proactive, it does genome screening, it's all very forward-looking, right? Preventative focused. Actually, for him, his wife, 2 kids, how much do you think is the annual premium for a policy like that, Ultimate, in pounds sterling? 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 50,000, 100,000, 100,000, is that the highest we're going? For this is 4 people, right? Mom, dad, and 2 kids, 100,000. Okay, pounds, yeah? A year. It was 145,000 pounds a year. And you know, the guy did not blink. He went, yep. Okay? So I sat there and I went, and if you know a Russian, they're business first, drinks after. If they like you, you drink, right? So he said yes. We sat down, he brought the vodka out, and we were doing vodka shots for the rest of the afternoon. So I then said to him, can I just ask you a question? You just spent 140,000 pounds just like that. So you clearly have the money to self-insure. Why are you buying Bupa? And you know what he said to me? He said, money is not the question. It's the specialism, right? It's the network you have. It's when I know if I fall ill, you're going to take me to the best specialist in the world, right? And I don't have to worry. So the reason I'm making is don't make an assumption around affordability. Speak to the people, the rich or those who are in the working class. And once you educate them about the need and what Bupa has to offer, or what an international policy has to offer, they'll buy it. Okay, I'm going to stop there because I'm bang on time, I think. Yeah? There you go. Thank you.
All right, let's give him another round of applause, and please don't leave. Please don't leave. Please come back because we have a gift for you. And guess the value of this gift in sterling pounds. Because we are going to present a gift to you. This will also be handed to you by Clifford again, who is the chairman of this association. And please welcome and present this gift just from us to you, saying Asante Sana. Oh, that's good. And I like the way you involved yourself with business and pleasure at the same time. So you had business and then you had shots of vodka. Then kuna pastors hapa watapiga shots of Fanta. All right. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I was spot on and right on time. And just like that. Oh, kuzuri wa kizungu mzuri. Tunakipingi good vibes. Now, Esther, please come. Esther is the CEO and Principal Officer of Citra Africa Insurance Services. Esther had an opportunity to run us through a conversation yesterday, and she still has this marvelous opportunity to now invite her panel to delve into this conversation for the next 25 minutes in a manner that will please the Lord. Please welcome as we get into this beautiful conversation. Powerful speaker, and indeed great insights. Asante Sana. That was excellent. So, a round of applause for Esther as she makes her way forward. Please welcome. Nafasi ni yako. Fanya vile ulifanya Vietnam.
Sijafika Vietnam bado. Thank you. Good afternoon. That was a very wonderful presentation. Loved the insights. For the people who want to make more money in the dollar perspective, please, IPMI is the future. Sterling pounds, dollar, yeah, just protect your inflation as you move along. Good afternoon once again. I like the attention. We are now moving on to the next topic, which is market insights and regional trends. We are going to be speaking around gaining insights on economic market analysis for informed decision making in the East African insurance landscape. So we are now moving on just from international, and then landing to the region of East Africa perspective. So I will be speaking towards quite a number of things. Before I invite my panelists, I just want to give context to the discussion. And this is around East Africa insurance industry, where we are experiencing a dynamic shift. And this is being driven by quite a number of things. Of course, you were in school, we would have talked about PESTEL holistically, yeah, from the geopolitics now. So we are just not talking about politics. We now talk of geopolitics, isn't it? And I love the way we are all now adapting to the things. We spoke about regulatory changes yesterday. Of course, technology is a big driver in terms of the trends and the insights we'll be digging into. We're looking at rising claims costs and driving the pricing elements in the country. And mostly, we're going to speak about mobile adoption and how does it impact insurance across the region. These trends definitely are going to be highlighted in the discussion that we are about to have, addressing from low penetration to areas around consumer protection to the consumer behavior, which is they want clear benefits, they want fast claims, they want simple products. They want expansion of every single thing that we call exclusion to be inclusion. I don't know how we are going to tackle that, but maybe my panelists will delve into all those things. So based on the insights that I have just spoken about, I want to allow me to introduce and call upon my panelists, my very distinguished panelists, who will later introduce themselves. So I will start with Shamim from Uganda Insurance Agents Association. Please clap for Shamim. All the way from Uganda. We have to thank our chairman that he can be able to still ensure that people are doing what? Safely flying in for AKPIA. My second panelist is Agnes. Agnes kindly come in. She's a private insurance consultant or is independent private insurance consultant. Please keep clapping until Agnes comes. I have Daniel Munene from AR. And lastly, I have Michael from Titanic Garage. This is an interesting panel. Can I get, yes. Kindly keep clapping. I still see them walking. Sound. Keep them very comfortable. Sound. Okay.
Sound.
Good. I think we'll just dig right in so that we can be able to save time. And I want to allow each person to just take a second, 30 seconds to introduce themselves. We'll start from that corner. Michael.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael. I work at Titanic Auto Solution Limited. We specialize in garage repair of motor vehicles and part supply.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Monene. I work as a regional sales manager at AR Insurance, and happy to have this opportunity to engage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shamim Musa Naziri from the Uganda Insurance Agents Association. I'm happy to be here as a panel, and I'm happy to share with you how we can actually increase the penetration into our regions, the penetration of insurance, and how we can build trust within the industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Agnes Jenga. I'm an insurance expert in the industry. Happy to be here, and thank you, AKPIA, for having me as a panelist. Thank you.
Very well, Agnes, just don't put it down. I think I was just from us right there.
Sure.
Part of my insights were around the area of low penetration, which is highlighted as a key area of growth in terms of East Africa region. So just allow me to read through this particular insight, which is insurance penetration across East Africa averages below 3%, significantly lower than global averages of 6 to 7%, and of course the developed markets having over 10%. So this low penetration is not a weakness, and that is what is interesting. So the discussion is not about the low penetration. The discussion is about this is our biggest growth opportunity. So now, Agnes, despite the low insurance penetration across East Africa, where do you see the biggest growth opportunities for agents and insurers?
Thank you, Esther. I would approach this penetration. Number one, it's one of the giants in the room, because I think for the longest, and you will attest to this, we've been talking about the same product and the same systems, the same approach. So for the agents, I would look at the underserved markets. We have quite a lot, and maybe this is to the insurance companies. I think we are the people who will give the agents the products to push. So in this case, I would look at the various segments which we get feedback for every time our agents come back to us. Once an agent goes out there and they are not able to push a product because they've been given some feedback by a client that this is what we are looking for, but somebody somewhere, that is the raw data they will come back with, but somebody somewhere seated with the UK rating says, no, we are not able to probably come up with these, or rather we are not able to accommodate this kind of a benefit within the industry. So for me, and from me and my advice, maybe to the insurance companies, I think there's a lot of opportunity within the underserved areas. I'll give an example. Like for a farmer, nowadays we have so many farmers, and especially the young generation, they've gone into farming. So as much as we are looking at them as a demographic that is going to bring a tweak into the way we are doing insurance, are we ready to also tweak the kind of products that we are crafting for them? From where I see it, I think there's a very big yes, because if I have a chicken cage, and then I come looking for an insurance for that cage, and you'll tell me it doesn't meet the standards, what is it you're telling me as a young farmer? Not me, but I am putting myself in the Gen Z space. I know a lot of you are looking at me and wondering if I'm young. I'm young at heart. So in this case, I think it is my challenge to the insurance companies. Let us give these agents products to push. They have the raw data. They are telling you, this is how it is on the ground. Kwa grao iko hivi. So craft a product that suits those clients, those farmers, those small business, those small businessmen and such. And it's not until we do that, when we address the micro space, then I think that is where the masses are, and we should be able to grow this area. Back to you, Esther.
Thank you, Agnes. What I'm hearing from you is that the opportunity is still at 97, as we've been told before. Agents are carrying real data. I've been picking the notes. I'm typing really quick. I have learned from the Gen Z. So agents are carrying the real data, but we can see the boardroom is still speaking louder than the agent who is actually speaking the real data from the ground. So the opportunity here that I am hearing is a listening opportunity, which is the cheapest thing that we can all carry home. Listening, isn't it? So to the executives in the room, the CEOs, what agents are saying is, listen to us. We give you real insights, you ignore them, you actually go back, check your textbook data, and apply it and give us products to go sell. We come back with feedback, you don't take it in. So you are being told to design products for the emerging customer. You've just spoken about Gen Zs, I've added there Gen Alpha. Are we really designing products? Insurers, are you designing products for the Gen Z who does not work from an employer perspective but from a gig perspective? Are we really looking at those customers? So that's the opportunity that we are going to help, that is going to help us to underscore the issue, or to answer to the issue of low penetration. Maybe moving forward to Shamim, and I'll just follow through on just the way we are sitting. to help us get through this. So Shamim, and I like the fact that you're going to speak from, for sure, East Africa perspective as a representative from Uganda and looking into Kenya as well and the rest of the region. Trust, and we've just spoken about the currency of relationship and then relationship building trust, and that's the deeper it is, and the deeper the trust, and the weaker it is, then definitely the currency is all the way eroded. The biggest insight across East Africa is that the biggest barrier to insurance growth is trust. Customers worry about claims delays and clear policy wording, hidden exclusions, inconsistent service, and all this is because insurance penetration definitely is still low based on this, and customers are still very shy on the basis of, I don't know whether when I buy, I can actually trust you'll be there for 365 days for me. Talk to us about this.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Before I proceed, I would like the team in the room to agree with me. The trust in the market and the industry at large outside there, it starts with us, the agents. Do we agree? Yes. It depends on how you present yourself to me, for example. To trust you and buy a policy of 1M or even above that amount, how have you presented yourself to me? Right from the way you're putting on, the way you're talking to me, the way you're giving me information about the product you're selling to me, we go back to what we call product knowledge. Sometimes now, I'll give an example in Uganda. I do work with Prudential Assurance Uganda, and actually, when explaining to the client, I can explain, but still I have to give further documents to that client. For example, I can give him or her a quotation. But the moment I talk to you different, and the details in the quotation are saying different thing, now we are killing, or we are actually bringing another image into the market. Something which is damaging our penetration. So we need to be well-versed with the product knowledge from our respective companies and the respective products that we are selling outside there to the clients. That's one. Two, I'll talk about being associative. You cannot build trust in the market outside there when you're not associating with anyone. Who knows you? Who knows you? How will I be able to give you my premiums of even more than 2M and all that when I've not seen you anywhere, I don't know you? So present yourself to the market. Actually, I can say that show up on a daily basis. If you show up in the market will get used to you, and they will gain confidence and they will trust you. Are we together? In addition to that, us showing up in the market outside there, it comes with a lot of things. I cannot be associating with a group of people, but at the same time I do not support. Associate as well as supporting. If you support, for example, we've got many circles. We have got many associations in the countries. We've got many entities we can associate with. For example, we have Lotale clubs in Uganda. Do we have them too here?
Yes.
Okay. If we have such things, such clubs, present yourself to those people. Support them where necessary. Regarding when you support them, have it in mind. Set a goal while supporting them. When you stand up in the crowd, for example, and you say that, okay, I'm going to support on this and this, on such amount, make sure, have a goal as to why you're supporting the club. Say, okay, for example, you can say, I'm going to give 1M to support such and such an event, but have it in mind that when I support, at least at the end, I'll have I have good results. For example, when I come in and I support, at the end, I'll be sure that I can at least get 2 people who can, in return, buy my what? the products I'm selling to them. We are not selling tangible things. We are selling actual, for me, I call them words. At the end, they can even change because you're not the head of the claims department. The policy may get to its climax or to its maturity. You say to the client that after the maturity of the policy, immediately they will give back your money. And after the policy getting to maturity, the claims department is saying after 5 working days. And then the client is like, but you told me that after the maturity of my policy, immediately money will be released. You get? So we need to present the accurate information right from the inner departments of our companies to the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I trust that we've all heard that trust starts with who? With us. It is the people who are in here from a personal perspective, from a professionalism perspective, from a product knowledge perspective. I like the way you introduced some P's in there and ensured that you also came into image protection. Fantastic. And associations, how are you known? Are you associated with anything? AKPIA. Agents, are you associated with AKPIA? Can you identify yourself and create trust by saying that I belong to an association that you can actually go to if you have a problem? Is it a place that you can use to create trust? Think about that. I want us to move along because of time and move along to Daniel Munene. Munene, one of the key highlights and insights across East Africa is the digital transformation and mobile first adoption. So East Africa is one of the highest has the highest mobile penetration rates in Africa, with Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda leading in mobile money adoption. So whether we are seeing M-Pesa or MTN money, everything else that would be along those lines, this has transformed how insurance products are distributed, serviced, and particularly for retail and micro-insurance products as well. So the digital transformation is a place we can leverage as insurance, as a trend. So tell us, how do you think we can use the digital opportunity to increase penetration?
All right, thank you, Esther. And as I respond to that, I'm not a pastor. I realized we have quite a number of pastors in the room. But I'd like you to turn to your neighbor and ask them, are you carrying a smartphone or a weapon? Do you have a smartphone? By a show of hands, how many of us have a smartphone? See, almost everyone in the room has a smartphone. And I want to intrigue you with some interesting statistics about the mobile penetration in East Africa. As at the end of 2023, the mobile penetration in Kenya was at 129%. In Tanzania, that penetration was at 113%. Move to Rwanda, the mobile penetration was at 94%. Our neighbors in Uganda, the penetration was at 81%. What does that show you as we look at how the industry is moving? We are moving into an era that is a mobile-first era, where things are changing. We are also changing into a 24-hour economy. That means through digitization, we will be able to reach out to markets, to reach out to our customers. We will be able to transact as easy at the push of a button, at the push of your phone. You'll be able to reach that customer. For agents, what does that mean? You need to place yourself in the digital space. You need to embrace that. Gone are the days where you would walk to an office, prospect. Right now, people are in front of their phones. People access information from their phones. Right now, if you want to get news, information, you'll go to TikTok, you'll go to YouTube, go to Instagram, what is happening. So as an agent, you need to position yourself digitally. And by this, what we're doing even as AAR, we try to support our agents. We have a microsite. So as you join as an agent, you get your own website that gives you details. This is Agent X, this is your bio, and you're able to link that microsite to your social media spaces. So you can link it to your Instagram, you can link it to your WhatsApp, link it to your YouTube, to your LinkedIn, and the moment someone visits your page, the moment you've posted something on insurance and someone clicks on your bio, you get that notification. That is the space we need to put ourselves in. So that website also enables you to generate quotes in real time. Right now, you're in this conference, someone asks you for a quote, you're able to generate it from your phone. We have provided that for you. So what we are saying is that we need to embrace this. As underwriters, we need to create spaces where our agents can access information online. We need to create spaces where they are able to sell, they are able to, complete that process of onboarding that customer online. We have products like right now we have travel, personal accident, professional indemnity, you name it, marine insurance, where your customer or yourself can purchase that product from the from the beginning point to the end, get their policy document from the comfort of their phones.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think the point is home. The most important thing you've said there, we have over 100% penetration in some of the countries, meaning most of us are owning 2 smartphones or more, isn't it? You have a smartphone, a tablet, a laptop that can do so much. We are saying we can be able to sell 24 hours. And that means that the Gen Zs who like working at night can still be able to sell when you're asleep, the millennial. We are able to see the microsite use where we are able to professionalize ourselves and also serve clients 24 hours from a personalized perspective. So digital transformation and adoption by agents is one way we can actually see. And insurers, your support here is what we are calling upon. So thank you, AAR, for creating a space where agents can be able to actually personalize their digital transformation. On to the last panelist, Michael. And Michael, you are the most interesting panelist in here because we are not the typical panelist we bring onto the table. And I want to thank AKPIA for thinking of a garage to sit in as a panelist. One of the most interesting thing that we need to know today is, of course, motor is still the largest insurance class in East Africa, whether you go to Tanzania, to Rwanda, to Uganda, of course, because of the elements of being mandatory. However, it has also become one of the least profitable due to the fast rising claims cost. So these has definitely pushed insurers to review premiums and tighten underwriting. Yet the real gap remains on the garage side, where the real service and the promise sold to the client is met. So Michael, the rising motor claims are driving pricing pressure on our side, on the insurance side, but at the same time, the rising motor repair costs continue to push whether the premiums up or your cost up. So how do we balance these things around affordability and sustainability? We don't want our clients to all downgrade to that party. You also want money from the insurance companies. Where are we at? What is your experience on the ground when it comes to the experience on the garage side and the experience in the insurance, on the insurance side?
Thank you, Esther. So mainly, the reason as to why I think the premiums are rising, the pressure on your side is rising, it's because, one, the economic factor. Money devaluation on our side, higher inflation, the exchange rate is going high, and these minor factors like exchange rate doesn't matter to the seller. We don't have local parts on our side. We have to ship these parts from Japan, from Dubai, especially Dubai. You find that the dirham is at 40, the dirham is at 36. But you see, there is also the second factor of increased motor vehicle ownership, where most of these motor vehicles are owned by Gen Z. Guys who love speeding, guys who drive under influence. You are assured there will always be an incident, a claim. You are booking 10 cars in 2 or 3 days. This is putting pressure on your side, meaning you have to increase your premiums so that you can make that margin because the payout on your side has increased. And also as a garage, in a way, we have to find a way to make sure that your client is satisfied, so that they can come to you. Because if the garage is not satisfying the customer, then they won't trust the insurance. Because the insurance is just promising that after an incident, we'll make sure that your car is repaired fast. And the reason as to why you find that the garage is not meeting that demand or that expectation of the insurance is because of, for example, price difference. You have a car, the car was underinsured probably, or it was insured at the right value, But the costing on the side of insurance, if they think, for example, of Volvo are very advanced technology-wise, and their parts are very rare. But as an insurance, you have valued the door for 130,000. I have such a case in my garage. The car has been valued, okay, it has been valued right, but the insurance believes that the door is valued at, say, 130K. But according to the supplier, who is trying to source the parts from abroad, wherever he's sourcing the parts, he's being informed that that car, the value of that door is higher because the door has sensors, maybe the material used is aluminum, meaning the shipping of that has to be taxed. Aluminum, steel, our country is a bit pushing on the tariffs on what is brought into the country. So you find that that margin, I am expecting 230K from the insurance is offering 130, I go back to the insurance. We take almost a whole month or two. So you find that the client is wondering, why is my car taking too long to be repaired? And they start opting for that party because they say, if I can afford a car worth 13 or 14 million, I can afford to repair the car. So you find them downgrading to that party instead of staying comprehensive. We have to find a way to bridge that difference between the insurance and the garage who is meeting your promise. Find a way that we can come down to the table, discuss. Currently, we were valuing these parts when the exchange rate was at 100. The exchange rate right now is at 130, meaning the spare part value has gone high. Can you review that for us so that we can ensure we meet the promise you made to your customer?
Interesting. Again, the garages have invited themselves into the boardroom of the insurer. Is the insurer listening to the one person who meets the client's promise? You sell motor every day. You price it from the office. Have you actually called the garages for a panel discussion in your offices? Are you listening? So what we are being called upon, basically from an inside perspective, is that data is real, but we are not using it. The cars have improved. Your customer is buying better cars every day. Are you pricing for the better car the client is having, or are you pricing according to what you understand in the office? So what we are actually hearing from these insights, from this panel, is that there is data that is real, and that data is being ignored in the market according from a pricing perspective. So it's upon us to actually come in and say, from a place of client satisfaction, the garage, you need to have a faster TAT, but you're saying your turnaround times are affected by the underwriter who's giving you a lesser value for the same part. So that disconnect has to come to a place of agreement. So the insurer, the garage, can you please sit? Because the one person we serve is a client. And that client is saying and shouting, we are unsatisfied. We are downgrading to that party because we don't think we need you. But we are saying we need the client. So we are the people to turn around and ensure that the clients are listening to us. I want to close there, and I want to invite the MC to come in and ensure that we are able to move along to the next. And if there's any question, they can just ask one question in case. Fantastic. My panelists were very clear.
Of course, please step forward for the photo. Thank you very much. Titanic. So when a client comes to your garage, the theme song for their repairs is near, far, wherever you are. All right, please get closer to that for the photo. All right, we have on the screen a code, a QR code. Please scan that code using the device that you bought with your own money, having saved in this very harsh economy and afforded that device. So once you scan, this will give you access to the photos from the beginning, from the day one when you are arriving. Asante sana. Of course, we have gifts. Why do you want to leave at a rush? We have gifts for you. We have gifts for you. So we're going to present the gifts to you before we can leave. So I will invite Bwana Clifford. Yeah. All right, I'm going to invite Bwana Clifford ahead to come over. And of course, we will start with our speaker, Bwana Uditha You will be presenting, you will be receiving our first gift before we proceed to the panel. Please step forward, and yes, Bwana Clifford, please come and hand this gift. This time I was ensuring that the chair is on every photo. Yeah? He received. So he's the one presenting. Oh, you've delegated it nicely. Hey, Clifford. All right. Huyu mtu ambaye ni chairman wa Africa, Pan-African, ameamua kuidelegate. So we will start, just step forward right here, and then we will start with the gentleman from Titanic. Your name must be Jack, because Titanic is symbolic with Jack. Okay, so Titanic team, we want to say Asante Sana. Let's appreciate him. Asante, thank you so very much for that. We appreciate and say thank you very much. Our next will, of course, head to Madam Vice Chair, Uganda. Oh, thank you. Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Tumpige makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. And then the third one, of course, goes to the gentleman from AAR. Do you have a smartphone or a weapon? Yeah, very good. And the youngest lady at heart in the room. We present this to you saying Asante Sana. I wish to invite Anne from AAR. Please come and award. I had said I'm awarding people who are posting and tagging AKPIA on their social media. Thank you so much. Anne, please come to the front, because I want to award one person who actually fulfilled that. It is just random, and I'm picking one winner, not because I know you, but because I liked that you tagged AKPIA, and that was Universal Marketing Insurance Agencies. Universal Marketing Insurance Agencies, are you in the room? I see you on the far end. Please come for your gift. This is from AAR, of course, in partnership with AKPIA. We're saying Asante Sana for posting and tagging us in your posts. Please come and receive this gift from AAR to you. Remember, AAR are still having a free medical checkup. Enda uangaliwe blood pressure na blood sugar. Lakini usiangaliwe sugar after umekula. Itakupea stress. Itakupatia pressure. All right, but enjoy it. Thank you so much, Universal. We saw you on the postings. Keep posting, keep tagging. I'll be picking another random winner. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Yes, please feel free to post, mention, tag, and let's do this as we continue. Now, I wish to invite before us Bwana Sam Ogola of ABSA. Because your story really matters, I come in peace to invite you for a very short story about Team ABSA. Please come over and let's do this. Okay, ABSA, your story matters. Uzuri wako Sam, jueni mrefu hata utakanyaga hapa ufike. Sina kujua, si unaona? Karibu sana.
Asante sana. So I have 100 slides that I want to go through. Anyway, good afternoon. How are you guys doing? So my name is Sam from ABSA Life. I thought I would put up the presentation, but it's okay. I'll just talk through it because we have 10 minutes. Mine is just to share with you who ABSA Life are. And before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge the team from ABSA Life who are here with us today. Stand wherever you are and just wave. Plus, our key intermediaries were in the house as well. Please just stand wherever you are and just wave to the team. So we've come with a big team, and we are more than happy to be here today. So ABSA Life is part of the ABSA group, and in Kenya we have 3 entities. There's a bank, there's First Assurance, and of course yours truly, ABSA Life. So we are all part of the ABSA group, and for ABSA Life, we distribute life insurance products. So just to quickly take you through what we do, we've been around for 10 years. since 2015 when we got our license. And over the 10 years, we've managed to grow our business significantly. Currently, we are looking at premiums in excess of 10 billion for 2025. Now you can clap. So over the 10 years, we've developed multiple distribution points, and AKPIA is one of our strategic partners, and we definitely are looking for more people to help us distribute our products. But over the past year, you can see we have HISA Africa as one of our top distributors, and I know Matthew probably later on will be able to say something. Matthew, wave once again. So with HISA, we've done a lot of work. We've done a lot of work also with Wendra. We have Perspective. We have Noble Strides, and the rest of the team that is here today with us. So for us, today we are looking at strategic partners, people that we can work with. And probably you'd be asking yourself, why work with us? Number one, we have the best retail products in the market. Our education policy, our endowment plan speaks for itself. On the corporate space that is run by my colleague Wangeshi at the back, we are number one in the insurance industry with 17% market share. So we've been doing a lot in that particular space. We're also in the credit life space. And in that one, we distribute within Absa Bank and outside Absa Bank. We have partnerships with SACCOs, MFIs, and we are doing a lot of work with other banks out there. So our distribution is just not restricted to bank, Absa Bank. We are currently going out aggressively, and we are recruiting independent agents who want to work with us. For us, it's very simple. We have the best products, and we are looking for the best partners. We want to meet the clients where they are, and I believe you guys have access to the clients. As your chairman said yesterday, AKPIA agents account for more than 49% of production within the insurance industry. So we are here to identify those that you can work with and take it forward. As I finish, we have multiple products, like I said. We have endowment plans, we have whole of life covers, we have the corporate business that I've talked about, as well as credit life. So engage us. We have a tent out there. We have the rest of the team in here today. Engage us. Let's see what we can do together to partner and take this forward. Kwa hayo mengi na machache. Thank you very much.
I cannot risk to do that which some did, and lest I lose my trouser because of expansiveness of my, you know, they say I'm created in the image and likeness of God. When it comes to the matters of height, that one, it's God's work. But when it comes to matters of width, that is my own effort. All right, I will invite the team Pioneer. Team Pioneer, please come. I had promised you that we will have a session for you. And therefore, Team Pioneer, we have your time, of course, kicking off right now. Don't risk. Please come all the way. Let's appreciate her. She makes her way forward. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Over to you. Your time begins now.
Thank you so much, MC Okari, and everyone who is present today. And of course, through the AKPIA chair, we appreciate being here. My name is Harriet Omondi, and I work for Pioneer Insurance. I'm in business development, particularly life. We do corporate business. I majorly do group life and pensions, and of course, credit life. So I want to quickly take you through who Pioneer is. And I'm told we are a bronze sponsor, so I have about 5 to 10 minutes, and I believe as salespeople, we won't even take that much. So Pioneer Insurance is essentially a very old company. I think as old as everyone else in this company. We were incorporated in 1930, so we've been in existence for quite some time. We've been tried and tested, and I ask you to try Pioneer, and you'll be blessed. So as I'd mentioned, sorry. Yes, you'll be blessed in terms of, agents, what you're looking at is what is in our pockets, right? In as much as we are serving our customers, we also want to grow ourselves and come to Pioneer, and we'll be able to be blessed, as I'd mentioned. So for our next slide, just before I go there, sorry. As I'd mentioned, we started the life insurance since 1930. And then, of course, in 2017, our GI wing was incorporated. So, of course, that is our strategic plan for the period 2025 to 2029. We want to move from a GWP of 7 billion to about 20 billion in terms of premiums. So next slide is our executive committee. Of course, we are being led by our able GMD, Mr. DK Rono. Then our general insurance wing is led by Madam Milka. I believe most of you have met her. We also have our life insurance wing, which is led by our able MD, Mr. Emmanuel Opakasi. So next slide. So essentially, what we are looking at, our vision, of course, is, kindly skip that, to protect, to build, and to restore wealth. Our purpose statement is your future, is our commitment. And of course, this is to our clients and of course, our partners. As I'd mentioned, we want to move from 7 billion to 10 billion in the next, 20 billion in the next 10 years. And of course, that is our strategic period, 2024-2029. So onto our products. Just before I mention our products, we have key strategic pillars, priority and objectives, which of course is business diversification. We also have innovation. We have stakeholders engagement, like this particular meeting that we are having. We hope to engage, to partner with you, and of course collaborate together with our supporters. We are also prioritizing operational excellence. So as someone had mentioned here, we want to ensure the process is seamless in terms of acquiring business and of course all the way to the tail end, which is now claim payment. Then of course the last one is sustainability. This is where of course the ESG comes in and of course the innovation that we are talking about. So we have key strategic pillars that it will be important for us to mention that Pioneer is committed to efficient claim processing and payment. We are also committed to superior customer service. There's also the strong sales force, the intermediary force. So we are saying we partner with the best in the market. We're also talking about robust strategy and, of course, implementation, as I'd mentioned, and then the strong brand image. So here is where we collaborate with you, people like yourselves to help us market our products. So lastly, of course, we are talking about highly engaged employees that will be able to ensure efficient fostering a progressive work environment. On to the next slide. Of course, this is our product, what we offer in the market. As I'd mentioned, we have general insurance. We have all the products for GI except medical and agriculture. And we have been licensed, so by next year, January, we'll be able to start operation. So I can confidently confirm that by next year, we'll have all the products for general insurance. For life, of course, as I mentioned, we do group life, we do pensions, we have credit life, and of course, individual life, and of course, the last product is savings product. So I think that's it in terms of our products. So what can Pioneer do to the intermediaries? What we are saying is we have competitive incentives that will be able to help us to acquire business out here. We also have fast TAT turnaround times in terms of quotations and of course in terms of claim payments. We also have a dedicated team. I think every intermediary has a dedicated team from head office that will be able to help you in terms of quotations, training, and to of course visit your clients. So again, we have the agency support. We are able to take you through our products, through training. through sponsoring some of these events. We also have digital tools for onboarding and, of course, policy tracking. And lastly, we can assist also in field support so that we're able to take you out there and close business on your behalf. So that's it about Pioneer Insurance. Before I leave the stage, I'll kindly invite my colleague to just stand and say hello. We are two of us. And as I had mentioned, as bronze sponsors, we don't take so much time. I believe we are within time. Chris.
Please come and take a photo with her.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana, asante sana. Please take a photo of that. And this is just a foresight of asking you to move beyond bronze sponsorship. Will you notice the only other two people when you walitukua group photo ilikuwa the platinum. Now you know what to do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a Pioneer. Asante sana, and we appreciate, thank you so much for that. Now, I'm going to tweak this final session because this is the final session of the day. I know the speaker who is coming here is a firebrand. He will speak and get us very emotional. So I want to actually start with the panel. Waongee ile kizungu demio, seme vitu zao mbili tatu. Alafu wafanye zile, it's all about perspective and striking a balance. Alafu after hapo, I will invite the man of the moment. Hata kwa kanisa tunambiwanga, we will have the man of the moment take the stage to deliver the speech of the day. So, if you are of agreement to my option, say aye. If you feel like I should still start with the speaker, then the panel say, Okay, the ayes have it. Oh, that is good democracy. Now, I'm going to invite Bwana Eric Njero from ABSA. He's the moderator of this panel. Eric will come and introduce the speakers that will be coming over, and the panel has exactly 25 minutes to deliver their point in good spirits and good energy. Once he has done that, the man of the moment will come to present his topic on financial and mental health awareness. And we will be looking at that spoken in terms only one can explain. Before Eric takes this moment, I wish to invite Madam Alice. Please come. Alice is the director, IIK. Alafu unajua the good thing about Alice, for 7 years, including MC kwa na Kitambi, IIK have always allowed me to be their MC. So I'm still marinating you for the next year. Please come, Alice. You are coming to present a gift to someone, and this is Joe. Joe, earlier on, as I was awarding this gift, you are not around. I wish to have the gift presented to you. The team can assist me in getting Joe's gift. It's somewhere close by here. And actually, I remember we didn't also give Kankawa. Ilikuwa inaitwa Kankawa, the pastor. The time yetu tulikuwa napeana zawadi pia ulikuwa nje, si ndio? Naomba tupate zawadi pia ya Kankawa. Yeah, those two. So that we are able to have Alice present them. And then Alice, after you present the gift, don't leave because I have a surprise for you. You see? All right, all right. So Bwana Joe was a speaker in the first conversation in the morning. We will start by him, and then we will go to the gift here. Kankawa, the pastor himself, as he gets to take us. Alisema kama atatuzia life policy, anatuzia eternal life. Indeed, very good. So let's start with Joe. Let's start with Joe, and then we'll come to you. Okay? Please step forward nicely. Right, right. That's sorted. Please step forward nicely for that good photo. Very nice. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Asante, asante sana. And that one is well catered for and covered. So we're going to have this photo. The other side, the other side. Yes, that's perfect. Let's have that one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Asante sana for being our speaker and taking the mantle very early in the morning to deliver the first conversation. Yes, and to the man of God. Yes, to the man of God, we say thank you so much for this. Yes, yes. Oh, by the way, Alice is an elder in the church. Hey, na mbona umeenda na nimesema niko na surprise yako? Ama unitrust? Now, Bwana Cliff, please come and present a gift to Alice. We did not present her a gift yesterday. We did. We actually did. Okay. Now, allow me to present my personal one to you as we finish the session. Sindio? All right, all right, all right. Thank you so much. I needed that to be dispensed with nicely. Now, to Bwana Eric, nafasi ni yako. Wahenga na wahenguzi hawakutupaka mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa. Waliponena kuntu kuwa siku njema huonekana asubuhi wakati vilima vinapata busu ya miale ya jua na pia umande unaondoka kwa aste aste. Nafasi ni yako.
Kama kuna mtu ana porojo. Good afternoon. It's a very tricky session we have, being that we are the only discussion standing between you and lunch. I will implore you that you engage us these 25 minutes at most before we get our last speaker to come. But also on a personal vested interest, the gentleman who was here, who was tall and who was able to start over, is my immediate boss. And in my CV, I indicated that I can do all duties assigned to me beyond what I do in the office. So there is significant impact, this being December, on how you interact with me in this session and my review for 2025. Bonus ikikuja, tutakula pamoja, hata kama ni kwa WhatsApp. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we have the pleasure of sitting with a panel of 3, and we'll be discussing on a topic on financial and mental wellness. And to help me delve and discuss this topic, I'll be joined by 3 professionals in the industry. The first I would like to invite is Valerie Mureithi. Valerie Mureithi is from Liberty Insurance, so she'll be joining us. Let's clap for her as she comes. And the trend is to clap until she gets here. Thank you. Let's keep going. Hajafika. Thank you. Earlier on, we established that Valerie has moved to Upper Old Muthaiga. That's where she looks like money. So that's why she's in this panel. The second person to join me here today is Timothy Tsabwa. Now, Timothy has the height of this discussion, but also the depth to delve into it. So let's give him a hand of applause as he comes. Last but not least, now that the program has shifted slightly, we'll be joined by the latest speaker to close for us today, Mr. Alfred Mathu. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes. Hajafika hata yeye. Thank you. Thank you. I will sit here because this is my good side. So, Mr. Cameraman.
The good side that hides the kitambi. Okay.
Endelea tuna porojo. I shall deal with you later. Thank you. Before we begin, I would like to ask the room a question, especially to us who are in the front line. What scares you more? That you have not met monthly target, or when a client tells you, let me go and think about it? What scares you more? You have not met your monthly target, or let me go and think about it? The second one. Now, make sure that during lunch we ask why the second one. Because that could actually be the balance between financial and mental wellness that we'll be discussing here. All right? So to begin with, I'll give each a minute just to tell us who you are, beyond your name that I introduced you and what you do, and then we'll get into the topic, of course, beginning on my left with the lady.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. My name is Valerie Murithi from Heritage Insurance. I am the business lead development on travel insurance, where we actually ensure that the client travels the world with peace of mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. God is good, and all the time. Thank you. My name is Timothy Etsabu. I work for Old Mutual. I'm in charge of Nairobi region. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alfred Matthew is my name. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and founder of East Africa Insurance Agency, a leading intermediary for ABSA Life Assurance Company.
Thank you. And maybe to begin on that side with a basic, for us who have a basic understanding on financial and mental wellness. In your own words, Matthew, what does that entail? Financial and mental wellness.
Thank you very much. Again, Alfred Matthew is my name, and with the subject that we have this afternoon, financial and mental wellness, my very basic understanding, how you manage your money influences the decisions that affect your life and which you adopt going into old age.
That was basic enough. You know, yesterday there was a statement that we like using jargon. I think that was basic enough. But then on the same breath, if that is financial wellness, so how do you tell I am financially well and mentally well?
Very good. In life, we've got obligations that we have to meet every single time. The moment you are financially well, you sit a better place to meet those obligations. When you're not financially well, then you lack that ability to meet the obligations. And when you are incapacitated financially, then what happens is that the decisions that you are supposed to make or are going to make are in a lot of times going to be compromised. You might actually go for lower because your affordability or your financial muscle cannot deliver on the ideal. So I think in my view here, what we're trying to say is that the moment you improve your money management skills, that influences the decisions around money, influences even your mental wellness. And you realize that the moment you're financially unwell, that will affect your mental stability. I hope the question is answered.
Thank you. And I'm trusting we are also gauging to find out whether we are stable mentally as we continue with this discussion. Now, the theme of the conference this year is Connected for Impact. As we have this panel discussion, I would like to ask you to connect with us as professionals in the industry. We are not coming because, we are not discussing this because we have all the right answers or that we can exhaust the topic. But the essence is, can we open that door or can we set up that platform for us to also be honest with ourselves that as we give financial advice to our clients, we can also consume the same. If Okari was here, there's a msemo in Kiswahili, and now that we're in Coast, it says, mganga fanya nini? So the question is, as insurance professionals, are we able to diagnose ourselves, prescribe, and continue taking up the treatment to make sure that we are financially well? But as we begin, Valerie, what would you say is the biggest challenge that insurance are facing in terms of financial wellness? And in the same breath, what then can they do, or what can we do to improve our income streams?
Okay. I think when it comes to investment, it's best to invest in what you know. Because what you know will make you learn more and be able to know where you're going wrong. So I think in the insurance industry, even as agent and all of us, probably we first of all need to invest in what you know. And probably if you actually, and I'll give an example. If probably you're very good and you understand MMF, start there. Because if you go to stocks and you don't know how stocks operate, and probably you have no idea when to check the stocks, when not to check the stocks, when it's a buy time, when it's not, it's a sell time, you will lose money and you will be saying, I have made bad financial decision. The same way, when it comes to probably getting a client, we need to know our clients. And even we need to know ourselves. When things are going wrong and you're getting very irritable easily, it's burnout time. Take time. I think every morning when we wake up, we need to have probably a schedule of morning. I have a schedule in the morning. I have an afternoon schedule. I have an evening schedule. There's time to lock out. Just lock out. Have time out for yourself. Then in the morning, once you have refreshed, you're a better person in the morning. Every time you take a break and come back, you're more energized. And I think you actually sell better, and you're even cleverer, even in terms of the points that probably come out to give your clients, to even engage your clients. And of course, over time, you learn it's a structure. Life is a balance. I'll give an example, and why I say life is a balance. And you have you enjoy life as time is going. For example, it's time for Christmas now. All companies have a Christmas theme. So you probably have been told to do old school, or probably you're going your school edition. And we are all probably going to the market to buy something or to sell a product to a client. In the process, you will get into a shop and buy maybe a uniform or maybe a shirt or something. You know, life is still going, even as you're doing your job. And you also, life moves as you go. And probably you'll meet someone and have lunch. Has time stopped because you went to buy a shirt for the Christmas party? Time is still going. So you'll enjoy life in all ways, differently, depending on how you balance yourself. I believe in keeping a schedule of anything. And especially to the ladies, and even to the men. When you go to the barber and the ladies go to the salon, sometimes we find like, let me just pop in here. Schedule it even on your calendar. Because life will still continue going. Maybe just give it a nice name that looks nice, so that probably maybe your secretary or your personal assistant doesn't know. But at least you take care of you first. It is you first, then everyone else comes.
Thank you, Valerie. Yesterday, when we were delving in some of the changes that are happening in the industry, there was a mention about a change in terms of commission payments within the industry. I had to check to know what exactly that is. And the interesting thing is, it has set a very interesting mandate in terms of how commissions will be paid going forward. How will that impact anyone who is in this room or everyone in this room who is on commission basis? So on that, Timothy, now that Mganga hajigangui, have we or are we as insurance agents properly insured? Or do we need to start selling to each other or selling to ourselves?
Thank you. Thank you, Eric, and good afternoon, everyone, once again. With your permission, Eric, you'll allow me just to mention 3 things that I've realized impact us directly, then I come to your question. And one of the researchers that was made found out that Kenya has been named as 1 out of 3 countries globally with the poorest pensioners. I want us to delve in that and ask ourselves 1 out of 3, not in Africa, but globally. And maybe just for the point to sink home, we have around 195 countries in the world. Second is about the money personalities. As intermediaries, how well do we understand what we sell, and are we consumers of the same? One of the research talks about financial literacy. And it talks about 38%, only 38% of the population in Kenya have some sort of financial literacy. So what does this mean? I think from the talk from Bupa, we've seen Kenya has a population of around 54 million, right? So 38% of that is, okay, 80% of that is youth, right? That forms around 45 million. Now, out of the youth, 38% of the entire population only understand financial literacy. What does this mean? It means that the understanding of where we plant the seed is not literally clear. We are gambling in a way. And lastly, one of the interesting researchers talked about the impact in our society, which is still the youth, the 45 million that we've been talking about. And what it has been saying is that out of the college graduates, they spend around almost 16 years in the college, that is through primary, secondary, and university, being taught about how you can make an impact and earn good money, which is not a bad thing. But little or no time is invested in our kids on how to invest, grow this money, and become reputable in the organization. Now, to your question, what I can say is the first instance is for us to understand our personalities in terms of money. Are you a saver? Are you an investor? You know, are you a risk taker, and how do you take those analyses? Because what we intend to understand is these earnings, what they didn't tell us in school is that bills are living things, Eric. And as we grow, they grow. And that's just the reality. So as intermediaries, as we go out there to sell about money market and tell the client that the compounding interest is the 8th wonder of the world, how well have we invested in ourselves, and how much have we took time just to understand the environment? Because what they say, Eric, is irregardless of the amount that you make as your commission, this is a seed. And ladies and gentlemen, a seed that is planted, however good it is, it will only be determined out of the yielding from the soil. So what is the environment that we're operating with? Eric, to answer your question, is that majority of us stagger a lot in terms of explaining to the clients on issues to do with how we invest our own funds, that commission, that tender that you won. So what have you been doing, and how do we multiply this money? That has always been a challenge. And for those who have that knowledge, how are we, you know, spreading it around the entire industry, starting with ourselves? Because as per the talk yesterday, I think it's Njeri Njomo who mentioned that irregardless of what we do, if we do not give an impact to those that are within us or around us, then as leaders, and I believe in these rooms, we are CEOs, we have employees, and we lead companies. So how do you grow the next person to take over? So I think that's my answer in brief. We just need to understand our money personalities, and the rest will fall into place. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Bills are living things. Ponder on that. But the question is, are these bills growing at the same rate as our incomes? Yesterday we were doing some maths about how much our pay slips, those with pay slips, have been hit with the changes that came about. So your income has been significantly impacted by almost 9% or thereabout. Has your income grown by 9%? And if it didn't, what are you doing about those bills? Could it be the reason why mobile lending apps are the biggest businesses right now in the country? To that, Bwana Matthew, what would be 3 or 4 practical steps that we can consider, especially around retirement planning? Because if bills are growing not at the same rate as our incomes, it means there's a time that will be advanced in age, but our income capacity will be greatly reduced. What can be some practical steps that we can take in preparation for retirement?
Thank you so much. When it comes to financial planning, I think for me, one of the most practical steps that all of us have to take up is not to allow procrastination. Immediately you start making money, or immediately you are in a work environment and you're having some resources that you make out of that work, can you start planning for the future and start now? A lot of people generally like planning for the last day or the last day. And that has actually been the biggest monster, that so much time is wasted. By the time you're starting to think about it, you have lost the time, you have lost the resources, and most likely you don't even have the job. And your health might also not be aligned to the agenda. So that's one of them. Secondly, it's about budgeting. If there has ever been any revolutionary financial planning instruments, it is a budget. It is a powerful tool. One that tells you that you spend the balance of investment. That when you're starting your financial planning journey, the priority should be around what to save, what to invest. And then the balance of the resources can go into building your financial cushion around the risk management and, of course, your basics of life. Then, of course, finally, and also very, very, very importantly, for me, it's about discipline. You might have a very clear roadmap. You might have the resources. You might have the knowledge that you need to achieve the agenda. But a lot of people lack financial discipline. I will tell you very, very frankly, the reason why you see most of the people being financially sick, it is not because they didn't have the money, it's not because they didn't have the opportunity, it is because they lacked the discipline. Are you willing to make the sacrifice so that you can become a smart investor? And when it comes to smart investing, what is your investment narrative? Are you the type that want to enjoy now and suffer later, or the type that want to make the sacrifice today to be able to enjoy later? That discipline is very important. Of course, that discipline also cements the way you interrogate and relate with your budget. Without discipline, the budget may just appear like another tool. But the moment you accept to go through the fundamental steps of managing your bills, managing your finances, and you allow that discipline, I think that for me is the beginning of the financial wellness that we all looking forward to.
Thank you, Banamathu. And maybe as we conclude and look on the other side of mental wellness, and I will open this up to anyone in this panel, what would be some of the things that we can actively take up to bring about a work-life balance? In this context, a number of us in this room are running their own outfits, which means almost 90% of those running the outfit, you don't have what is, in a conventional sense, structured as leave days. So if you are to work, you can easily work Monday to Monday. Up to and including Christmas, you'll be signing a deal. So what can become a practical approach to gain work-life balance and still keep the lights on? Open to anyone in the panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. For me, I'd talk about 3 elements as insurance professionals within the room. One, our business is creating wealth. 2 is protecting the wealth through insurance. And probably look at the health preservation. Because we all know without you being healthy or you being sickly, you can't engage in an activity that can generate income. So basically, as Old Mutual, there is what we've launched as Thrive, just to try to balance it out. And Thrive has come to cure what we've gotten from our clients or even our staff, because they are also our internal clients within the organization. So Thrive has looked at 3 aspects of life, work, balance. And one of them is the financial literacy. We want to drop that jargon and go into deep details. So when we talk about financial literacy, what the apps helps us is to understand the 6 tenets. 1 is we earn, 2 we spend, 3 we save, 4, we invest, borrow, and insure. So what this app does, it helps you understand your money personality. Are you a saver? Are you an investor? Or are you somewhere within the lines that you'll need financial literacy talks just to understand where you are, and somebody who can work it out for you in terms of investments. The health element part of it is that majority of the human capital or the human HR who look after the welfare of the staff within our organizations will tell you that researchers said 1 out of 10 people is suffering from mental health. And this is a menace that is killing our society silently. Not a viral pandemic, but a financial one. In 2024, the gambling companies in Kenya gambled 799 billion. 799 billion. And what it has done, it has made majority of the youth to commit their monies after earning, not in areas that they can invest and multiply it, but to make quick schemes of making money. And what this has led is depression, stress, and even the level of suicide. So what we've done is that we've created an app that walks you through and enables you to ensure that you understand the money personalities, you have a good mental stature, and as well, lastly, about health, that is, the app is able to track, you know, your daily activities just to ensure you're not sedentary. As you come in, how many steps have you done? Maybe you're a cycler, you're a mountaineer, or you're a runner. So what this done is making sure that the all-round perspective, you're able to get good nutrition through the app. And lastly, as I conclude, is that this app creates points for you because it was a value proposition. What these points does is that anything that you follow to the app builds you and makes you earn points. And we've partnered with vendors that for the ladies, you'll go to Ashley's or men barber shop to do your hair at a discounted price based on the discounts or the points that you've earned. You can fuel to Ruby's, you can go to the gym, get a discount, just to ensure that there's value proposition. And through that, we try to just disseminate from doing or lending in one area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Timothy. Parting shots on financial and mental wellness. Valerie.
It is good to just be aware of your spending habits. The spending habits will always make sure, they will always make you know what to do, what not to do, and at what point. And you'll also you'll be able to know, this I've saved. I keep saying this is a cliche sometimes, but it's actually real. The 50-30-20 rule. Or any other saving way that can actually be able to help you. You'll be able to have maybe a stable mind, because you'll also be able to invest in other sources that are not necessarily insurance, that can actually be able to give you income, that can actually come in, and you don't need to work. I keep saying, all insurance people, I think if you bought your phone from Safaricom, they'll always say your phone is overworking because it's always ringing. You're always sorting issues somewhere here, an accident there. So in terms of that, so when you get other multiple sources, then at least you have a balance. And once you have a balance in terms of your finances, what to invest in, automatically, everything aligns, right?
Thank you. Timothy?
Thank you. So mine will just be challenging us as insurance professionals within the room, that whatever we earn, however little or, more in terms of financial, we need to be consistent and be active participants in what we sell and not passive observers. And Eric, because it's on, we're in Mombasa, and Onkari said we should stick to Swahili. There's a Swahili saying that says, mali bila tafdari hupotea bila habari. So whatever we've earned, if we are not sure where we are placing it, we won't be different from those who retire poor. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. And you earn another title of Mhenga. Matthew, conclusion.
Customers are not going to buy from you because you have an agency. They're not going to buy because you are a financial advisor. They're going to buy because you are an expert in the gospel that you're talking about. My view is that financial sickness and mental sickness can also be infectious. You can almost tell a client that has bought from an advisor or agent that is not an expert. They never live through to realize the agenda. So I think it starts with us. Let us, first of all, be consumers of the gospel that we are selling. The moment you do that, the rest is going to be history. Remember, it is us who are supposed to be leading the customers in terms of the financial journey and the financial destiny. If we don't know the way, we'll not lead them there. We'll mislead them. If you do not plan your finances, be sure irresponsible expenses will manage the finances for you. That's my view.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And in ending, the pastors in the room, you will confirm that indeed Jesus spoke more of money than he did of heaven. And I believe that could be the reason why Judas took money, then hanged himself because of mental unwellness. So let's ensure that we are both financially and mentally well. Thank you so much to my panelists and for your participation. Asante.
Oh, what a powerful way to close it. Jesus spoke about money than heaven. Sasa unaongelea ile kitu hauna. Okay. Okay, please step forward for this photo and then we will be able to do. Hey, Timothy unajua Kiswahili. Nikikwambia urudie kitu utaweza umwa na kichwa. All right. Thank you so much. Please line up very well for this photo. And once you take the photo, I wish to invite Rosemary from Policyholders Compensation Fund, PCF. Rosemary is one of the most known supporters of AKPIA, and PCF indeed was one of our bronze sponsors. We sincerely appreciate. Please don't leave because she's going to present this to you before we can. Please don't leave. Please don't leave italics. Okay, Rosemary, please come and present this gift, and we will still do it as follows. Let's start from Timothy right there, because I know Matthew, we have your gift coming up. So let's have Timothy. Let's have Timothy's gift right there. Timothy. Okay, this is from us to Timothy. Please step forward right here. All right, let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. This is from us to you, saying thank you so much for being part of this noble panel and throwing in some Swahili in a manner that shows that you are thriving. Asante sana. Hiyo ya thrive, hizo discounts kuna za mapala. Asante sana. All right, now next we have the next presenter, that is the beautiful lady. Please step forward. I will get your name in a short while. Yes, it is Valerie, I remember. Good. Valerie, this is from us to you, saying Asante sana. Asante sana. Keep glowing. And anasikia ulihamia estate za Wadosi. Sawa sawa. I hope ushachukua ile namba ya nyumba 10. And Eric, did we have the moderators will be awarded tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much, Eric. We appreciate and say asante sana. Before I hand it to Matthew, your notes are ready. Everything is good now. I want to present the next award courtesy of AAR. Anne of AAR is still in the room? Or she has stepped out? Okay. I'll be able to hand it later. I'll hand it later. Okay. Because ama kuna representative wa AR mwenye ako around mwenye anaweza hand. You can give. Oh, you are in AAR. Okay, come. Please present this one. And this is the next person mwenye pia nime notice amepost na akatag in a very good way. Anne Getao, are you in the room? Yes, Anne, please come. We want to present this to you because you have been excellent in posting and tagging. Indeed, we say asante sana. This is courtesy of AAR and, of course, appreciation from AKPIA for your input in making this a mega success. Thank you, Anne. Keep the postings coming. Please present this. Shikilia yo zawadi vizuri. This is courtesy of AAR and, of course, tunasema asante sana, and keep those postings coming. Continue posting and tagging because you may be the next winner. Nilikwambia hizi vitu niko nazo, you just give. All right, now, when I met Matthew for the first time, he spoke in a manner that could only cause jitters to those who prefer to live today and let tomorrow sort itself. Matthew is a man who believes in living today and living better tomorrow. And a gentleman who is able to delve into a conversation of retirement, financial wellness, mambo ya mental health. He's the man who has seen it all, made it all. And in the Aki Awards, he was the top agent of the industry, as we were saying in 2024. Let's give him a big round of applause. Yes, kukua top agent si mchezo. And of course, the man behind HISA Africa, the man, the myth, the legend. Please help me welcome Bwana Alfred Mathu. A round of applause as we welcome him to the stage. Mambo ni yako sasa, fanya vile unavyofanya kabisa. Asante.
Can you put up my slides? Oh, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you so much for your patience and your time. I do hope that the only person standing between me and most likely your lunch or late lunch is myself, and I'll run through this very quickly. We've had an interesting panel here and it discussed majorly about how your mental wellness and financial wellness connect. And I will jump quickly into my very few slides just to be able to demystify again financial planning and mental wellness. Okay, mental and financial wellness. I would say that the state of your wallet affects the state of your mind. You can tell somebody who is financially struggling and somebody who is not financially struggling. The state of your mind affects the choices that you make. Most financial problems do not start in the bank. They actually start in the mind. Mental stress rarely ends in the mind, but spills into your finances, your work, and your family life. When you have financial pressure, the first place that you feel the pressure is not in your wallet. It is in your emotions. Emotions affect your stress levels, affect your sleeping patterns, affect your concentration, and also affect your general confidence. When you are financially stable, you concentrate better, you set clear financial goals, at work you perform better, the results can show, and of course finally, you are able to maintain that level of confidence that we are talking about. Therefore, when you talk about financial wellness, your mental health is integrated in it. And the two are inseparable. A structured life will actually maintain the balance of these two. What triggers financial and mental stress? The first one is living from paycheck to paycheck, being in a rat race. There are people on the payday, you can even tell their body language. They are waiting for their salary on that day. And a slight delay or disruption affects them. Secondly is rising cost of living, which affects your disposable income. The same income that you're earning last year, if you're earning it this year, with the new impact of the taxation, you have a lot less in terms of disposable income. The other one is debt pressure. There are people who cannot even walk in the streets of Nairobi or Mombasa because of the debts, knowing who you owe and that people are looking for you out there. That affects you. The other one is medical emergencies. There are a lot of people out there. The bigger percentage of Kenyans don't have medical options. They don't have medical covers. So a slight, disruption due with a medical bill, again, disrupts your financial wellness. The other one is school fees pressure. The prudent people, even here, have already paid their school fees for January. If you've not paid for January, you'd rather pay now. Christmas is about spending, and a lot of people will spend, without consideration of bills that will be waiting in January. Unstable incomes and also job security and clear financial loss in the families, and finally poor financial habits. And a major one here is spending on lifestyle. Spending on lifestyle. A lot of people have been affected by lifestyle expenses. Let me talk briefly about how financial planning drives mental and financial wellness. The first one is it creates structures, and one of the structures that I talk about is a budget. You start tracking your expenses right from the time money hits the bank. You can actually tell where, how much went. You keep track of that money. The other one is that you set clear goals. And here I'm looking at your short-term goals, your medium-term goals, as well as long-term goals. And part of the long-term goals is retirement planning. The other one is medical coverage. Can you transfer the medical risk from yourself? And here I'm speaking to the converted. And this is what you're helping our clients to do. Let us transfer the medical risk from yourself to an organization that has got the financial muscle, so that in the event of a disruption, you are well cushioned. The other one is life assurance. You want to remove the anxiety of what would happen if, the biggest if, what if I died? What if I became disabled? What will happen to my, my beneficiaries and my dependents? The other one is long-term planning, whether it's around school fees, whether it's around retirement, or around legacy. Finally, let me also talk about professional guidance. We are the experts. We are the people who are leading, the customers that we serve out there. Let us be the best. Let us give the best advice. And always tell our customers that if they don't manage the money will mismanage their wellness. So what is financial planning, and how does it keep connecting with your mental wellness? Financial planning, in my view, is that ability to manage your financial resources. You get agents who are basically earning about the same amount. And even if they are living the same lifestyle, their financial wellness is not going to be the same. So the ability to manage your financial resources in order to achieve your various goals and aspirations is what, in my view, makes a financial plan. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, a prudent person will start planning for the last day or the first day. Let us not plan for our retirement on the last day. Let us not plan for school fees for our children on the very last day. Let us do these things at the right time. I will tell you, the Kenyan statistics shock me every day. We are told that approximately 97% of guys are in what you call financial deathbed. When somebody is in a financial deathbed, they are financially dead. They are walking to retirement without plans. They are walking to retirement without any commitments, without any goals. They are completely disrupted. They are financially sick. And what you see on those two pictures, the first one is somebody who is in a financial mess. And the other photo is the moment you allow a financial detox, it suddenly moves your life, or gradually moves your life to financial wellness. And briefly talk about the roadmap to financial wellness. There are basically 3 steps. You make money, grow that money, but also protect it. In terms of making your money, I think we all need to know the fact that money does not like negativity. And I remember talking about this even last year. If you are a pessimist, you will always be broke. Money likes positivity. If you are an enthusiast, money will come your way. You attract more. The other thing about money is that you got to look for multiple streams of income. And the bigger question to ask ourselves even here, is there money that is being made for you while you are seated here, is being made for you somewhere else? Are you making money while you're seated here? Do you normally make money while you are sleeping? Because then that enhances your financial standing. And then finally, of course, it's also good to look at your spending habits. Most of the Kenyans don't have a problem of earning. The problem is in spending. Put controls on your spending habit. To progress the next level, we have to grow the portfolio. To grow your portfolio, ladies and gentlemen, let us learn away from unnecessary debts. Most of the debts that Kenyan people are taking up, they are lifestyle debts. That you feel you want to go on a cruise. You feel it's about time to go for an exotic holiday. You want to be eating out. You want to go and start doing shopping even at this particular point, even without a budget. Let us manage our debts. Then finally, to be able to protect our portfolio, ensure that you've got every mechanism in place that helps you to remain cushioned. Have a succession plan, and let me tell you, in as much as we are financial advisors here, I know there's still a bigger percentage of us that don't have a will. I'm sending a challenge to all of us today. If you've not had a chance to sit with your lawyer to do a will, please do it. Lead from the front. We are telling our customers that financial planning is not going to be completed until you do succession planning. Can you read from the front? The other thing, of course, have your medical insurance in place, have your critical illness cover in place, ensure that you have your disability cover in place. Let me briefly talk about a few money management mistakes. Again, you continue seeing how the mistakes that we do on our money would affect our wellness, whether mental or financial. The first and biggest mistake that people do with their finances is work without a budget. You have no idea where your money is supposed to go. You know how much comes to the account, but where it goes, you have no clarity. The other one is procrastination. People keep feeling young, and people love being told that they are young, even in this sitting. Somebody is at 58 and you're still telling them that they are young. Somebody at 61, you're still telling them that they are young. When are they going to be young? I mean old. So a lot of people have abandoned their financial responsibilities because they have that inner feeling that they are still young. The other one is misconception. Some people think they don't need these things. Some people think they come from very rich families. Some people think that they are very educated. The other one is poor financial habits. And I talked about this again last year. Poor financial habits on two elements. One, we borrow money you don't need, majorly for lifestyle. The other element is where we're using money that is made for our own critical expenses, we're lending that money to our friends and relatives hoping that we're going to be paid back. Approximately 61% of Kenyans who are borrowing money today have no intentions of paying back. Ask Sam, he's from the bank, he knows people are very emotional when they are borrowing, but not the same when they are repaying. We start leading the fine prints when it comes to repaying, not when you are borrowing. The other one, saving instead of investing. Where is your seed? Is it in the house or is it invested? Because that will also, resort to pressure if you don't put your money in the right place at the right time. If your money is growing as you grow, it means that a lot of the future responsibilities, you are going to be able to address them conveniently and without pressure. The other is lack of financial literacy. Of course, some people, even here, there's some certain investment instruments that you don't understand. There's some certain risk management instruments that you don't understand. Can you challenge yourself now going forward? Those instruments that you still don't understand, that you acquaint yourself with them, and so that you can keep yourself better financially. The other one, inconsistent savings. If you're on a regular income, I know agents are not necessarily on a regular income. You hear an agent hit a jackpot this month, 5 million shillings was made as commission. Next month, there's no commission, but that month, another 2-3 million shillings has come in. Can you structure your life? As you make this money, know how much of that money I must spend now, and how much I must put in an environment that will give me cushion at old age. The other one is spending based on peer pressure. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, December is the month, and it's here with us. Do not spend based on your capital. Spend based on the gains on the capital that you invested. The other one is lack of financial goals. It's a major one. If you don't have goals, you are going to achieve none. And there are people who start the year and end it without any single goal that they had planned to achieve. If you didn't have a goal, you are going to achieve none. The other one is not balanced investment equation. It's a big problem in our country right now. And people are already depressed. Some people are stressed. You are so rich asset-wise, but very poor in cash flow. You are asset-rich, but cash-poor person. You are now struggling to dispose some of the land to get cash. At old age, you have to sell for sustenance. But there are no buyers. So why don't you start balancing your investment equation now, rather than do it later? The other one is spending everything that you earn. If you're spending everything that you are earning, you are not going to make any financial progress. You'll be at the same point even next year. The other one, and this has affected me at some point, where you sign as a grantor for somebody without the readiness to pay in case of default. It hit me. And this came from another, a colleague who was an agent as well. The guy took off from the company and took off from, I think, from the country, and he had taken up a loan from the circle, and me and a few other colleagues lost 400,000 shillings each. So if you're not willing to take up that responsibility, don't sign as a grantor. The other one, the Kenyan mindset I always talk about. A lot of people go to business at old age. That it is when you hit 61 years, 60 years, that you want to start a butchery. It is when you hit 61 years that you're starting a hardware. You are completely misaligned in terms of your planning. Your risk appetite cannot be able to justify that kind of business. The other one is investing in long social networks. Who are the people around you? And what do you normally discuss? Is it a productive conversation or not a very productive conversation? Even here, when you are, the financial advisors, there are people you should not spend your time with. They're not discussing anything else outside of alcohol. They'll not discuss anything outside of relationships that don't make sense. So, force yourself to stay with the people who can actually add value in your life. The other one, a lot of people walk around with a lot of money they don't need. Others are not doing succession planning. Some people are hiding their money in stupid places in the house. And other people are faking their status until they are faked out. Let me talk about spending habits of people. Did you know that about 85% of people spend more than they make? You're building a hole in your life. That you're earning $500,000 but spending 600. You're earning $1 million but spending 1.2. You're spending you're earning 1.5 but spending 1.8. Because of that, 90% will get to retirement without sufficient savings for retirement. You're hoping that your children are going to take care of you. You're hoping that the society is going to treat you nicely. You're hoping that the government is going to treat you nicely. There's no such a thing. Finally, 98% cannot be able to meet their medical obligations. They're the people who we have to fundraise for every other month. Now, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and this is now where the rubber meets the road. And I talked about it during the panel discussion. Budgeting. It is the most revolutionary part of your financial planning. The moment you allow yourself not to spend before you know where the money is going, that will actually become a starting point of your new life. A gentleman called Warren Buffett says that we should be spending the balance of investment. When you make your money, the first 25% of your income should go to savings and investment. Full stop. Forget about all the other stories that people keep telling you. The first 25% of your regular income, let it go to savings and investment. The next 50% will take care of your needs. The remaining 25% will take care of lifestyle. Let me demystify these three. I'll start with the last portion of 25%. That 25% will take care of expenses that are not mandatory, the ones that make your life comfortable whenever you accomplish them. That's why you do the tithing in church, that's why you do the offertory, that's why you have money for eating out, money for a road trip, money for a birthday party, upgrade your phone to iPhone 18, you know, those things you can do from the lifestyle account. The 50% is supposed to be for your needs. Ensure that you live within or below means. The bulk of people, for show-off purposes, live above means. By the time iPhone 18 is coming out, there are people who will be shopping for that phone online. You don't even have an emergency account, but you are using your own critical money to buy an iPhone for lifestyle. Ensure that you live above below means. Then the first portion of 25%, let that take care of your savings and investment. And with this, you have to break down the portfolio into three elements. The first 20% of it will go to emergency funding. I always tell people, allow that you build a threshold of 3 to 6 times of your monthly financial requirements. The next 50%, medium-term investments. Medium-term investments. What are you doing on a monthly basis? And what are your plans by the age of 50? What are your plans by the age of 55? What are your plans by the age of 60? Do you guys have standing orders that are aligning to the various companies in terms of your contractual investments? Because that's where the rubber meets the road. If you are convincing customers to invest, but you yourself are not investing, you are on the right trajectory. Wrong trajectory, I mean. If you are convincing people to invest every month, and you're not doing it yourself, you are on the wrong path. And the reality will be known, because it is when the tide goes down that we shall know who was swimming naked. It will come to pass. Finally, the last 30% is for a portion that will take care of retirement investment. I'll tell you, when it comes to retirement investment, clear your debts. Don't get to retirement age with debts. Don't get there with a mortgage. Don't get there with a SACCO loan. Don't get there with a car loan. Avoid debts at old age. The other one, accumulate enough savings. Accumulate enough savings to take care of your old age. Black tax is dying. A lot of our children here don't understand what supporting their parents mean. When I'm going up country to meet my mom or to visit my mom or my parents, I have to somewhere pass around Naivas and do some shopping. But I've now got children who are working. I've not seen them go to markets to do shopping for me. I've not seen my children go to a market to do any shopping for me. But me, when I'm going to see my parents, I do it. I'm telling you guys, black tax is dying. If you are putting all your hope in the children only, you're not investing for retirement, you're on your own. What is the state of emergency funding? What is the status of emergency funding? And remember, by the way, whatever I'm saying, try to connect it with your mental wellness. Because there are parents who are waiting for their children to come, and their children are not coming. The children are here busy planning for their trips. They're going to Dubai, they're going to Zanzibar, they're going all over the place. And your parent up country is waiting for you. They're going to be very disappointed with an M-Pesa of 3,000. Now, what is the status of emergency funding? A lot of people are not building emergency funding. They're not building emergency funds. All of us here are busy talking about money market. But have we taken time to socialize and also invest in a money market account for our own emergencies? When an emergency comes up, you don't have to start disturbing everyone. There are people who, when their phone is stolen, laptop is stolen, car is hit, you cause a lot of noise out there. Have an emergency account. It will cushion you. I'll talk about now what people don't like to be told about. Just jump this slide because it's the most important slide, ladies and gentlemen. This, for me, is the most important slide. And I was talking about, your medium-term investments. I know a lot of us here are below 50. When you talk to people like myself who are above 50, it is now that the reality is dawning on me. I am now seeing my retirement coming very fast. It is not very far. My retirement, as we speak right now, is 71 months away. I don't know whether you guys know when you are going to retire or when you're going to be forced to retire. Whether you're running a business or not, I will tell you very, very frankly, can you be intentional in building your own security? Because no one will do it for you. I partnered with one top underwriter called ABSA Life. And this is where my revolution started. The gospel that I speak to people about, it is all in ABSA. And if you're still struggling out there to convince people on a product doesn't work, you just need to socialize yourself with that product. You just need to understand it, how it works. You don't sell it, they buy it. You don't sell it, they buy. And we are helping our customers to build medium-term security. And here I'm looking at, what do I need to do in the next minimum of 5 years, but my age of 50 or thereabout? And I want to build a portfolio. What this company has done, and I will talk briefly about it, construction investment here, otherwise called the endowment. This is designed to help you meet your medium, long-term goals. It's a revolutionary all-in-one product that combines your investments and life cover requirements in one. The investor takes a construction investment for a premium and term that aligns with their goals. The plan allows flexible premium payment options that are either monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, or even annual. The investment allows you to either maintain a flat contribution to the premiums, or you can keep, increasing the premiums at a rate of 5% per year. The investment offers a one-off guaranteed and tax-exempted maturity benefit. Any accidental hospitalization of a minimum of 3 days will give you what you call hospitalization cash, which is up to 0.2% of the sum insured. Due to the type of investment or eventualities of death, disability, and critical illness are covered. Let me see something there. I one time had a client who signed up somewhere in the month of April, way back in 2022. A couple came to my office, we sat, discussed this product, and the lady and her husband agreed to sign up. They took up 50,000, 111, and the husband took 75, 399. Exactly 1 month after, the husband died. 1 month of paying, 1 month of premium, 75,399. Let me tell you what. And that is perhaps what gave me the greatest motivation to continue that direction. Within exactly 8 days after submitting the claim documents, we waited for the death certificate and of course the other claim documents from the hospital. Exactly 8 days after I received those documents, the customer had money in the bank, 10 million shillings. Let me not explain further. During the term of the investment, as I said, all eventualities of death, disability, and critical illness are covered. For terms 10 years and above, you qualify like any other company, 15% of tax, minimum 5,000, maximum 60,000 shillings per year. The plan has a minimum age of 18 years, maximum 65. You can invest for any period between 5 years and 20 years. In case of an emergency, you can take a part withdrawal anytime from the 6th year. The amount is going to be interest-free, but to be recovered free from the final payout. The product is ideal for people who have got financial discipline. There are guys here who are financial advisors, they are running their own agencies, but they have also taken up this product. There are people here who are salaried and work for the various insurance companies, and as a way of enhancing their investments, they have taken up this plan. All I'm trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is you got to know which side of your bread is buttered. We are financial advisors. Let us not be pretending about it. That, I cannot sell because I'm tired. What does that mean? I cannot sell that because I normally sell for this. What does that mean? You are a financial advisor. Let us give our clients the best. And that is the only way you'll have sure income. You are not working because of that company or because of that MD or because of that director. No, because of yourself. Because of yourself. That's the reason why you're working. You and your family. Please give your customers the best. And whatever you give them, ensure that you've bought it. I love the girl that talked about, the lady that talked here and said, before selling anything, she first bought. A lot of people, even here, we have been selling products which you don't believe in. We have been selling products which you have never bought. I am telling you people, from where I sit, the best way to do this business, honest and what you believe in. Let me go to the next slide. I'm winding up. Quickly, I'm talking about retirement planning, which I said could also amount to the stress that we discussed here. The first question to ask yourself is, what is your definition of retirement? And when you think about retirement, what worries you? The other one is, at what age are you going to retire and how much time is left? The other one is, what is your current relationship with money? Are you a spender? Are you a dreamer? Are you a saver? Or are you an investor? The bulk of the people are dreamers. And who is a dreamer? These are people who start and end their financial planning in the dreaming. They are always going around the same place planning and they're never taking steps. What they told us that they were going to do last year, they have promised to do this year, they're going to repeat next year. These are guys you meet in January, they tell you that one of my goals this year is to reduce weight. You meet the guy 3 months later, he has actually increased. This is what is happening out there. What is your money personality? Are you a spender? Are you a dreamer? Are you a saver? Or are you an investor? Let me talk about the next one, is what percentage of your current income is going into investments. When you make your money, Warren Buffett said, and said it very clearly, the first 25% of your regular income, put it into investment. Spend the rest. But the first 25%, put it into an investment. If you want to achieve your financial agenda, that is the starting point. The other one is, would you have cleared all your debts, loans, and mortgage by the retirement age? A lot of people are still doing mortgages at the age of 65. A lot of people are having sleepless nights at the age of 69. A lot of people are dying under the weight of debts. You should know clearly at what point I should stop taking debts. And it is written in the Bible, and it's very, very clear. The one who borrows becomes the slave of the one who lends. And I didn't write it. The one who borrows becomes the slave of the one who lends. So the moment you see your relationship manager from the bank coming to tell you, we want to give your own top up, they are asking you, it is about time to enhance your slavery. Because the one who borrows becomes a slave of the one who is lending. You cannot operate on your terms on the moment you borrow. You have to operate on the terms of the one who gave you the money. Then finally, what will you be doing when you retire? A lot of people are not planning what they are going to be doing when they retire. They get there, they have all the time, they don't know what to do with that time. Jump to the next slide. I think I've got 3 more slides. So this is the point now to stop, reflect, and ask yourself a simple question. What is the status of my financial planning? Jump, my brother. With that now comes the next monster, the debt. It's a big question in our country, debt. Jump to the next slide, bro. Debt is a big conversation. People are struggling. A lot of people are committing suicide. People have been auctioned. Cars have been towed. Homes have been sold. What is your exact status of financial planning? I want to tell you, because you're financial experts, if you have got friends out there who are struggling under the weight of debt, a few ideas will help you get out of that quagmire. The first idea, if you're in debt, as you prioritize to pay, can you give higher priority to the debt that is most expensive? If the debt is charging 15, another one is charging you 20, give higher priority to the one of 20. Get out of that situation. The second one is, if you're in multiple debts, there's one with NCBA, one with StanChart, another one with APSA, another one with CDN. If you're in multiple debts, can you consolidate those debts so that you're left dealing with one lender? The other one is, can you debt repayment and reduction strategy? If you normally get bonuses or dividends or coupon or all that, why don't you direct such extra monies into reducing your liabilities? Let me talk about the other one, build an emergency fund. I cannot even overemphasize that. A lot of people get into this because they didn't have emergency options. The other one is budgeting. A budget will help you to control the way you spend your money. It will track your expenses and reduce your spending appetite. Let me talk about the other one, delayed gratification. Yes, you wanted to buy a new car this year. Yes, you wanted to take your family for a cruise this year. Yes, you wanted to buy this house this year. If that is going to upset your current financial standing, and you think it will have a very severe negative impact, why don't you delay until maybe a later date? The other one is debt negotiation. If you're about to get into a debt, negotiate with the lenders on the interest rate that they're charging you. Some lenders are willing to give you 1% less. Finally, asset diversification. Asset diversification. There are people, as I said, who are making money while they're seated here. There are others who money will never be made until you go to the field. There are people who are seated here and they are making money quietly, passive income. Rent is coming, there's dividend coming. I mean, you got all manner of incomes that are coming to your account quietly. Those that don't have not diversified their scope, it's about time to diversify. Because the moment you diversify, you actually be able to have multiple options in case of sudden financial demands. Jump to the next one. How do you avoid these debt cycles? I think the first thing is living below means. That's very important. The second is differentiate your needs from wants. What can I not do without and what I must have? The other one, and finally, create a budget. And I've talked about it. Just jump. I want to talk about reality check. Very, very briefly talk about reality check. Reality check. Because we said we have to stop and interrogate our own individual situation. The first thing is to ask yourself, do I have liabilities? How did I get into a debt? Am I being charged interest? What's the current interest rate? When am I planning to pay off that debt? That's the first question. The second question is, do I have assets? Are they known or unknown? Let me tell you guys, there are a lot of people even here that have got a lot of assets which are not known. Husbands and wives these days are doing hide and seek. You are investing in this platform, your wife is investing in a different platform. And none is telling the other. In the event of demise of either of the parties, such unknown assets are going to unclaimed assets. If there is a financial. If it's an asset, other people will take over. Let me talk about the other one. Do you have dependents? This is a very important question for all of us. Do you have dependents? And can your dependents survive in your absence or absence of your income? There are people even when you are here, we have to keep sending money home. Because otherwise, that home is going to stall. Do you have dependents? And can your dependents survive in your absence or absence of your income? The other one is the most important. For the time that you've been working, have you been able to build a portfolio that can sustain your current lifestyle for a minimum of 25% of the time that you worked so far? Let me repeat that. For the time that you've been working, have you been able to build a portfolio that can sustain your current lifestyle for a minimum of 25% of the time that you've worked? Let me give an example. Somebody has worked for 20 years. Quarter of that is 5 years. So if you have worked for 20 years, you should have built a financial muscle that can sustain your current lifestyle for a minimum of 5 years. Unfortunately, most people live from paycheck to paycheck. When there's a slight delay in their pay, it affects their obligations. The other one is, if you are diagnosed with a terminal illness, what is the status of your medical coverage? Even here, as financial advisors. The other one is, what is the status of your medical coverage? You have no more medical cover, and you also have got maybe severe illness cover. Let me tell you what. The ABSA endowment plan that I've talked about gives you additional benefit free of charge of up to 5 million shillings. And I saw this in reality 2 months ago. An Asian client of mine from Parklands was diagnosed with a simple problem, cancer of the lower jaw. She's got 2 plans with me, ABSA endowment. But cancer of the lower jaw hit her unknowingly. She thought it was a tooth problem. Let me tell you, when I mentioned we're having coffee with Eric and I said, hey, by the way, I've got this client who is going through this. He told me, Alfred, what you do? Can you put the documentation together, submit for assessment? I submitted the documentation to ABSA. The next minute I'm seeing, claim is approved. Ask the client to submit 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you're going to hospital, yes, your medical cover is paying the bills, but ABSA has given you an additional 4.7 million shillings for liquidity purposes. What a lovely thing. Why are you exposing your clients where there are such benefits out there? That your clients will have to literally pay for everything. ABSA is giving you that for free. Finally, what is your net worth? All of us need to find some time to do our net worth. You look at your assets and your liabilities. A lot of Kenyans are worth so much in assets, but a lot more in liabilities. Their net worth is a negative number. You need to find time to be doing your own individual net worth. As we end up, enough risks on our path, there is death, there is disability, there is critical illness, and of course, there is the send-off expenses. These are the things that we talk about. Ensure that you're also a consumer of the same. When it comes to death, you've got a good life cover. How much cover is good enough? When it comes to disability, you've got a good disability cover. How much is enough? When it comes to send-off, we are busy selling last expense. Let us ensure that even as we sell, we also have our own that also takes care of our families. I'm coming to, I talked about the 4 money personalities. I don't want to know on that again. There's a dreamer, there's an investor, there is the guy that you call the spender, and you got the saver. But there's one guy I want to talk about very, very briefly. This is a guy that we call the investor. Everyone thinks that they are investors. To be an investor is not about your bank balance. Having 10 million shares in your bank, having 20 million shares in the bank does not define you as an investor. An investor is determined by the way they socialize with their money, the way they rate with their money. These are guys who are long-term. These are guys that are very diversified. They work and work with their accountability partners. Do you people have accountability partners? Mr. Kamel, you're my senior. Do you have an accountability partner? Let me tell you the accountability partner I'm talking about. Somebody who understands your financial story inside out. They know when you're about to buy a plot. They know when you're about to buy a house. They know when you're about to dispose an asset you had. They know when you are taking your family for a cruise. They know when your child is going for a master's. They understand your story inside out. But most of the guys that you have are eating with and drinking with. want to skip that? I think 2 more slides now. Move the slides, my brother. Move the slide. Good. Let me talk briefly about that. 5 animals have actually been used to demonstrate a few money management tips that we need to get to our clients, disseminate that information to your clients. The first animal is a lion. And let me ask you guys, between a lion and a lioness, who hunts? When a buffalo has been killed, who is first? Why? Why? Is it a mistake? Let me tell you the message from the buffalo. From the lion. When it comes to financial planning, the buck stops with you. You are the most important person when it comes to financial planning. I can confirm here, when ABSA pays my commissions, before I pay salaries of those that work for HISA, I let my debit orders of my own personal savings go through. Let me repeat that. You are the most important person in your business. You are the principal officer, you are the owner of the agency, and everything else. A lot of times, we spend money on others except ourselves. And if you're not careful, you'll make the 2 million, the 3 million, the 5 million. Money will come through your account. But by the time you are starting to think, you have taken care of all other interests except yours. And that's the reason why Warren Buffett says we should be spending the balance of investment. When you make your money, invest yours first. So when my commissions come from ABSA, the first thing, when my commissions are paid on 20th, my debit orders are on 21st with ABSA. All of them, they go through the next day. Immediately after the debits have gone through, on 22nd, I'm paying the salaries of the people that work in this. Goes that way. So who do you normally pay first? Is it your bills or do you normally take care of your investments first? Where are we? Do you normally take care of yourself first, Irene? Or do you normally start with your bills? You start paying Safaricom, Kenya Power, Nairobi Water, your house girl, all the people that concern you. By the time you know, the money is gone. Start with yourself. That's what you're being told. The second animal is an elephant. It has got amazing memory. I know I'm boring you now. It has got amazing memory. We need to have this sharp memory for us to keep track of our goals, income, and expenses. Those things that we're going to plan now to accomplish in 2026, write them down. Ensure that as we get to 2026, from the first day, start embarking on the goals. But there are people right now who are waking up to start achieving the 2025 goals. The time is gone. The next animal is a rhino. Rhino confronts all the threats that come its way. All of us have got threats on our way. Could be debts, could be peer pressure, spend without a budget, lifestyle demands, black tax. Confront all these threats for you to be able to make a financial turnaround. Next animal is a leopard, an amazing animal. This animal spends the better part of its time hiding at the top of the trees. The moment it identifies a gazelle down there, it will make very carefully calculated steps towards the gazelle. When the chances of success are 90% and above, it will pounce on the gazelle, kill it, and immediately put it to the highest point of the tree where it can eat with peace without being disrupted by the enemies. We need to be that wise. Let us put a good wall from our dream busters. There are guys who don't want you to achieve the next big goal. Keep them away. There are guys who don't want to sign to become an agent of ABSA. Keep those guys away. Finally, the buffalo. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. These animals, they normally walk together. They normally walk and graze together. They know there is power in numbers. The moment one buffalo is isolated from the rest, it will be attacked. So how have you diversified the scope of your investment? Do you have multiple streams of income that are giving you cushion? The final one is we got a puzzle here. The next slide, brother. We got this puzzle here. Question to ask yourself. When you look at the first puzzle, there is chance against 1. There's nothing against 2. And for me, the simplest interpretation of that is that life is not giving you a second chance. Life is not giving you a second chance. Take every opportunity that comes your way with seriousness. If you're not going to take it serious, you just forget it, but also wait for the consequences. The other one is, when you look at that word closely is fooling. But when you look at it closely, it is fooling around. Are you still doing hide and seek with your own financial goals? When are you going to wake up to be serious with the goals that you have to achieve in life? As I wind up, ladies and gentlemen, this gospel, we have to take it to our people. We have to take this to our families. We have to take this to our clients. We must ensure that we lead from the front. The things that we are telling our customers to do, let us ensure that we actually be the front line to do them. I want to appreciate the AKPIA fraternity, the AKPIA leadership for the opportunity, even for you guys giving me an opportunity to speak to you. I know it's a sacrifice. Coming such an hour, guys have not had lunch, people have not had time to rest. I know it's a big sacrifice. Let me also finally thank my few members of East Africa. If you could just stand and wave. Few guys that I came with from East Africa that I work with. And I want to tell you something before I sit down. I've seen big businesses coming down. I've seen a lot of big businesses coming down. And part of the reasons why some of these businesses are coming down is succession related. Can you take up this as a challenge? Your daughters and sons don't even understand what you are doing. They know that, yes, daddy runs a very big agency. He drives a Mercedes top of range. Yes, I know he's a golfer. I know, but they don't exactly understand what you are doing in the agency. Can you bring them with you so that they can work with you for succession purposes? That is a challenge I talked about last time when I was here, and I think I've now started living my prescription. That's the reason why I'm here with my daughter. Lucy, stand. That's my daughter. I'm working with her in the agency. Don't work so hard, build an agency, and then let it collapse. I'm working with my niece. Georgina, stand again. Don't work so hard and then kill your business. Let them work very closely with you. You all remember the story I talked about here? I worked with my principal officer, Teresa, and one day she surprised me when we went for a trip, a convention in US. When we were coming back, the girl disappeared. Today is 3 years. I've never heard from her. And she was the principal officer. If today your principal officer took off without giving you notice, do you have a replacement? I am setting that as a challenge. Guys, let us think about the future of our businesses. As we work today, can we look at the future from now? Where do you want your business to be? Are you still going to be running and learning in a very solid way, or is your business going to be shaken in the next 1 year? There are people who, when they lose one staff in that business, it nearly crashes, it nearly closes. Let us now think about our businesses in a more robust way. Let us care about the clients that we are serving, because if losing one person means that business is coming to a standstill, then I think you've not done properly in terms of your succession planning. God bless you.
Wow, that is Matthew, the fiery gentleman. And please don't leave, because we want to hand in a gift to you. Please, I have a challenge. Let your daughter receive this one. That is called succession, eh? Yeah? There's something you've dropped there, expensive by all standards. Unajua naogopa kupita mbele ya hii kamera alafu kichwa wangu amazing itokee tu hapo. So control, toa hiyo shot, asante. All right. Please, Cliff, please come and present this one to this wonderful family that is on succession mode. Hi, how are you doing? How does it feel working with Dad? Amazing, eh? Yeah.
Campus, I didn't just live with a degree, I also left with a baby.
Matu anasema alitoka campus na degree na mtoto. Alafu kuna sisi tulitoka na audacity. Jana nisomea. Tunataka huko tukichuka. Mimi nimesomea UN, no? UN ndio the only university East Africa kuna hadi helipad huko hivyo. Anyway, this is to Team Amazing, Team Uganda presenting to the great Matthew with, of course, having done the succession game. We sincerely appreciate and celebrate you. Asante sana. And yes, somebody asked me whether this presentation by Matthew can be issued. I'm sure we can dispatch it. Sindio Titus? See, it's not dispatch here. Yes, it will be dispatched through the official email that you registered on this conference. And yes, you will have it so that if you're financially sick, you find the right healing, just as Matthew put it. Asante sana, Bwana Matthew. We appreciate and I'll say asante sana to Team. Now, Team Badview. For the first time, I had Badview during the sponsorship of the ile ilikuwa AIBK conference. Now, kamua kuchukua sponsorship ya dina ya mwisho. Very well. So, watu wa Badview. Team Badview, please come over. I have 5 minutes for you so that you can give us a bad view of what you do. And then I will conclude with the Team Cooperative. Actually, Cooperative Bank have been gracious. They've said they have come with enough awards. I have them all there. They just want to dish out awards. Hata si kuambia kuhusu COP. Just dish out awards and call it a session. We want to finish the day on a high, and so we want to start with Team Badview, and we can conclude with the Team Cooperative. After that, I'll give you the announcements and dismiss the session until tomorrow. Okay, please welcome to the podium. Oh, you want to use it there? All right, all right. Wendio kusema, how are you? Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's quite a session to get this at this o'clock and people haven't had lunch. So I hope people will be able just to give me a few minutes to say something just about Badview. My name is Richard Moiro. I'm a director of Badview Microinsurance. It's the new insurance company that was registered. We actually got our license from the IRA in January this year. How many have heard about Badview before this? How did you hear about us? Good or bad? Good. Oh, thank you. Now, what we are, I got a booklet here, but it's not a speech, so I'm not going to make a speech. But what I have here is what has been spoken here. It's just notes of what has been taken here or spoken here since yesterday. This is just of the notes that I've been taking. It's quite short because most of what has been said is the same thing all throughout. It's about penetration. It's about reaching the low income earners. It's about capacity building. It's about, I think, what has been said on the last 5 years about insurance penetration, which hasn't changed any. So, who is Badview? Badview is probably the new kid on the block who is here to disrupt the market. How? We are 98% digital. Everything has been said about digitizing. Everything has been said about reaching that client, the mama mboga. Let me use the mama mboga because let's say those people, the 97% who has not been reached. Our market is the 97% of that person. Our market is not the 2%. Now, why are we speaking to you? We are speaking to you because we cannot do it alone. We need you, the agents, who are there with the people. You control a big market, and you control these people. You are the ones who knows them best. So, there are three things that prevent insurance penetration. One of them, which has been spoken out here a lot, I will repeat it, is perception, where people think insurance is bad, it doesn't pay out, it's for the rich. So people don't buy it, and we've been going out there, and we've been talking to people, the borders, the tuk-tuks, the Ubers, they say, can't give you your money because insurance, they don't pay out, or they just take money, or they just eat your money. The other one is the pricing. Insurance is a bit too expensive because it's the same thing. It's only those who are in the companies that usually get insurance. If you go out there, you'll find, well, you're agents, so you're out there, so I will try not to repeat what you are doing because you know it already, that when you sell a policy, you are more looking to sell to that client where you're going to get a big commission. It's understandable. You are there to make money. You need to make a living, and you're not going to waste your time for one person where you won't get any money. You need to earn. So what do? You're going to concentrate where you're going to make money. So you're going to look for that SME or that corporate client where you're going to get a fat commission, which is right because you won't get another one until the following year when they come to renew. So you got the rest of the year to look for another one, which doesn't come easily, considering the market. It's the same market, the 2% that has been there always. So you have to try and get it from James, what they're selling this year, and you try to get it next year, because it's the same market. It hasn't changed. So what are these other barriers? The barriers is accessibility. Why can't you go to this other client? Why can't you don't go get what James is doing today and try and get it next year? Why can't you look for a new market? Now, this is where we are coming. We got technology to help you get that extra customer. We got the technology to take you to the 97%, the 90% of the population who are insured. A colleague here presented earlier on, the mobile penetration is more than 35%. It tells you everybody has got an Android phone. With us, that's all you need. It takes only 4 minutes to onboard a person on our platform. We don't tell you to download, because most people don't have the data. When you go to the low-income people, you know they switch off data. So we haven't got an app to go and tell them to download. We are browser-based. And from next week, we're going to have an SSD where you can just send it to somebody to sign up. So how do we do this? We do this all technology. And if I have the next screen, just the one before that, the QR code one. Not that one. The 3 QR codes, please. Now, the way we do this is through a technology where when you register with us as an agent, we'll give you 2 main things. There are 3, but I will only talk about 2. We got QR code. A QR code will help you sign up straight away. We won't ask you to come to the office. We don't send you paperwork. If you can you scan that QR code, it will take you to our portal where you sign up straight away. What do you do when you sign up straight away? We'll give you your own QR code. That QR code is linked to you, and whatever register you do, put that QR code that is linked to you, and that's where you get your commission. You are told about passive income. If you put that QR code somewhere, to that shop that you normally go, or you talk to that tuk-tuk which is moving around, stick that QR code. How many people are going to scan that QR code? Once they scan that QR code, they go straight to the portal and purchase the policy. We are doing things. They go there, enter their details, read what they are buying. We're giving them information, so they will read the policy, they will see what they are covered for, the limits, the exclusions, and once they agree everything, they go to checkout, and before they check out, they got the policy summary, tells them what they are paying, tell them what they have to pay to Kasongo, and they won't be coming back to you saying that you missold the policy to you, because they have all the information on what they are buying. They know if they have bought the dental or the optical is included on their medical, they'll know it. Our policies are all independent. They can mix and match. You can buy an outpatient and choose not to put a medical. They are not all that. So we're giving that flexibility to tailor. A customer is able to make their own product according to what they need. Once they get that, the next thing they get is a prompt on their phone, or you put their phone number if they are not digital savvy, you can do that for them, and you can send that link or just put their phone, they get prompted, they're gonna enter the PIN, and immediately they get their document, the policy document straight on the phone. To be there, download it, but you also send it automatically to their email, and they also have a text with their policy documents on the phone. People have changed. We are not telling them to go for paperwork. They are not waiting until tomorrow. That happens real time. So if you scan that QR code, if you scan on the middle one, on the top one, you can see we are on 24/7. It's 24/7. Take that QR code, send it to wherever. Stick it wherever. People will scan it. The other thing we give you is something called referral code. The referral code is what has been talked here. Everyone has got a WhatsApp. I believe about 99% here are on WhatsApps. Most of these WhatsApps have been developed out of the chama, funerals, medicals. So they have all been, the chamas on the WhatsApp have been developed out of that. What does that, what do we do with that QR code? That QR code, you send it to your WhatsApp group, market yourself on the WhatsApp group, tell them, I'm so-and-so, I'm selling you medical, I'm selling you last expense. Click on this link to get instant cover. When you see on my call, it says instant cover, and that's what they will do. On the referral link, you know the power of the social media. Everybody here, probably just me who is not on Twitter or Instagram and all that, use that link on there. They click it, that link is tailored to you. It's tailored to you. When the customer goes and buys that policy, you got your commission. Talk of passive income. You can send that to somebody US, Australia. They will buy that policy. Something else, when I mention on that quickly, is that we are the only insurance company who is doing a policy called evacuation and repatriation. This is policy tailored to the diaspora market, where we have about 4.5 million Kenyans in diaspora. And we're checking out about 15,000 Kenyans to the diaspora every week. You know, it's a policy of the government, Kazimaju, to send these people. These are avenues to now earn extra income. I'm sure most of you knows or have somebody in diaspora. What we are doing is ask them to buy medical for their family when they are still there. Ask them to take their to buy the policy. You can sell them their last expense policy when they are still out there, because we're paying them as a cash payout when they are in diaspora. Ask them to buy that medical for when they come there. They're very, they know very much about insurance, and I'll tell you this, before they come from there, they usually buy their travel insurance to come here, so that if anything happens to them, they're gonna go to hospital there. Why can't you tell them don't buy there? Why don't you sell them that medical to come and cater for them when they're in Kenya, when you are still here? Why not? They are there, sell it to them. All you have to do is send them that link that we're gonna give you, and they'll be able to buy that. And when they come here, they use it. Tell them they don't need to buy it out there. Somebody spoke about Muzungu, but let's come from that. Why buy from Muzungu out there when you can sell them from there? So that's the main thing we're presenting about View. So ourselves is just showing you how you are going to earn that extra income, that passive income that you're going to earn on and on and on without putting any extra effort from the things you do every day. You got websites, put that link there. People sell. One thing we are doing is they're getting the policy there and there, real time. You don't have to do anything. They got all the information, they make their decisions, they buy. You wake up in the morning, you got a commission already. You even don't know where you come from. Maybe somebody bought it from America. If you want that, the statistics, we can tell you where your customers are. We'll be able to tell you this customer was from US or from UAE, from that. We are operating all the currencies that they do. We are operating the dollar, the pound, the euro. So whatever they are, they'll buy in that currency. If anything is their last expense, we'll still pay them back on that currency. My one is was more to say whatever has been talked to is already here. We're not talking about tomorrow. It's here. That technology is here. How to access that 97% is here. Look at it this way. When you sit on that tuk-tuk out here, don't just sell them the third party. Sell them the medical. Sell them the last expense. For example, as you have seen on our tuk-tuk, we have enabled technology that where that driver is able to pay 30 shillings a day. 30 shillings a day, that's also covering them for their medical, for the personal accident, and for the last expense, funeral cover. My ask to you is, come to Birdview. We're going to co-create products with you. We're going to give you all the assistance we need. And let's get to this 97%. I'm hoping by the time we come back here next year, we'll not be talking about that less than 3%. We'll be talking about 5 or 6%, and hopefully 10%, because we are focusing on that client. Come to us, we'll give you the training, we'll show the we'll give you the training that you need to do that. So if you register today, you'll be able to sell straight away. Those who have registered, I'm not sure whether you have received your QR code or referral link, because it should be coming straight away, and you are straight to go on and start selling. Thank you very much. I will just take a very short time because I know everyone is hungry, including me. If you need any more information, see us. We got a booth there, or visit us to our offices. We are in Westlands. We are here to disrupt the market. We are here. We are the next big thing. And whatever has been said, we are there already. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big round of applause. Asante sana. Thank you. All right, Asante sana. I noticed he strategically chose to be down there so that he can't see the timer, and strategically avoided where he can see me presently telling him the time is up. But because Birdview, I saw you sponsored the dinner for AIBK, right? And that is big money. Why not be a platinum sponsor for AKPIA if you need these people? Tell us you can do it. Tell us you can do it.
I know Clifford is my friend. He's our #1 supporter. He has even given us these few minutes. We couldn't do this one as a platinum supporter because we had done the IBK, and he understands. He's been to our offices several times. We are unable to do the IBK, which is next door, and then do this one at the same time. But he knows next year is us who's going to be talking about. We already done that pledge. That's already pledged, and he's not looking for another sponsor for next year. And we are also coming down to the areas. That's our next plan that we are going. We're done with the brokers. Now we're concentrating on the agents. And actually, we've just employed a new agents manager in our office to manage the agents. That's how we are. So right now, I'll give you the agents manager. You can reach us, come to our office for those who are in Nairobi, or you can just reach us on any social media. We are modern. Reach us on social media. Anyone you call there, we're going to respond to you, and we'll come back to you. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Hivyo ndo tumepata platinum sponsor wa next year, na imekuja tu, so the MC deserves a pay raise. Unaona hiyo chokozi? Thank you. Now, having said that, I want to conclude the session today with Team Cooperative. A Cooperative Bank, please come. And I'm told that everyone who has been a speaker from the day one will be getting a gift. We will have, of course, is Alice still in the room? I have not seen Alice. But we have Jackie Njogu. You will be collecting the gift on behalf of Justin. Then we have Joe Kamiri. Joe, you will be receiving a gift courtesy of Cooperative Bank. We have Agri's representative. I can see Nania may step out, but we'll be handing a gift on behalf of to this wonderful team. Then you have Editha. I'll also be expecting to share a gift with them. Then we have Alfred again. There will be a gift from Cooperative Bank. They have said they are awarding every speaker in this session. And true to their word, let them confirm in their own terms. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chair, AKPIA, and the board, and the esteemed agents, good afternoon. We are well? Thank you so much. My name is Cyrus Karimi. I head insurance premium financing at Cooperative Bank of Kenya. I'm here again also on behalf of my head business banking, who is the custodian of asset finance, leasing, and also it includes IPF and other products that we give as a bank, including mortgages, trade finance, and all other solutions that you can get from the bank. We all know time is money, so I'm here to spend very few minutes. Because today, I was to come with money, but you never gave me instructions to debit your account, so I only brought what money could buy. So, having said that, I'm also an agent. Have been actually an independent agent for a number of years. Have also been at the bank assurance, also again for almost 10 years. Currently now doing the financing of the business that we do on a daily basis. That is selling insurance. And before I say 2 words regarding to what we are doing as a bank to support this partnership, I think Bwana Okari, our MC, I would appreciate we give the gift first. We give what I brought, then I say 1 or 2 things before I hand over the mic to you to let us go for lunch. So, Karibu, Karibu, welcome to the podium. And I would want to start with our MC. I've seen actually our MC gift almost everyone in this session, or even in yesterday's session, but he has not received anything. So it would be important actually we also appreciate him, right? Let's appreciate him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And yes, I will want someone to assist me with the rest. Team Coop mko wapi by the way? Let me see Team Coop when you are around. Team Cooperative Bank, where are you?
They are out there.
They're outside. Okay, so we will have, okay, she will assist us with this one.
Yes.
Okay, next we are going to present to the commissioner's representative. The commissioner's representative, sorry, I think it's the other microphone. Ni wale wa hiyo side, eh? Nilijua tu. Elder, please come. Bwana Matoke, he represented our commissioner so well. So he's going to be the recipient of the second gift from Team Coop. As we say, asante sana for participating in your great remarks. Asante, thank you. Thank you so much, asante sana. Yes, this is to say thank you so much from Team Cooperative. Then we have our next gift coming to Jackie. Jackie is the one who was standing in for Justin, sorry. Yes, Jackie is not in. Then I will just proceed to, of course, this goes to Agri Mulumbi. Of course, you are representing Agri, so you come and receive this one that is meant for Agri from Team Coop, saying Asante Sana. We appreciate. Alice, I've not seen her. I've not seen Stella. So we will be able to dispatch to them. And then we have Juditha also has stepped out. We will welcome Matthew. Matthew, please come, or you will now delegate to the succession journey. Please come. We have this one from Team Cooperative. For those who may have left, Team Cooperative will ensure that the same is dispatched. I wish to welcome our friends from Uganda. Please come. We also have this gift from Cooperative to you, saying asante sana kwa kufika Kenya, and we are happy that you are able to join us. Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Yes, we will start with SecGen. Bwana SecGen Musa mwenyewe. This is from Cooperative to you, saying thank you so much for gracing this wonderful occasion. And then we have, yes, Madam Vice, please, this is yours. Alafu, you will come back, we take for both of you, right? Musa, please come back. We take now both of you having your gifts. I'll put the, yes, that's good. Just show us the good brand as we say thank you. Thank you so much for that. All right, then you will have your opportunity now to, all right. Now, I want to hand back to Team Coop to conclude on the remarks, and then I will be concluding the session for us this evening. Please welcome.
Thank you.
All right, I'm told the commissioner's gift is from AKPIA, needs to be presented. Bwana Chairman, please come and present the commissioner's gift to his representative. Sorry, apologies, Bwana. Just because tunaangalia tu Bwana, then tunaangalia Cyrus for this small inconvenience, but we know he is supposed to leave to go and attend to Matters National Duty kule Nairobi. So this is Commissioner's gift. We're saying asante sana, Bwana Matoke, for representing our Commissioner on this great occasion. Before we conclude, I will also have a chance to appreciate the best branded team right here. So I will be celebrating the very best branded. Oh, Bwana Joe. Oh. Alafu unakuwa humble, unasema wacha jirani ya kuitishia. Aki pasta we ni mzuri. Bwana Joe, please come. He's also a speaker. Joe is a speaker. Karibu sana, karibu. Oh, okay. Okay, there you go. We have this photo. And then we will be inviting the COP team back to present to Joe the Cooperative Teams Award. Let's have from Team COP. All right. One for Team COP. To our speaker, Joe. Can you see a COP bag around there? Yes, there we go. This is to you, Bwana Joe, tukisema asante sana for gracing our stage and serving with diligence. Asante sana, asante sana. Thank you so much. Karibu.
Again, I say thank you for this opportunity that have been granted to us as a bank to just say some few things that we are also doing to support this partnership. Actually, the conference theme, which was Connected for Impact, talked to what the current market or business market demands. This afternoon, actually, I'm happy. I listened to Mr. Madhu, CEO of HISA, talk to us about money. I also appreciated a panelist who said that Jesus talked about money more than anything else. Mr. Madhu just told us actually to sieke pesa kwa nyumba. So what that means is you need to have a financial partner. And at this point, I would want to welcome every one of us who doesn't have an account with CoBank. Come to the bank, open an account, and enjoy the good fruits that the bank is giving to us as insurance partners. Again, in this session, actually I have seen banks. I've seen CoBank partner with us. Have seen insurance agents come here with us. Have seen insurance companies actually come here where we are sitting to connect, partner, and collaborate for impact. So what that means is that anything that is financial in nature is in this conference. So the moment we will be leaving here, it means that we'll have connected, we'll have collaborated, and we'll be looking at the impact that we can put across to the industry and also to our customers. From the bank side, I'm also happy actually to say that Bank Assurance Association of Kenya has been represented here. Over the times, we have been having actually competition, and I appreciate Sam, he mentioned about it. But we are not talking about competition anymore. We are trying to look at how do we collaborate to work more and to work better for good impact. Our core bank assurance intermediary, which now is a subsidiary on the other side, is well represented when I see Sam here, headed by our boss, Joram Kiuna. So what we are saying here is that as a bank, where are we coming in to support every one of us? One, we understand you as a bank that you are a business, you are an SME. What kind of solutions are we designing for your business? We not only want to go to the corporate or to those organizations that are so big. We want to design a simple product that you as a business can enjoy. One, you can access a vehicle, maybe through asset financing, that you may need to propel your business. We also recognize that as we do money, we also need to come from somewhere. What kind of simple mortgage solutions are we designing for this sector or for this industry? And that will speak to you as an agent. KMLC, I know every one of us have heard about KMLCs across the network. How are we solutioning it in a simpler way to impact or to be accessible to insurance agents who we partner with. The other thing is our customers. We talk about insurance penetration always. Insurance penetration is low. But one of the key reasons actually why people don't buy insurance is because of money. What kind of insurance premium financing solutions are we putting across? Are they affordable? Are they flexible enough so that, again, our customers can come for that money and get that policy from you as an agent or from the insurance? So even as we look at this space of ensuring that we increase penetration and we also ensure that our customers get insured, where is this money from? And that's the space where the bank comes in. So us as a bank, we have revamped our insurance premium financing product. We have tried to make it as accessible as possible and also affordable. By also affordability, we also want to ensure that when your customer or you as an agent need that IPF, how fast do we disburse it? We have come up with solutions, with systems, where if you come to the bank with having properly filled your form and all the requirements, that case should disburse the same day. So that means your insurance company who has an account with us will be able to pay them the same day because the entire process has been automated. And the other thing that we have also done is that we have expanded our panel to ensure that we are as much inclusive as possible. And I'm happy to say that all the insurance companies that I've seen in this conference, we work with them. So do not fear to engage any of our branches that are accounts across the country. CoBank has 203 accounts across the country. So what I believe from where you operate in, be it in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Meru, whichever side of the country that you are in, you have a branch near you. So walk there, or guide your customer to go there, let them get that money that they need to buy that policy that you are selling. And by that, what we'll do again, we'll ensure that we also get money in our pocket to invest. And equally now, also you as a business, you will have cash flows. Those cash flows can also support you to get fuel to support your business. And that's where I said we also have the SME solutions to support agents. So any facility, any affordable facility that you want, the bank again now will support you using the account that you have. So by that, we will keep on engaging ourselves. We have a very long program that we'd want to learn next year, jointly with chairman and AKPIA members. So we'll come across where you are. Let's try to partner. Let's give us feedback as much as you can. Because one thing that we do as a bank, we want to hear from you. Even as we're designing these solutions, how would you want them to look like? Will they speak to your need? Will they speak to your customer need? And by that partnership, then again, every one of us, as we cross, will go home victorious and will go home having achieved their financial goal, being our customers or being you as a business person. So as I said when I was starting, time is money. I know we are going for lunch. So Bwana MC, I'm the one to call you now because I'm done. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, and apologies. Thank you, Chairman, for reminding me. We have gifts for everyone. We have gifts for everyone. Please come to the booth. Tulikuja na gift ya kila mtu mwenye alikuja conference. So hakikisheni mmepitia wapi? Yes. Pitieni kwa booth. Na juu booth ni kama bank, mnaweza pata pia pesa. Karibuni sana.
All right, another round of applause for Team CoBank, and we sincerely appreciate for your sponsorship during this conference. First time we have done it, and they have done it in style. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, a sincere appreciation for you, and a sincere appreciation for your patience. I just have two teams that I need to appreciate. Team The Monarch. Ebu simameni, by the way. Theme ya kuvaa leo ilikuwa branded. Watu wa Monarch wakamua mbrandike properly. Please be upstanding. We want to appreciate Team Monarch. Vile mlivaa fiti, alafu wakisiwa wile wakamua sivai kofia. It's okay. Let's appreciate the Team Monarch for the best branding of the day. We sincerely celebrate you. And I'm tempted to just do a random. Nitumie boy child wa kwanza anaweza fika hapa mbele. I just give them a gift. Boy child too. Hey, just one. Hey, mumetuma ndegua. Sawa, kuja. Kuja. Team, wale watu wangu wa AAR mko wapi? I wanted to appreciate this wonderful team for just being on top looks. And yes, na nikamua tu nipeatie boy child. I just chose. The dancers. Oh, you want us to award the dancers? We will do it at the gala. I promise. At the gala. Ni vile time imetupata vibaya sana. Yes. So this one, it's here. It's on this side. It's here. Yes. Right here. Yes, this one goes to this boy child, just being part of the team Monarch. I'm sure before we end the session, simtakuja mpige picha as soon as we are done with the prayer, we can have one photo for you. Na iende mpaka kwa HR, tuseme you came in style. Sincerely, thank you. Asanteni, you can have your seats. Then we have Team Definite. Team Definite pia walikuwa medunga, wako wapi? Team Definite, sijawaona around, but walikuwa wamevaa vizuri sana. Then we had Team Heritage. Liberty Heritage. Nyinyi watu mlikuwa mengara. Hata nyinyi simameni, I want to appreciate you. But nyinyi siwapatii zawadi mko wachache. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We sincerely appreciate and celebrate you. And yes, when I was just looking around at the agents also, I was able to spot one at random. It's not bias. It was something more of just a quick check, and I want to award this one because for the girl child, ndio nikuwe nimefanya vizuri. Christine Kilu. Christine, please come. Christine is from Camellia Insurance Agency. Christine is light here. Namwanya mzuri kabisa. Luku ndio huyo. Christine, come. We will award you. It is here. Yes, courtesy of AAR, we will award this one. Yes. This is courtesy of AAR. Just random. Uzuri wa kukaa mbele ni ile tutakuona tu very easily. She is in her branded attire, just as the theme of the day required. Just spirit of just giving. Who else wants to give something? Okay, now, we want to indicate that for those who have not done their brand presentations, you'll have your chance to do so tomorrow. I can confirm for you that so long as you are within our list of brand presenters, we will do so. Number 2, we are headed for lunch right now and calling it a day. I didn't expect it to run this far, but we are here. Number 3, our session tomorrow still begins at 9. Please be here before 9 o'clock so that we finish. It's the last day, and I would want us to prepare for the gala. Remember, our dress code is flowery Jamaican or coastal easy dress with easy dress down with Panama hats and a touch of blue and white. Unasikia description, eh? So, we kuja na luku. I will still be awarding the best dressed male and the best dressed female right there. Now, there's someone who has picked a laptop charger by accident. Probably you thought it is yours that was still hanging around. If you have picked a laptop charger by accident that is not meant for you, please let me have it on my desk. I'll be able to dispatch it to the rightful owner. Now, having said that, our lunch is still being served at the same point as yesterday. We are exiting there with our cards. Our vouchers will be given on our exit out. I hope that that is well organized. Please turn to your neighbor, give them a high five. Tell them it was nice having you around to this time. Yes, give them a good one. Now turn to the other one, mwambie hata wewe umebamba. Ikiwa hauna jirani, tafuta mmoja for now. And ladies and gentlemen, that was our session today. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Asanteni sana. See you tomorrow. Enjoy your lunch. Late lunch, of course. Aya, watu wa Monarch, mnaweza kuja mpigwe picha hapa hivi. Mnakaa vizuri sana. Na watu wa Liberty pia mnaweza kuja tupige picha. Mnakaa vizuri. Mnakaa vizuri. Yes. Yes. All right, control, let's have some music.
Chuo kikuu kwenda kusoma miaka mitatu kule Japan, kusomea udaktari sela wangu kuwa mchumba wangu tuli